It's the first day of pre-season testing for the 2024 MotoGP season. We're here at the Sepang International Circuit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for 3 days of on-track action, and we can't wait to get started. Welcome to the Sepang Test. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Well done for getting up or staying up to join us as well. This is going to be absolutely epic. We're under a red flag at the moment. The pit lane has been open for 13 minutes as well as we've been getting ready to bring you all the action. Pecco Bagnaia has crashed down at turn 11. He is okay, but the red flag has come out. Ralph Fernandez, the first one on the timing board, 2-minute .244. Then it's Alex Arenas, Marco Bezzecchi and Miguel Oliveira. But the world champion has already gone down on the deck of Pecco Bagnaia, and with that the red flag comes out, so everyone will go back to the pit lane until everything is a-okay. We'll be bringing you all the action. We'll be leaving the timing screen on throughout the day as well, so all 8 hours you'll be able to see all the on-track action. We'll bring you the latest from the social media updates as well throughout the day, and also we'll be showing all the MotoGP launches in their entirety as well. That's why we haven't been covering them on the channel throughout the year as well, because we're doing it now, bringing you all sorts of pre-season testing with the driver trackers, so everything we have. So hello everybody. Right, let's take a quick look at the blog, which tells you everything you need to know. The green flag went out, as you says, at the total 9 o'clock local time. This one, sorry, 10 o'clock local time. It goes until 6 o'clock. It's an hour test day as well. Green flag is still out, but Ralph Fernandez still on top as well. Here at Sepang on the circuit, Pecco has crashed. It came up on our monitor. First lap out on the track, as you can see, if we go to the full screen here, you can see him stopped at sector 1. It was at turn 11, so that's why the red flag is out at the moment. In about 5 minutes time, actually in a minute, we're going to have the Gresini launch, so we haven't got long, but while we're under the red flag, we want to show you some social media update posts as well from their main Instagram channel. This was 19 hours ago, so yesterday. This was media day with Yamaha, of course. They launched their brand new bike for 2024, and everyone looking very much impressed with Alex Rins and Fabio Quartararo. Quartararo, of course, has been at the centre of many of social media this off-season as well as a look. Augustino in there as well. Nice to see you. With Bagnaia. This is the walk through the paddock area. I think we've gone back to official red flag now. As you can see, the track has gone to command red while they get Bagnaia out there. Sector 2 he's crashed out, so red flag is out. Saying that, let's have a look at the Ducatis. There is, we see all their social media posts from yesterday afternoon, so we'll bring you all the live timing. This is an air bashing. They're trying to do jump rope, it seems, yesterday. This is the first time I'm seeing these as well, actually, on Instagram. So my reaction is pure to you. He's trying to do jump rope. Not really. Oh, no, he's doing it. How many did he do? Lost track. There's the new bike for Yamaha this year. We'll be seeing it going forward. This is them unveiling it in the garage during their ceremony. I think it was a bigger launch, wasn't it, with all the world's media there. So we're under a red flag already then in MotoGP. Not even 8 minutes in we got before that red flag came out. Oh, let's hear it. So everyone just getting ready. Everyone just saying hello, welcome, good morning, that sort of thing. The usual we like to see. There's the official test information. This was yet last night. The Ducati bikes were ready to go, ready to facilitate their on-track action today. 1 week to go until the digital launch for KTM. All that as well with Quartararo praising the bike of the new Yamaha. Yamaha should be on an improve this year, shouldn't they? Rins ready to attack. Of course, our world champion from 2020. Quartararo world champion 21. There's the Sepang test preview. Simon Grafer, I can ask him a question if you like as well. Already back up with media day. Hey, that's similar to how we had our setup. Morbidelli, though, however, who had the accident, of course, at the launch of the test day for Ducati at Portimao. He is going to be riding in this test. This was 33 minutes ago. Everyone firing up their bike, ready to go. Just hearing the VR46 bikes fire up on their Ducatis with the good morning I wonder if anybody said anything at the moment with all this. Lovely 72 bike at the front. This is what they were all going to show you. This test. It's going to be able to show you everything for MotoGP while under the red flag. Now that last one didn't go through, as we see the grid network. Oh, there we go. Live timing. Yeah, well, we've got it here as well. There's the grid network posts. So we're under a red flag at the moment while they repair the on-track action. We're going to hopefully be able to see some of our social media posts throughout the day. We'll bring you all the latest news we can. We also have people trackside, so everything is ready to go. And Taylor Swift on that April 19th, 2 days before my birthday. That's going to be a brilliant birthday present. The Traumatized Poet Society. I haven't really been keeping an eye on it too much, but everyone seems to be very happy with that. So, red flag out for Pecco Bagnaia having that crash. KTM fist bumps ready to go as well. Honda all ready to go out there on the circuit, but Bagnaia just taking some time to get ready. So, Raul Fernandez is the fastest at the moment. So, let's take this time then and go over and take a look at the first launch we had of 2024, that of the Gresini team as well. Marc Marquez taking over with Alex Marquez, his brother, alongside. This was their launch from MotoGP with Jack Appleyard.
Hello and welcome along to MotoGP in 2024. That's right, we are back with a brand new show for you as well. My name is Jack Appleyard and we're going to be with you for all 11 team launches before the season finally gets underway on the 9th and 10th of March in Qatar. And what a way to kick things off for you as well. The Gresini Racing launch, where we'll see Marc Marquez walk out as a non-Repsol Honda rider for the first time in his Premier Class career. Is this the start officially of Marc Marquez's quest to become a 9-time world champion? Of course, we're going to be talking about that, plus much, much more over the next couple of hours. We are just under half an hour away from the team presentation officially getting underway live in Riccione, Italy. We'll be crossing there live very shortly indeed to speak with our man on the ground, Connor Doherty. Plus, we'll be chatting to lots of people in the know about what we can expect not only today but over the coming 22 rounds in 2024. But as I say, this is the first of 11 team launches, so let's take a look at what's going to be coming up over the next weeks and months before that all-important round number 1 in Qatar. Saturday, January 20th, as I'm sure you're aware by now, means that it all kicks off in Italy for the Gresini Racing launch, and they come thick and fast after that. On Monday, time for the world champion to officially unveil his 2024 machine. Will he have the number 1 plate again? You'd imagine he will do. We'll find out and hear from Pecco Bagnaia on Monday. 10 a.m. we'll be live for that one. And they have to wait another couple of days after that, where we'll hear the Pertamina Enduro VR46 boys chat. Of course, Fabio Di Gianantonio moving across to that squad for 2024. Newly rebranded, of course, so a new livery there, we imagine. And then on Friday night, live in LA, the Trackhouse Racing Aprilia launch. A brand new team. It's going to be quite a glitzy and glamorous event as well. We're going to be with you from Saturday, 2 o'clock, our time here in Barcelona, to pick up all of the reaction from the event, which is live through the middle of the night for us in Europe on Friday evening, in LA, California. And as I say, we'll be with you on Saturday to bring you a roundup of action and hear from both Miguel Oliveira and Raul Fernandez. Then, the Monday following that, the 29th, time for Pedro Acosta to be officially unveiled as a MotoGP rider. We'll be getting reaction to the Tech Trois Gas launch on Monday, the 29th. Bit of a break then, because it's time to go testing the Sepang Shakedown, which, of course, this year with the new concessions, we'll see both Repsol Honda and the Monster Energy Yamaha squad in action on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of Feb. Before then, it's time for Alex Rins and Fabio Quartararo to pull the covers off their Yamaha M1 on Monday, the 5th of Feb. And then look at that, that's a blockbuster week as we build up to the Qatar test as well. On the Monday, the 12th of Feb, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. Tuesday, the 13th, Repsol Honda. Thursday, the 15th, LCR Honda. And then just before the Qatar test gets underway, the final test of the year before we go racing on the 19th and 20th of March. We'll be with you live from Qatar for the Aprilia Racing launch and the final one. The man that was runner-up last year, can he go one better this year? We will have to wait and see. Jorge Martin now with new teammate Franco Morbidelli on the 28th of February. That's a special one as well. I'm going to be live with you from Abu Dhabi ahead of one of the Formula One rounds. Of course, a bit of a partnership there between Paolo Campanotti and his good friend Stefano Domenicali. So the Pramac boys are going to be out in Abu Dhabi in the F1 paddock, and we'll be there as well. A bit of a crossover for you, a special one, an exciting one to kick things off for the satellite Ducati squad. Right, what's coming up tonight then? I already told you, 25 minutes time, we're going to be live in Riccione for the official presentation. Before that, though, we're going to be crossing to Conor Doherty in Riccione just to set the scene for us. We'll also be hearing from TNT Sports' very own Gavin Emmett in around 10 minutes' time as well to get his thoughts ahead of Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez's big 2024 ahead of them. Following the conclusion of the presentation, we'll catch up with Gav again just to get his first thoughts on the brand new livery. And this is a special one-off because of the amount of media interest there in Italy at the moment. There's going to be a live press conference around 7:20, we anticipate, where both Mark and Alex will be chatting to the media. We'll also be hearing live from not only Mark and Alex Marquez, team boss Michele Messini, Frankie Carcetti, who of course is going to be Mark's new crew chief for this year. They'll all be chatting to us live from Riccione before we round things off with our expert eye, courtesy of MotoGP's very own strawberry blonde bombshell Jack Gorst. He's going to be coming and joining me in the studio just to the right of me here to chat away and round off everything that we've seen. A couple of hours of back-to-back excitement, chat, analysis, reaction ahead of this. Arguably, you would have to say, one of the biggest MotoGP team presentations for quite some time, potentially ever. We'll let you decide on that one, and you can get involved throughout the show as well. Send us a tweet, as we're going to have a look on social media now, or if you're watching us on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, get involved in the chat, give us your thoughts. We're going to be reacting to all of your comments as we go throughout the show as well. Right, let's see what you guys have been saying on social media, or in particular, what the Gresini Racing boys have been saying to build up this huge year for them. Facciamo un cinema is the hashtag they've been rolling with ever since Marc was announced in around September, October at the Indonesian Grand Prix, of course it was. And they've played on that quite nicely. A couple of different movie posters, including this one, which got quite a bit of attention. The King's Speech, of course, having the likes of Marc, Alex and Nadia Padovani, the team principal down there. Of course, they couldn't post this until January 1st. They teased us a couple of days beforehand with just half of it on Alex's side. And then suddenly, on January 1st, once Marc's Repsol Honda contract had come to an end, they could officially show him on their own socials then, which they took great delight in doing. The boys were there yesterday, checking out the Gresini Racing factory, which is just a stone's throw away from Riccione on the Italian coast. And they were getting used to their new surroundings. And importantly as well, I mean, this was quite a big thing. Marc Marquez, not only in the Gresini Racing sort of museum, where a few of Fausto's old bikes and levers and helmets in the background as well, but it was also down at the Ducati factory. You might have seen on his own social medias, jumping on Loris Caparossi's old machine. I mean, who would have thought that Marc Marquez would have been in a Gresini, not only on a Gresini Ducati bike, but in the Ducati factory 12 months ago. But it is happening, and it's about to happen in about 20 minutes' time. This is the final one as well that they posted earlier today, La Grande Bellezza, with front and centre. What a year it is for her. Right, let's cross over live then for the very first time to our man on the ground, Conor Doherty. What a shift he's put in today. 4 a.m. the alarm went off for him and the team to travel over to Italy. There he is. You wouldn't be able to tell the fact that he was up at 4 a.m. this morning. You're looking sprightly, mate. Talk us through the atmosphere. It's in an Italian disco or a nightclub, I believe. So perfect setting for you.
It is. You know me too well, Jack. It is. It is an Italian disco. It's called Coco Rico. And if you were going to build hype, this is the kind of place that's absolutely perfect for it. Everyone's just left the Moto 2 and the Moto E presentation, and they're coming this way through to the MotoGP presentation, and the excitement really is building here. Everyone is dressed phenomenally well, really, really exciting. It's growing so much, and we'll just come through here and get our first glimpse at exactly what we're going to be seeing later on. So here we are through the curtain, and you can see the party atmosphere right here. It may as well be a techno venue right now.
Look at that. That's not bad, Connor. I tell you what. You've got a good gig here.
It's not bad at all.
To be there until, what, 8 o'clock tonight? I imagine that they're going to have to do well to chuck you out of there later.
Well, we'll see what time it finishes, Jack.
Looks good, though. You say everyone's dressed well. You're looking smart yourself. I imagine there's a huge amount of media interest. I was chatting to you earlier and you said you're in the press room. I mean, what kind of media presence is there to see Marc officially unveiled as a Ducati rider for the first time?
It's huge. It's amazing. I think there's a reason why there's so much hype here, and it's because Marc Marquez is going to be with his brother announced today, and it's tremendously exciting. I mean, as you're seeing right here, the place is heaving, absolutely heaving.
Tony Elias there as well.
We've got all the VIPs at the front as well in terms of media presence. Well, again, massive. When we have more information, we'll come back to you, but for right now, we'll have to wait until things really get going.
Well, Connor, great to chat to you. Thank you very much as ever. As you say, we'll be back with you around 5 minutes before the presentation gets underway. I'm sure the atmosphere will be ramped up by then. What a setting that is. Coco Rico. A good disco, actually. I don't know why I'm calling it disco. It's a nightclub. I think there's one actually in France. I might have frequented it once or twice before. It's certainly highly recommended. For those of you ever in the Riccione region over the coming years, then make sure you get yourself there. What a great advert that is. So thank you very much to Connor. You can see plenty of people there excited to hear the thoughts of Marc for the very first time. And if you want to see Marc Marquez on a Ducati in the flesh in 2024, then now is your time to get your tickets sorted for MotoGP in 2024. Bigger and better than ever. 22 rounds coming your way from Qatar at the start of March all the way through to Valencia in the back end of November. 22 Grand Prix, 22 sprints as well. There's a link just been posted in the chat now where you can click on and get your tickets. It's not one to be missed. I mean, we're going to chat to Gav in a second. For me personally, I don't think we've ever been making our way into a MotoGP season with this amount of storylines, this amount of coverage, this amount of plots to talk about. So let's chat with Gavin and get his thoughts on it. A man who has been a part of the paddock for a number of years now. Before that, though, we want you to get involved throughout the night as well. And this is a good opportunity. This is the big question on everybody's lips. This is going to be posted in the chat very shortly. Marc Marquez, is he going to be the 2024 MotoGP World Champion? To get involved in the chat, all you need to type is YES if you think he's going to do it, NO if you don't think he's going to do it, or you can just put A or B. Post it in. We're going to give you around 10 minutes. I'll give you a reminder in about 5 minutes' time, and then we'll see the results and see what you guys at home are thinking. Marc Marquez, 2024 MotoGP World Champion, and World Champion for the 9th time in his career. Let's see what the man himself, Gav, thinks of it then. There's no point going in with any niceties. That's not what we're about here. Gav, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. The voice, of course, of TNT Sports, of MotoGP in the UK. Thank you very much for joining us. Is he going to do it then, Gab? What do you think? Marc Marquez, 2024 World Champion?
Thanks for throwing me a curveball.
Well, I mean, Jack, there's no point giving you a warm-up.
I mean, there's no... you can't win on that one because you know that he's got every potential, every possibility that he could do it, but you also know that it's a satellite bike, an older bike that he's going to be on. So I am going to sit firmly on the fence. Like yourself, Jack, I'm a good Yorkshireman. I've got very short arms, very deep pockets. and I will not be dipping in to put my money where my mouth is on saying if he will or not won't. What I will say though, that the Gresini team, Facciamo Cinema, making a big cinema production out of all this. I'm expecting it to be more Gladiator 2 than Dumb and Dumber. Honestly, that's what I'm saying for this year. I think you have to be just daft to think that Marc Marquez won't be up the sharp end at points throughout the year. Bearing in mind that everyone who has ridden that Gresini bike, the Ducati, since they switched to Ducati, has won or has been in there. So you talk about Andrea Bastianini, Fabio Di Antonio, and Alex Marquez himself in sprints. So I think it'd be daft to suggest that he wouldn't be up there.
Absolutely. If you're talking Yorkshire, I think Jeffrey Boycott himself would have been proud of that forward defensive there. Great work. But we've just seen the amount of media coverage, media personnel that are there in Italy. This is a huge event. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people at home who, Marc Marquez might not be their cup of tea, but wherever he goes, whatever he says, whatever he does, it certainly gets people talking.
Oh, without a doubt. This is my 25th season now of MotoGP, and I have been to millions of team presentations over the years. I can't really think that I've ever seen any more busy. Perhaps some of the Ducati ones up in Madonna di Campiglio, and the journalists like to have a little bit of a skiing break up there at the start of the year. And it was joined with Formula One. But I tell you what, that is a busy. I'm slightly jealous of Connor over there in that nightclub. I mean, nightclub days are behind me probably a little bit now. The grey beard gives that away. But yeah, I reckon that'll be a good night later on if the Gresini team were anything to go by.
Yeah, me and you both. He's definitely got a good gig there. And then he's off to Madonna on Monday as well. So he's got his skis ready for going down the slopes. I mean, I don't know where I went wrong, that I'm stuck here in Barcelona and he's out there enjoying a disco on a Saturday night and then skiing on a Monday. Something's gone wrong there.
It's rough, isn't it? It's rough, Jack, having to live in Barcelona and stick in Barcelona. Someone's freezing up here in Yorkshire. So.
Someone's got to do it. As you say, Gav, you've been a part of the MotoGP paddock for a long time. Did you ever see this happening? I know we've had coming up to 6 months now since the news was announced that he was leaving Honda and moving to Gresini. But even still, this is going to be quite the moment for a lot of people, seeing him step out, not in those famous orange colours of Repsol Honda.
I saw him moving on. I think most people did. And at times we've, seen maybe he would make the switch to Ducati. You always felt like Ducati had an interest in getting him on their bike. You also felt KTM would be somewhere that would get him in the future. He started, obviously, with KTM back in the day. But to go to a satellite team, I don't think anyone expected that, apart from maybe at a tail end of a career. I definitely don't think it's the tail end of his career at this moment in time. I still think he's got a lot to give. He's proven over the last, he hasn't won, for a few years. He hasn't won for a couple of years since 2021, but he's proven he can win. He's proven over the last year after his operations that he's fully fit once more. And so I still think he has a lot to give in this championship. And I just think you could see it. Was it about Sachsenring?
Yeah, you feel that was the turning point.
It felt like that, didn't it? All those crashes in that weekend, the body language, you could see it on the way he was riding the bike, some of his gesticulations that he made over that racing weekend there. And you felt then there was a possibility of something dramatic happening. But honestly, until he announced it, until the Gresini team announced it, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether this could happen. Simply, well, one, because of the move that it is and it represents, but also you and I know the contract wranglings that must have been going on behind the scenes to separate himself from the contract and all the sponsors and everything are just huge. So, some lawyers will have done well out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think his new manager, Jimmy Martinez, who, of course, is looking after Alex as well, not a bad time to have come in and signed a new year. Just very, very quickly, it'd be remiss of me not to talk about Alex as well. Big year coming up for him. Second on the Ducati. He's, of course, got his brother as his teammate now, as he did do before, but only for one round in 2020. What can Alex do this year? Because, of course, a lot of people are talking about Mark, but you do feel after the progress he made throughout 2023, he can play a part next year or this year.
Let's not forget, right? Alex Marquez, apart from winning 2 sprint races last season, was on the podium in regular races a couple of times too. He is a world champion twice in Moto2 and before that in Moto3. So he's been there and done that. And he's always been a slow burner. It took him 5 years to do the business in Moto2. And he's been a slow burner. He was on the podium in his first year on the Honda, let's not forget, in 2020 as well. So he, again, has huge amounts of talent, a bike that works. He's got knowledge of the team, knowledge of the bike. Whether he can mount a championship challenge, I doubt. But will he be in the mix? I think so. I think, when every Ducati rider last year was performing and scoring podiums and all winning, apart from Luca Marini in one way or another in sprints or in races, then I think you have to think that he's going to be there, bar your KTMs and Aprilias making that step forward and robbing of those top positions.
Absolutely. It's fascinating anyway. Looking forward to chatting to you throughout the season and getting your thoughts on it. Gav, thanks for joining us. For now, we'll catch up with you once the presentation is done to get your thoughts on that brand new livery. We'll speak to you then.
Cheers, Jack. See you in a second. Looking forward to it.
Chat to you in a bit. Right, let's get to the results of this poll then. The big question that we put to you, Marc Marquez, world champion in 2024. Let's find out what you guys said. Yes or no? Look at that. 84% of you, I think we can put that down as a landslide win, are thinking that Marc is going to do the business in 2024. Well, I thought it might just go in Marc's favour, but by that much, dearie me, 84% saying that Marc is going to be world champion in 2024. If you agree with that, put in the comments. Let us know exactly why you think he's going to be. And that 16% of you that are screaming at your TV screens now, no doubt, saying he's not going to do it, then tell us why. Right, next up, this one to get you involved in as well, a quiz question. And once again, you can get in touch with us in the chat, whether it be YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, whatever you want. Portugal Sprint, of course, introduced for the very first time in 2023. Alex Marquez won how many of them? 0, 1, 2, or 3? All you need to do, put it in the chat, A, B, C, or D, 0, 1, 2, or 3. We'll be showing you the answer to that one very, very soon indeed. But no cheating. Don't go on MotoGP.com. That's unfair. Put your phone away. Make sure you do it fair and square. Right, okay. We are just over 5 minutes away from this Gresini presentation officially getting underway. So let's cross back across live to Riccione to hear from our man on the ground, Connor Doherty. Connor, I tell you what, it's been ramped up. I thought it would do. The music is going on in the background. Talk us through it. How are we looking 5 minutes out?
5 minutes out, Jack, the excitement is palpable here. Everyone is taking their seats. The clock is counting down before we get our first glimpse of the Gresini Racing MotoGP team. And as you can see, everyone is ready, everyone is waiting, and it's tremendously exciting. We're going to have to go back to you quickly because we're going to have to stop recording here as they get the presentation underway. So back to you, Jack.
Short but sweet, but thank you. Yeah, business to attend to there. I hope you've got your seat. It does look a bit full, Connor. So if you do need to elbow someone out the way, then make sure you do. You need to have a front row spot for that. Right, okay, so as Connor said, we are very, very close indeed to seeing the 73 and the 93 on the front of that Gresini racing machine, so don't go anywhere. Thank you very much for joining us for the first time, and as I said, plenty of ways to get in touch, whether it be on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok as well. We're across all of them. Make sure you put your comments in, and we showed you that quiz question. Tissot Sprint victories in 2023. It was 2 for Alex Marquez, which you all got right, or 60% of you did anyway. 35% going with 1, 5% going with 3, but well done to the 60% of you that went with 2. Of course, those victories coming at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix, and then in Malaysia as well. That Malaysian ride, right at the back end of the season, I think is going to be one that he's really going to be hoping to build on this year. And of course, picked up the podium earlier in the year in the Grand Prix in Argentina as well. A memorable day there where Marco Bezzecchi had his first Premier class win. Not too long until we're in Argentina, of course. And as we said, make sure you do look at getting your tickets sorted for 2024. It's going to be a blockbuster year. Facciamo un cinema is what Gresini have been saying. Let's make a cinema, a big show out of it. And certainly that's what we think is going to be coming your way as well. So, Alex Marquez, we do need to chat about him. I know a lot of you at home are big fans of Alex. As Gav said, a 2-time world champion, and over the past couple of weeks and months has been overshadowed ever so slightly by the arrival of his brother in the new team. But you do feel as though, as Gav was saying, a big opportunity for him this year is going to be sticking with his same crew chief that he worked with last year, that he really formed a good relationship with, and with the same crew that he had to step into. And that's going to be something that we have to keep our eye on for Marc Marquez, of course, because after 11 years working with Santi Hernandez, he now has to build that relationship with Frankie Carcetti and a number of brand new personnel. Only one man made the step across from the Repsol Honda squad, almost as a gesture, I think, from HRC and from Gresini, just so he has a familiar face to look up and see, which is more important than you would think. These live pictures then from Riccione, absolutely packed to the rafters there as we get ready for the big one. Gresini Racing have had a busy day. They've already launched their Moto E and Moto 2 projects. In terms of Moto 2 and MotoGP, it's an all-Spanish lineup. Manu Gonzalez and Alberto Arenas have now been officially unveiled as part of their Moto 2 squad, and I think they're hoping, certainly with Manu Gonzalez, who in the back end of last year had some really good performances in Moto 2, that they could well be championship contenders, not only in MotoGP, but in Moto 2 as well. I know there's quite a few media personnel in attendance there as well. And as I said, that live press conference will be coming your way once this presentation is done. And that's going to be well worth listening to, because this is going to be the very first time that Marc Marquez has been able to speak at length about this move to Ducati. His contract with Honda ran up to the final day of 2023. He wasn't able to speak at the Valencia test, and when the announcement was made, he had to be very careful in terms of what he said. But this, the first opportunity for him to be able to speak at length about what happened. He did do an event in Madrid with his partners, Estrella Galicia, alongside Alex, around a week or so ago. Some interesting comments coming out of that, but this is going to be the big one anyway, for him to finally sort of detail his excitement, what he thinks of the Ducati. Of course, the image that went global, trended worldwide, was when he took his helmet off after that first run and that wry smile came across his face. I think he did say that more than anything else was not of satisfaction, was not an ego thing, was actually of relief of, okay, although so many riders have jumped on a Ducati and have been successful, still there's always going to be those butterflies and those nerves and that doubt there that this is going to be the right move for him. And that smile, he said, was his indicator, and his emotions shining through that, okay, I have made the right move here. It was certainly an image that was, brilliantly captured by our camera guys here, and then instantly went worldwide and trended globally as well, as you can imagine. And, of course, in that test, didn't take top spot, as was predicted by the world champion Pecco Bagnaia, fourth in the end, but was pretty close to top spot, and certainly let everybody know and let everybody stew over the winter months that he's going to be a contender this coming season. Right, 20 seconds away then before we get the show underway. I'm going to be chatting away throughout all of it. Often these team presentations, not to put you off it too much, but they can drag on a little bit. I mean, the Gresini Racing guys, not for them in particular, but for a few others, have to attend to sponsors. But let's see how this one goes.
Good evening, welcome. I'm sorry that we have to bring down the music, but Nadia Padovani-Gresini, the owner, wanted a rock day. She wants this season to be rock. So she will tell us why she chose this place. There are so many of you, and even more people following live. We are now live on YouTube in all the languages of the world, in MotoGP world, and also on Sky Sport. For a great evening, first step towards 2024. Already called her on stage. Once more, a big round of applause to Nadia Padovani-Gresini. Hey there. Hello everyone. Welcome. How can you keep seated? Why have you chosen Riccione Cocorico? Because this is a historic disco where I used to come when I was 20 years old to dance. So, an amazing location. Moto E, Moto 2. Now we are stepping up to the premier competition, MotoGP. Everything we've told to ourselves, and we will step up in this season, which is about to start. Can you send your greetings? Can you tell us what you're going to see starting from March, the pilots that you brought together for 2024 in MotoGP? Well, this year is a wonderful year, I would say. We already won as a team because an independent team with an 8th-time world champion. We will have 10 world championship won in our team. So this is crazy. We would have never imagined that we got to do such an important thing. 10 world champions, 5 pilots out of 6 have been world champions. We would have never imagined to an 8th-time world champion. Can you explain us how this came about? We've been in contact. I talked to the guys in my team, and we thought that clearly Mark had a contract in 2024 with Honda, so it wasn't something that we could be giving for granted for them to let him go. We decided to wait for him, so we got to October when we didn't have any hope left, let's say, but we got to the result we wanted, and we brought him here. And we're going to hear him in a while. He, alongside his brother Alex, they met once again for this new adventure with you. 10 world champion. And what about the pressure? Do you have more pressure, or are you willing to start? No, I want to start. Because we can't wait to be on track with these pilots and to see how far we can go this year. Makes sense? We can't wait as well. We can't wait to see the bikes and to have a little chat with them. Thank you again, Nadia.
There we go. Well done, Nadia. Interesting to get her thoughts on how it all came together. What a start, by the way. I mean, not only am I disappointed not to be in Riccione, disappointed not to have got a call up for that dance at the start.
Right?
Fair play to those boys, in great shape. Right, what have we got coming up now? Definitely making the most of their nightclub environment. Is this going to be the big moment? Are they going to it straight away? I think they might just tease us for a second and keep it going. A little bit more dancing. Getting the money's worth out of these boys. Our first glimpses of the livery there. 93 on the front. That bike to the right. 73 to the left. Early thoughts are, there we go, that is the livery. Maybe not the biggest change we've seen from year to year. Looks fairly similar to what we had last year. Maybe a few details here on there. Once we finish with the acrobatics, the dancing, and I'm sure we'll get a closer look at the livery in its full.
JB interrupting here. As you watch out from a few days ago, we are back underway. Bikes are out on the track, which is great news. Still no news about Bagnaio Fernandez, who caused the original red flag. But there's the launch, and that's what the Gresini bike for this year looks like, where Marc Marquez is riding. He hasn't had the track yet, Marc, but he will be on with blue colours for the first time soon.
Well done. I thought that was the end. We're still going. We are going to see the bike shortly, I think, but I mean, they're extremely talented. I don't think I could move like that, so keep them as long as they want to. They will tire out eventually, though, moving around like that. Although, to be fair, looking at the shape they're in, they may well have another 10 minutes to go.
This is the one downside about showing the launches. They do these big musical numbers, so I can't just sit back. I'm across everything, looking at all the timing screens, all the information from the track. So you may be watching the launches from the past, but I'm right here with you all night. It's currently 2:55 a.m. here in the UK as well, but this is what MotoGP does to us all as well. Great job at the moment. Raul Fernandez still top, but look at Pietro Costa, just 0.05 of a second off the pace at the moment on a 2-minute .249. Maverick Vinales looking good on the two Aprilias as well, but here's the back to the launch. As you see, I think the Gresini bike's improper. Oh, Piro's just jumped up to 11th as well. There is the bike.
There we go then. That is the 2024 Gresini racing machine. Colours pretty similar to what we had last year.
Really small for you to see these bikes.
Few detail changes though.
We'll do this with the pilots.
Let's hear what Mark and Alex have got to say then
the best
here.
sensation.
And of course, get your thoughts in the
Alex
comments
and
in the
Marc
chat.
Marquez.
Let us know what you think of this brand new livery. Pretty similar, I
beauty
think
of
we
the
have to
eye
say, to what we saw last year.
To try and go beyond, because
a few
there
little
are many
details, a few
technicians
little tweaks
here, on stage.
here and there,
Romantic
but
ones like me and technicians.
certainly I didn't mind last year's one. I
Let
thought
us
it
get
looked quite
into
nice.
more specific details about these two bikes that you're going to see on the track.
I think Alex's number there as well, a little bit different this year. Maybe it's that darker blue potentially. Certainly Mark has had a bit of a rebrand as well. We saw that in the Valencia test when he had the bike kitted out with these sort of new fonts, new sort of logo system that he's using this year. A bit of a rebrand for him and Alex, of course, part of the same management company. He's gone down the same line as well. I think the rear tail unit, and they had more blocks of red, I think, last year, whereas this year it looks as though it's a bit more fragmented. But certainly, the colour scheme, very, very similar. A few sponsor changes as well. Just working off memory here, but Estrella Galicia potentially a little bit more prominent. Of course, given their ties. And that's that new number for Mark as well. So it's a little bit different to what he had last year. And of course, once the guys walk out, we'll be able to see leathers and helmet as well, just to see how that matches up. Because, of course, last year, a few people on social media making some jokes and poking fun out of the fact that it was sort of red trousers and a blue top. It was definitely too colour-coded, the leathers, but maybe that will be a bit more mix and match this year. Here come the guys then, I imagine. Is this going to be the moment? We hear from both Alex and Mark.
A few seconds.
Can't be too far away. A couple of seconds, there we go.
To make you see the specifics of the bikes that are ready to
So remember,
go
guys,
really
in the
fast
chat,
and
give us your
to
thoughts,
achieve
give us your
great
comments. As soon as this finishes,
decorations,
we'll be going to that. We'll be
everything that
checking
we
out
heard
exactly what you guys think
made
of
us
it. If it's
speak a
positive,
lot.
great.
And
If you
also
don't like
the
it, let us know.
arrival
Don't
of
worry.
Mark
It's a
Marquez
safe space.
precisely
You can
was
tell us
also
exactly what you
something
think.
important.
No judging here.
Let us then call on stage Carlo
Right, here we
Mellini
go then.
and Michele Mazzini.
Carlo Mellini, who of course is the commercial director at Gresini Racing, and Michele Mazzini, who is team boss as well. Two great guys, I have to say. In my
Carlo
job, usual job in pit lane, have the
So
opportunity
sports
to speak
director
to
and
Michele a
commercial
lot,
and
and then
marketing director.
Carlo
Let
Mellini
us-
quite a bit as well. And I
the
have to say,
person
two
that is
great
wiser. Let us
characters.
speak the person that is
and I
wiser.
know for a fact
Is
that
that
these
is the
guys
one?
are
You are the one that's more
excited
aged.
for what's to
You
come
can
this year.
reply.
Carlo's
Let
been a
it be,
part of
let it be.
Gresini Racing for
Okay, help
a
us
number of years, since the very
to
beginning.
get
Was very, very close to
from your
Fausto,
point of view,
who, of course, I'm sure is looking down
and we will
today.
move
with
on to the
a look
paddock
of
with your
astonishment
colleague.
at the fact that he's got both Marquez brothers as part of his squad. But
2024.
Carlo has certainly
Season
taken on an
goals
important
and
role
also
now
criticisms.
alongside Nadia.
Because
So
there's
let's see what
beautiful
he's
things.
got to
I
say.
imagine that there are also difficulties to be faced up to. How can we describe it? This is a special season. It is special when we have such a strong project on track with Alex, Mark, with 10 World Championship won. And I have to say, sometimes I still can't believe it. I sometimes go through the film from the beginning, from the first phone calls with Alex and Mark management until the signature and the announcement in Indonesia, with all the intermediate steps that we had. As you can imagine, there were happy moments and also sadder moments. Moments where things didn't seem to be that easy. We started dreaming. And as this is always the case, dreams are really the engine of everything. Are those dreams that make things come true. And important things as well. But this dream, we started to dig it. We were almost terrified that we could wake up one day, open our eyes, and witness that we were dreaming and it wasn't the real reality. We wanted to be dreamers that with commitment, engagement and passion are able to deliver, to make things happen for real. This is exactly what happened to me and to all of us. It was a journey, a beautiful journey. Also from my emotion, on a professional point of view, sometimes we look at Nadia, Michele, we look at ourselves and we say, go figure what would have happened if we didn't try. So we're all pretty moved. Okay, I'll leave you with your emotions and I'll be back because we will get to the more practical thing. How your days have changed. Not only your night shifts. Michele, you've been a lifetime in Gresini. You've seen a lot of things happening. You brought the markets, family together in 2024. What is the first thing off your chest? Well, the first thing I thought is it was a dream inside our own dream, because I think that never like this year we will have the ingredients to do well. But all this has to be done. It's an empty book that we have to write. We have to keep on improving and believing in the process. And together, how are them, Mark and Alex? We will ask them too. Let's say that there's a great energy. We could see it. A thoughtlessness, a willingness to show and to improve and to work hard. And I think that we can really be proud to live with them and witness with them such a beautiful moment. We need a round of applause here.
Turning that down a second to interrupt, because speaking of the Gresini launcher, Marc Marquez, he stopped on track. First lap out the pit lane, he stopped at turn 4.
The hardships, because there are dreams.
We'll bring you the latest once we know it.
And then it's the reality. I asked Nadia beforehand, how did you got here? Marc Marquez come to Gresini, you meet Alex. And how did this change in terms of sponsors? And how did your days change, Carlo?
Well, turning that down as well, just to the background for a second, Mark has not crashed. I'm delighted to say he's had a technical issue, so the bike has stopped at turn 4. However, as we've got Kraken for some reason interrupting my phone, Bagnaia and Raul Fernandez both did crash. So they've both gone to the medical centre. News is from Trackhouse that Raul Fernandez is okay, but in a bit of pain. It was a big high side. And so something spilled from Bagnaia's bike, and Raul Fernandez was next round, and he crashed on it. So that's why the red flag was out for Bagnaia and Raul Fernandez. No idea what's happened with Marc Marquez. He stopped with a technical issue at turn 4. So again, I'll put it in the chats. Marquez stopped, technical issue, turn 4, first lap out the pits.
The companies that came on board this year, for them, we want to send our thank, the trust towards our project. So, what can I say? A lot of happiness and enthusiasm from the beginning. I hope and I trust that this will go on throughout the season. And I don't say anything else. And he shuts up. And I let you finish with that. You actually were grown up with bikes. You've seen and lived many, many things. How did your job change, bringing an 8-time world champion? Let's say that having Mark and Alex in our team is an added value, because I believe that we have the best technical packet, so to say, but we believe that the human part also plays an important role. And having two people that know each other well, who knows well than true brothers? I don't want to say that this is easier for us on a sports point of view, but it's easier for us to get to know them because they know themselves better. And it's the best way to solve problems. Thank you, both of you. Have a nice evening. You can go back to your seats, because now we'll have other statements, other declarations with whom we will speak, and we will see a bit in the details. Their bikes, it's the second season here, the temperature goes up. He said this is going to be a fundamental season for me. I don't say it myself, but Alex Marquez did.
I suppose we'll take this opportunity while they're doing all their launches, as you can see on the screen now as well. Well, hopefully, there you go. We'll take this quick opportunity to say Mark has stopped with a technical issue. They've only got the one bike, I think, for the morning setup because the afternoon's going to be set up for the upgrade, so they're going to take that back in. But anyway, let's go back and hear what Alex Marquez had to say in the launch.
You made a lot of presentations. You had an amazing evening. Could you expect such a presentation? This is a huge presentation. I have to congratulate with all the guys, Nadia and the Gresini event for such an amazing presentation. I quoted your words. This is your second season. It's going to be a fundamental one. What is the upgrade that you did? How did you work during the winter? Explain to us a bit. And then we'll see your bike. Yes, I came last year in such a difficult moment in my sporting career because the first 2 years were hard. Didn't got any results really. But I believed in this project, in this bike, in this team especially, this family, which is something that I really liked. And this has been a good season, I think, overall. We made mistakes and we have to fix them. But the first year with the new bike is also like that. We finished the season really well with important results. And now it is time for us to start from scratch, but with the experience that we got from last year, which is important indeed. Let us get closer to your travel companion. Who knows it better than you? By having a look at it, do you put your goals in the bike, the contestants that you're going to have in MotoGP, and that will take into account also the emotive part. I don't want to say a position or a result. We have to do an evolution from the previous year. And then we changed the number. It's cool the way it is now. I like the layout. And we have to be fast, and we have to be among the first positions. Yes, you have to be in the first positions. But now, if you were to be in the first positions, even like you should be before your brother, what would you do? You would go to the end. He won a lot already, my brother, so I will think about myself. In the end, it's home, whether I win or he wins. But if I can be before him, it's better. So you mean at home they're going to be celebrating? Yes. So last year you got back to winning ways. I do understand that it's hard to do predictions and goals. Would you be happy, for example, so two-time champion, Moto2, Moto3, where would you like to be at the end of the year? Which position? It's not easy to say this before starting off. A specific position is not easy to find. But I would like to have a year where I focus race by race. And I have to be aware of my possibility every track. And I'm sure that I will get to a point of the season where I can understand, okay, I can do that. But winning the first race in MotoGP is definitely a goal. We did it last year, but we have to continue to grow with Gresini and Ducati. Yes, we have to step up as an objective goal. Let us talk about the emotions. We heard from Carlo, Nadia and Michele the announcements also from our side. We were kind of shocked. The sporting world was kind of shocked. So a world champion coming to Gresini. But Alex, what were your first advice that you give to Mark? As a brother, or you gave them as a pilot? Yeah, of course, he asked me. But what I told him was from a brother, because I know what he's been through over these last 4 years. From starting from 2020, I knew that what he needed, because I know him so well. I talked to him as a brother, not as a pilot at Ducati Gresini, and then he chose. And it's a dream for me, sharing a team with him. We did it once already, but for a little time. I'm sure that this year is going to be different. Having a strong team member can help me also. I can help also the team to get to the next step that we want to do. The upgrade that we were talking about, yes, I will talk him to. How many times have you argued already? No, we haven't argued. I'm the, let's say, the one that's been here for so long, and he just got here, so far, so good. So far, I won something. So I decided which side of the box, because he wanted to go on the right, and I said, no, you go on the left because you're the second one. Yeah, because one of the main conversation is like, who is going on the right side of the box? Nadia said, he's the second, he goes on the left. I will try to hear what your brother says. He won't be honest. Thank you, Alex. Best of luck. Thank you. We said it many times, and I imagine you too, when you heard that Marc Marquez was to join Gresini Racing, that the Marquez family would have got together. I imagine that this must have hit you, harder or not. Also for those who just follow MotoGP and don't live on it. I think the level is going up again, because we have here an eighth, a pilot that has been 8 times world champion. The name said itself. Ladies and gentlemen, Marc Marquez. Welcome. Hello everyone.
Marc, ciao.
Ciao a tutti.
Hello Marc. This wonderful rock music. This is a famous disco. Ready to dance later on. First and foremost, how are you? I'm well, I'm very happy to be here with all of you. To be fair, it's quite a strange feeling, a lot of years with a team, but this is a beautiful challenge. We spent a good day at Gresini headquarters yesterday. I'm really happy. Emotioned. Have you heard your brother? Yes, I heard everything. Are you ready to leave the right side of the box? It's all a strategy. Yes, I saw that he finished the year well, then he's calm. Then when he's sleeping, I'm gonna swap places. Of course, he knows the bike. Come over here, let's have a look at your new travel companion. Tell us a bit to find objectives. Did you like it? How did you feel it? Did you have that instant connection? I only spent a day 50 laps. I felt good. But I'm curious and eager, and I have the greed to go to Malaysia test and go on and on. It's quite difficult for me. I want to understand the team. But I'm like a child with the new shoes. Do you say this in Italy as well? We do say that in Spain. I'm like a child with new shoes that wants to try to learn new things. A new child with new shoes. You said something else. I want to feel butterfly in my stomach. I want to have fun again. This is a bit my objective. This is why I changed. This is why I embark on this journey. I did a lot, I won a lot, but the last 3-4 years have been quite hard for me. I'm trying to find something different, something I never felt before. Having fun again on a bike. And Gresini team was the only one that waited for me, gave me my time. And when they saw that I was ready, they brought me in. So it's a difficult challenge for me, but really beautiful for the Gresini family. Such an historical team. Such a beautiful story that the team wrote, and they want to keep on doing this with you guys. So we heard you many times in your declarations the importance of human relations. I know that you flew together with your brother. You've been here for 48 years. Can you tell me what happened? What did you see, Nadia? The first things that they told you. Yeah, it's completely different thing than what I was used to. I went to the Ducati headquarters, then we to Gresini headquarters, we had dinner together, we played paddle. I'm not able to play paddle, but that's another color of fishes. I'm kind of locked in my neck. No, Alex was with Michele, because they're used to it. They're the losers one. They're getting used to the fact that they're the loser ones. I'm someone that really likes to build family, to get close with the team. As you know, I have a lot of friends in Repsol, Honda, but now Gresini are amazing people, and let's try to start and have amazing year, because you eat too fast and you don't feel well. You know, that's another saying that we have. You have to go little by little in feats and start and trying to get back to the funny side of it. So we started with the 50 laps, then we're going to have the test, and the first weekend, the 10th of March. But let us look at the track, your contestant. Something else that you said is I have to see the way they do. I have to adapt to the bike, and I have to see how my rivals, my opponents work. Who are the ones that want to be taken into account? I think that the hardest opponent of myself is myself, because I have to think about myself. The expectation is high, the illusion is very high, but I know that I have to work tirelessly with my team in my box to do what we can do. But of course, when someone got to Honda, they thought of me, and I got to Ducati, and my focus is Bagnaia and Martin, the best ones. I have to understand and learn a lot from them to finally be able to drive this bike. Such an incredible year. You have opponents in Ducati, and you have an opponent in your own family in the team. Shall we call him? You can call him Alex. If you have the guts, come here. Yes, but you go to the left. You have the lucidity to place him on the left. We're not in the box. Yeah, I mean, because his bike is over there. So everything had been decided. So a new season is about to start. MotoGP of Gresini team. Make a wish to the other. What do you wish for, Mark? As I said to him, when he decided to come to Gresini, he has to have fun again on the bike. That is my best wish. I wish that he has fun again, and he has 100% motivation, and he can fight, not only win, and drive the bike the way he wants, and having fun, and feeling once again the butterfly in your stomach. What is your wish to him, Alex? I wish him the best, but especially what I say to him is You are a MotoGP pilot. You have your possibility. He's strong. He has been 2 times world champion, and I believe that he finished this year really well, but with no pressure.
Senza pressione. Un'ultima cosa.
One last thing. This is my curiosity.
Ma veramente riusciresti a vincere anche con un triciclo?
Would you also be able to win with a tricycle? No, not with a tricycle. I think that 2023 kind of proved it that I'm not able. I didn't want any race, so we have to go in fits and start little by little. It's been 2 years since I won the last competition, so we have to go little by little.
Lui ci si può credere.
If you say so, we can believe it. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, thank you very much. Now, from declaration, we have to get to more details. Thank you very much, guys, and I thank you all for having joined this, and let us see in the test and with the season starting in March. Enjoy your MotoGP, enjoy your competition.
Yeah, just to confirm, Marc Marquez is back out on the circuit. As you can see back there on the screens before anything else starts, Marc Marquez back out on the track.
Tutti sul palco adesso, eh?
Everyone on stage now, it's not over.
La fotona di gruppo.
We have the big photo.
Tutti sul palco. Vai.
Yeah, everyone on stage, please.
No. Per oggi sono finite. So che dobbiamo riempirlo il palco.
We have to fill the stage, so come on up. Manuel, come on.
Well, there we go then. Officially underway is Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez's 2024 MotoGP World Championship campaign. That was a pretty good launch, that actually. Bit of dancing here and there, lots of bright lights, lots of music. Certainly offering the energy that we would have been hoping for and expecting for the start of a huge season for Gresini Racing. Right, okay, this is a big question. New poll for you to get involved in at home. Do you like the new livery for Gresini Racing? Yes or no? Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat below to give us your thoughts on that brand new livery. I have to say, it's not that different, is it? It looks pretty similar to what we saw in 2023. Maybe, I'm sure some of you out there will already be looking through it with a fine tooth comb to be able to pick out the very small differences. But on the whole, it's a very similar look to what we had in 2023. But you do get the feeling that we may well be seeing it a little bit more frequently than what we saw it in 2023. So there we go. Get involved. Let us know in the chat. What do you make of that brand new livery for Gresini Racing in 2024? Right, okay, let's go back across and get the immediate thoughts and reaction to TNT Sports' very own Gavin Emmett before we hear from both Mark and Alex in a little bit more detail for a live press conference. That was a nice way to kick things off, Gav. It was certainly had the glitz and the glamour that we were hoping for.
It was lively, wasn't it? All that dancing at the start. Tops off for the lads. I honestly, at one moment, I thought it was Mark and Alex dancing around the stage. I was a bit shocking about when I saw all that going on. Anyway, look, it was obviously lots of glitz and glamour start of the year. Gresini team doing it in that nightclub there in Riccione. We've all been there. We've been to events there over the years. And yeah, why not? Why not to kick off the season? It does feel, though, doesn't it? 2024 has finally started. When you get a presentation like that. But it looked very 2023, the bike, didn't it? Really similar. The only thing I could see was the Estrella Galicia sponsorship, the beer sponsorship moving up onto the front fairing of the bike. But apart from that, very, very similar. Still got those red dungarees on. That it looked like the Gresini, the way the leathers are on the riders. So very similar. Some people were disappointed, expecting more sponsors perhaps to have come across, but if you like last year's, you're going to like this year's.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of us were maybe thinking that Red Bull, of course, who have a huge partnership and sponsorship with both Mark and Alex, maybe a little bit more prominent, but we can see them just on the helmet. We can see the bike here in a little bit more detail. In terms of what both guys had to say, if this is your first team presentation, then don't be expecting the riders to be coming out with huge statements. That's never the case. But a couple of things from Mark in particular. It was interesting that he pinpointed both Pecco and Jorge and how exciting he is to look at their data, analyse their data and use them to get better.
The thing is, up in front of the press, Mark comments, very humble comments, I'm going to be learning. I've got to learn off Pecco and learn off Jorge too. But deep down, he's thinking, I'm going to beat them. That's exactly what he's thinking. Being able to see their data, see what they do, how they're making the difference, and he'll fancy his chances of going up there. But, he's great in front of the cameras. And I like the little brother rivalry over sides of the garage. Obviously, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference over to how they perform on the track. But I like to see that Alex has got the upper hand on that first battle between them.
It's a superstitious thing, though. A couple of riders, especially for Mark, he's been on that same side of the garage for pretty much all of his career, certainly in Repsol Honda and when he had teammates in Moto 125s as it was. So riders, as we know, are very superstitious creatures at times. They have to put one glove on first. They have to put one boot on first. They have to wear, in some cases, unfortunately, the same pair of underpants for every Grand Prix. So that's a big change for Mark. Oh, just looks as though we've lost Gav for a second.
Yeah, Gav's mic wasn't working
here.
here.
Back with him in a minute, as you can see there, that brand new livery being shown in all of its glory there. The poll, of course, still ongoing as well. Let us know your thoughts and all of the comments. You can get in touch on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever it may be. However you join us, do give us your thoughts on what you made of the launch and that brand new livery as well. But yeah, as we're saying, we didn't hear what Gav had to say, but riders are very superstitious creatures. They do like to have the same routine, and for Mark to switch across to the other side of the box, I'm sure will take a little bit of getting used to at first, especially when he walks into the garage. Yeah, just follow up on that. The riders, they're peculiar at times, and they like to have their routine.
Oh, no, they're strange creatures. We know that. But it's not going to obviously change the outcome. There might be a couple of funny moments where we've seen it, haven't we? People roll up outside the wrong garage or, walk in the wrong side of things. But what is good for me as a commentator is you've got the blue, the bright blue now of Alex Marquez's number, and the bright red of Mark. Obviously, he's not had that before. So it's always been the white number on the front. So you'll definitely notice the difference between them, because that's sometimes one of those things where
and yourself as a commentator, just being able to glimpse and see the difference between the two bikes and riders. So we'll almost have your blue helmet for Alex, and which was always their little thing, wasn't it, between their logos anyway, between the pair of them. So yeah, look, a team presentation, you're not going to learn too much. A lot of us were maybe thinking maybe there'd be a change of colour, maybe there'd be the odd sponsor. Nothing too different, but you know what? It's probably a good thing, isn't it? They've honoured all their sponsors that have stuck by them over so many years. Your Federal Oils and all those kind of people who've been there for a long time with Gresini. And who knows? You might be paying a little bit more to be on the side of those bikes, but they are there and they're involved in this. What, as both Carlo and Michele were saying there, and Nadia, of course, too, is a really exciting project for Gresini, who are no strangers to, being at the front end in MotoGP. I know last year, but you think all the way back in the past, championships that have been won, you think back all the way to, you mentioned Loris Capirossi or Alex Barros or Sete Gibernau and Daijiro Kato. It's such a massive racing pedigree in there. They're not strangers to being at the sharp end. And so, yeah, hopefully they'll have a lot of it this year where we will see them up front.
Yeah, for sure. They're used to winning races, even since the switch to Ducati. Of course, they only had the one last year, courtesy of Fabio Di Gianantonio. But then you go back a year prior to that, and Enea Bastianini, of course, was arguably the big shock of the championship that year and had an incredible 2022. So they know how to run at the front and they know how to win races. One thing that they haven't done in MotoGP, one thing that no independent team has done in MotoGP is win a world championship, which is always a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most interesting thing for me this year. Yeah, you've got Marc Marquez there. I think he's going to be up front. It didn't take him long to be fast during testing. The question mark, the big challenge is going to be how Ducati manages politically if Marc has success. No Paolo Ciabatti there. He's moved on to their motocross project. So who are they going to have? Smoothing things over, already we've seen Jorge Martin, feeling a little bit maybe not loved so much by not being put into the factory team. And then if you've got another bull in your stable who's, he's there pushing to get out there to do the business and start winning races, it'll be then what do Ducati do? Do they offer more support? Do they give more parts? Do they, offer a little bit more help to the Gresini team? It has happened in the past. It happened with Bastianini when he was challenging for the championship. But does that then ruffle the feathers of Pecco Bagnaia or Jorge Martin or Enea Bastianini or whoever is up at the sharp end? So that for me is the big fascinating thing. I've no doubt that Marc Marquez will be in the mix up at the sharp end. But how are they going to manage that politically in Ducati?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge job to step into. I believe it's Marco Gresini who's taking over from Paolo Ciabatti this year. I mean, he's certainly got his hands full throughout 2024 because we don't want to look too far in advance, but this season, of course, one of the other storylines that is going to get a huge amount of media coverage is the fact that basically every rider on the grid, bar one or two, has their contract finishing. So who is going to end up in those coveted factory red Ducati spots come this time next year? It's going to be interesting to see. Just finally, again, touch on Alex. He's got his own way in terms of where he sits in the box, working with the same team, the same personnel for yet another year. We feel he's going to be a huge advantage. We mentioned there what a big year it is for contracts. Is this arguably the most important year of Alex Marquez's MotoGP career, maybe even career full stop, to prove that he's one of the top men and certainly belongs and has his place in this championship?
I think it's a huge year. As you said, everyone pretty much is up for contract. I think Alex is in a decent position. He and Mark have this, obviously the brothers, but have this unique relationship where they train together. They have a lot of working together outside of the racetrack. Even when they're in separate teams, it's still, wouldn't maybe go down the technical side of the bikes that they've got, but now they are on the same package, they're on the same bike, they're in the same team. They really can help each other and bounce off each other. I remember in the past there were times where Marc Marquez would say, you get me and Alex on the same kit and Alex will surprise you all. He always felt Alex might have had the edge over him. I think that's been proved over the years that Marc's got that edge, but he's a hugely capable rider and he speaks well, intelligent as well. And if he can build, he only had his first season last year. He was winning sprint races. He's been on the podium a couple of times. If he can build on that, who knows where it can end? This Ducati is a weapon. It's a weapon. And the 2023 bike, as we've seen towards the end of the year, was strong. The first 5 or 6 races are going to be crucial for the direction for Alex, because that's when satellite teams, when the independent teams have their best shot. Remember Nea Bastianini a couple of years ago. It's when the factory bike might not quite be dialed in. Now, it doesn't look like Ducati have made too many radical changes this year to the Desmercedes, but there's always a few teething issues at the start of the year. And at the beginning of the season is when last year's package will be at its strongest. So I think it's important that at Qatar, Argentina in particular, if you think of Alex last year, strong there. Those races early on in the year, important for him to get stuck in. And for Mark, he's not had a great record at Qatar, but we're going to have Portimao up there soon. We'll have USA very early on going to Texas. That's going to be massive early on in the season to see if he can have the same kind of form that he showed with the Honda on that bike. So yeah, I just think those first 5 or 6 races before we properly get into Europe, they're going to be key to Gresini racing season.
The omens are good going into Qatar as well. Nea Bastianini victorious there in 2022 on a Gresini, and Fabio Di Gianantonio victorious there in 2023 on a Gresini. So will they do the hat-trick under the lights? We haven't got long to wait and find out. Gav, thank you as ever for joining us. Real pleasure to get your thoughts, and rest up over the next couple of weeks, and we'll see you in Qatar.
Cheers, Jack. We'll see you there for the start of the season. We're all ready to go on TNT Sports, but we'll be checking in with you guys for all the testing action before then. So keep us in the loop, will you?
Absolutely, will do. It would be our pleasure. Thank you very much as ever. Stay warm in chilly Yorkshire. Cheers. Give my best to Mum and Dad there as well in Yorkshire, of course. I mean, I might be biased, but for me, one of the greatest places on earth. God's country, as they like to call it. Right, okay, enough of that. Let's talk the new Gresini livery. We told you to give us your thoughts, and this is what you make then of it. And good news, it may not be that dissimilar, but clearly it was a fan favourite last year, and it's going to be a fan favourite this year as well. 77% of you saying that you're big fans of this brand new Gresini livery. 23% not too happy, but don't worry. Maybe it may well change as we go throughout the year. Who knows? If we see the likes of Mark and Alex Marquez up at the front, there could well be a few sponsors out there that want to throw some money at it and have their name plastered all over the bike, and could result in a few changes or so. So, very shortly, we'll be heading back across to Riccione to be able to hear from both Mark and Alex as they speak to the media for the first time. As Connor earlier on told us, a big media presence there. I know the regulars that we see in the MotoGP media centre wherever we go around the world have made the trip across for this one to get the thoughts of Mark for the very first time. Before that, though, let's see what you guys have been saying. So, this one comes from Ian. Should have had Mark and Alex doing the dancing. I mean, Gav said the same, and do you know what? I thought it as well. When they first came out, tops off, I thought it was going to be the pair of them. But, I mean, we have to say, round of applause. Well done to those dancers. An incredible job they did. Really got the energy going. Voxy saying, such a nice-looking bike. King Mark is back, DCF says. Well, we don't know that for sure yet until we get to Qatar. John is looking forward to Sepang and Qatar to see the bikes in action for the very first time. Of course, testing coming your way from the start of February. The Sepang Shakedown will be bringing you plenty of analysis and reaction from the Shakedown, where both Yamaha and Honda will be in action. And then a couple of days later, when we see 3 days of testing, before then, middle of Feb, we'll be in Qatar for that one. Matt, the mad botanist, is a big fan as well. In fact, go back. What did Matt say? I didn't have a chance to read that one. The mad botanist. I wonder why he is a mad botanist. Please let us know. Clinter, sending plenty of love the way of both Mark and Alex. Here's Mark. Matt, sorry, the mad botanist again. I like the navy under the arms. There we go. Well done, Matt. A botanist, which means, I imagine, he's quite analytical with his flowers, and clearly was analytical with the levers there to pick out the little navy undertones under the arms. Great work from him, and you can continue giving your comments, giving your thoughts throughout the chat on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram, X as we have to call it, I've been reminded as well, and TikTok as well. And remember too that this of course is the first of 11 team presentations. We'll be doing this for all of them and chatting to all of your favourite voices, all of your favourite reporters that you see around the world covering MotoGP. Fingers crossed we're going to be hearing from Guido Medera, of course, is the voice of MotoGP in Italy in a couple of days' time ahead of the factory Ducati launch, where we'll see Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini take centre stage. But whilst we wait for the team presentation, let's take a look at some of the videos that were trending worldwide. The last time we saw bikes in action at the Valencia test at the back end of November. This, of course, was the first couple of laps for Marc Marquez aboard that GP23. He is on a 12-month-old machine, it's worth pointing out. He is on the machine that Pecco Bagnaia stormed the World Championship success. Exactly the same one, I think it is. In fact, no, it's not. Marco Bezzecchi confirmed that he's got his hands on that one. That may well be the one that Jorge Martin took to second in the World Championship. So he, of course, managed to finish the Valencia test in fourth on that day. I think we do have we got the press conference ready? I think we have got the press conference ready. So sorry, Mark. We'll pause that. And I reckon that we transition across to hear from both Marc and Alex Marquez. We'll be back to hear from plenty in the future from Marc and Alex. But here we go. We'll go live and listen to both Marc and Alex in Riccione.
But apart of that, I feel really comfortable already on the first test in Valencia. With the people, of course, was the first test. One day, a lot of expectation and everybody nervous, but already yesterday and these days we spend time with the team and yeah, will be not a big problem for the performance on the racetrack.
Hi, Mark. Dimitris Diatsidis from Greek TV and MotoGP magazine. Question for you and also for another for Alex. For the expectations from us and everybody in the world are very, very high. Just a few minutes ago, you said that you will start slowly. Is that a kind of a strategy, or because we saw that in Valencia that you were fast? We know who you are. You know better who you are, and obviously you liked the bike. You don't feel that you can win from the first day. And a question for Alex. Alex, do you think that you will be in front of Marc if he starts the way he's telling, with low expectations and slowly to learn the bike?
I mean, one thing is expectations, the other thing is the approach. I mean, of course, my approach is try to be fast on the racetrack, and if I can be 1/10 faster in the first test, I will try to do. But the other thing is expectations versus reality. Of course, expectations are super high from the people, but as I say on the scenario, my work is try to forget about all these expectations, try to work in my garage because I need to be calm, especially on the beginning. Calm doesn't mean to don't be fast. Of course I will try and I would like to be fast, but I cannot pretend to fight for the victory from the beginning, because last 4 years were a nightmare for me. In last 2 years I was not able to win a race, and especially because I arrived to a bike that especially two riders, that is Bagnaia and Martin, spent many years with this bike and win many races and championships. So they are super fast, and they will have the 2024 bike, the same bike. We can say they have the same bike, but you arrive there and you cannot pretend to be on the same level, or will be not the normal thing to be on the same level straight away with them.
If he's with that approach that he say it, that I'm sure that he will be like that. I expect to be in front, but just not in that point that he will approach more in calm. You know, it's Marc, he's my brother, but also I want to be really fast and be there. So for me, as I said, it's really important to have a teammate like him. I can learn a lot, and especially this year, that is my second year with the bike, so it's his first one, so we'll be quite equal in that moment. So to take profit about that and to be in the next level will be important. But as Mark said, the approach can be a good one on mentality side. But if you are fast, he will be in the same strategy or same depth. So he really smart and he knows how he need to, especially in a championship of 22 races, how to approach a championship like that and in a first year with this bike.
Hi, good evening. Tammy from Sport 5. I have a question for each. Alex, you kept saying that there's a lot of good things about having Mark because a strong teammate pushes you. Can you tell us also the downside of having him next to you in a garage? And Mark, you had a very special relationship with your team and it felt like they were reading you. You didn't have to do too much. How long do you think it will take you to have a similar type of relationship with your crew chief? Thank you.
I mean, really good things, as I said, and it's your brother, so you have confidence to ask many things to him and all everything. The dark side of all of that is the expectations of the team and of the people. We were really calm on the box and on the tracks, with no people in front of the tracks and all that. But for the team also it's important to have that expectation from the people, for the sponsors and all that. So it's the more difficult side, but I think we can approach it and control in a really good way.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, my team, to create the same atmosphere will be impossible because it's an atmosphere created by 13 years. So in 1 year it's impossible, but in the end we need to create a professional atmosphere with the good people that from the first day I feel very comfortable and yeah, in the end it's not the target. I mean, you cannot compare with this. I had this atmosphere with this one. I mean, in the end, we are here for try to find the best performance, to try to find the best results. So this is what we will do, and yeah, with the time, with the tests, with the races, we will have a better and better relationship, and they will start to understand me in an easy way, and I will start to understand them in an easier way. So, but it's a natural process.
Mark and Alex, I have a question for both of you over here. Mark, first of all, can you tell us a little bit about the test at Valencia? What were your first impressions of the bike? Because I think after 7 laps, you were pretty fast, pretty competitive.
Yes, yes. In Valencia, I feel comfortable. I mean, of course, the time arrived because I feel comfortable with the bike, and from the first run, when I start to push a bit in the lap I push, the lap time arrived. But I'm more curious to try the bike in a Malaysia track, Qatar track, circuits where I'm struggling more, because Valencia normally I'm very fast every year. But yeah, it was a good way to start. I mean, of course, also I was calm because I had only one bike in the garage, and I mean, I was used to have 4 bikes in the Valencia test, and now this time I had only one, and they say to me, if you crash, finish the test. So I was calm. I was step by step, and yeah, feeling the bike, but I'm curious to see how is my level and how I feel in Malaysia test, for example.
Okay, thank you. Alex, also, can you tell us just a little bit, after analysing it, your feelings towards last season? Because you had 2 sprint victories, obviously, but some inconsistency as well. And also, will it be a big adaptation going from the 22 bike to the 23 this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think the up and down, I think, is a little bit normal in a first year bike. We arrived in many tracks that I didn't have any, like any information, all of that. And the first year, you always need to know a little bit what you need on the bike. And normally, when I jump from a new bike or a new category, always I need a little bit more time of another type of riders that they get the feeling or they get the information or the feeling on the bike more easy, more fast. But I think with a really good end of season, we were there from the injury that I had in India. I think we did a really good step. Thailand, we were fighting in the front group and I crashed, but later on we were quite consistently. So we need to, I think in one point of the season after start the first 4 races a little bit. Until Jerez, the expectations were increasing too fast. I mean, we were fastest as what we expected in the beginning of the season. So the expectations were too high in one moment. So in that moment, coming the crisis in Jerez, also in Le Mans, some bad luck also there in the middle. But later on, as we finish the season, in the approach, also the approach that I have it in the races is the correct one to try to make a good season.
Hi guys, Simon Patterson from the race. First question for Mark and then one for both of you. Mark, we know that the Ducati is a very good bike, but was there anything in Valencia that surprised you when you jumped on it?
I mean, it's a different way to approach the lap. I mean, the lap time especially. When you want to push, still I need to understand that point, but immediately the first run, especially second run, third run, the way to approach the corners is completely different. Then I understand many things. Of course, I need to say, and also say on that time, Honda also have a very good, a very strong points in some part of the corner. But yeah, you cannot use that strong points that I was used to ride like this. So yeah, especially the exit of the corner was really good, really smooth. But still, I need to learn the way to even use more that extra power, extra grip we have.
And to both of you, we've been in this position before where we have a team lunch and you're sitting next to each other as teammates, but that year you never really got the chance to enjoy it with COVID, with the injuries. Does it feel like a second chance to have that fairly unique experience?
I hope. I mean, I hope. It's true that also we were in a really different situations. I was rookie, so I had many points to improve and all that. And I was not having the opportunity to take a lot of information from him, but because he was super fast and I was like step by step arriving. But, you know, we are in a different situations, and I think I can take, or we can take both more profit from this situation.
Yes, Alex say we hope, especially I hope, a different year because it was the worst year and the point where change everything. But yeah, I mean the future say that meet again in another team. Of course, we hope to have fun during all the year. But in the racetrack, in the end, he will be with his crew chief and his team, and I will be in my side of the garage working. And yeah, the most important in this case for Alex is don't put higher expectations because I'm in the box. So he have his expectations, need to be realistic, you know, all the time, and try to work to feel a MotoGP rider and to be a MotoGP rider for many years.
Greg from Polsat Sport. Two questions, one for Marco and one for Alex. First of all, I'm surprised you didn't join the dancers during the presentations. Hope next year you're going to join them. But Mark, on a serious note, how big of a difference was it to work with Frankie? Because you've been used to working in a way with your crew chief. And how did you enjoy it? What was surprising for you? And how did you feel beside Frankie? And to Alex, it's going to be Marc's team 2.0. So how will you feel in the box having Marc again by your side?
Yeah, of course, working with Frankie, we had the chance only to work one day in Valencia, but already yesterday we spent a very nice time trying to understand the way he worked, the way I work, and of course try to adapt my style to him, and he will try to adapt his style to me, and yeah, but are different persons, but very two good, very technicians. I mean, Santi won a lot. Frankie won a lot also in the past with the different riders, but I will not compare. I mean, I hate the comparisons. I mean, everybody have his style, and yeah, the most important, as I say, is the performance. Doesn't matter how, why, what you do. I mean, the most important is try to find the results.
I mean, it's really special to share a team with your brother. I mean, it's already special when you are racing both in the World Championship, even more to share MotoGP. So you cannot imagine what is being in the same team. So special. As I said, I need to take profit from this situation. I think, and as Michele said, the great atmosphere and the magical atmosphere that we can create out the track with the team and all that, hospitality, crew and all that will be so important, because Gresini team, I was in many teams, but Gresini team is like have something different in that way. So for sure he will feel really comfortable on the track, but that atmosphere that we can create out the track will be so important, just not for both of us, also for all the team.
Imre Paulovic from Motorsport Aktuell and Motorrad from Germany. A question to Mark and a question to Alex. So Mark, it was quite obvious from the outside that you have changed your riding style, riding the Ducati. You were going less sideways. You were focusing more on the acceleration. Is this your final riding style on the Ducati, or do you think you will still change things? And what tracks do you think will favor you and the Ducati? And to Alex, so now you could compare the 2022 Ducati with the 2023 Ducati. What are the main changes for you, and is it more in favor for you, or do you have some difficulties that you have to overcome?
Yeah, of course. In Valencia, I was riding very smooth, but still, we don't know, and I don't know if it will be my riding style with Ducati. I mean, was the first test. I was riding with a setup that I didn't know. Just I say to them, put a setup from the others, and don't touch anything. Just I need to adapt. And yeah, they touch very small things to give me more confidence with the front, but I was riding smooth because I didn't feel to ride aggressive and to find the limit of the bike. So yeah, we will see. I'm curious, as I say, to try the bike in a circuit that normally I was struggling, like Malaysia and Qatar. Every year in my history, I was struggling a lot. So yeah, there will be nice to understand what is the level.
From the 22 bike or 23, I mean, first of all, it was difficult to feel the difference, because the day was not easy about conditions, so windy and a little bit strange day. But it's true that maybe the engine is another character. Also, the aerodynamic is different. So we adapted a little bit, but still, especially with the engine character, I mean, that I get used to 22 bike. We need to work a little bit and to adapt a little bit that power delivery to my riding style, but Ducati have many options for that. So I mean, still we will have 3 days in Malaysia to understand a little bit better, but looks like it's different. It's not a revolution, it's like just evolution with some more power, and always is good, to have some more power in the straight to try to overtake or to try to win some tenths.
Mark, you said when you announced that you were leaving, you said the career of a rider is short, so you only have so many years to do this. You've left a team which you knew very well, where you were earning a lot of money. You've come to a team where you have the bike which can win, so you've given up money for the chance to win. How easy is it to make that decision, because you've already won so many championships and you're already financially secure? You have enough money to buy whatever you want.
You answered the question. I mean, of course, it was super difficult decision. For that reason, it takes time, and I took after MotoGP. But in the other side, the ambition is the same as 2013. I mean. If I say many times, and I will repeat, if I'm here, it's because I feel that I have the chance and the level to to fight for that top 5 positions. I mean, I cannot say that fight for the championship. To fight for the championship, you need to be extra in many points. But still, I feel that I can fight for that top 5 positions, top 6 positions. So yeah, I decide or I choose that direction to be longer in my career. Only this, and then it's like, of course, the easy way was staying Honda, and it was less pressure to myself, more money in my bank account, and many different things. But it's not the target. I mean, I'm very thankful to Honda, and I say no Honda thanks day, and I say here again. Maybe in the future we can cross, and I hope to cross again our futures. But it's not only my decision. Also, I need to be fast on the racetrack, to be more doors and more ways to have the way to choose. I mean, I don't know if I explain well, but if you are fast on the racetrack, then it will be better, or I will be in a better position for choose my future.
Hi, Mark. Another question, please. After a few seasons that you had to go through medical procedures between the season and the next one, and you had some issues with the bikes, how was this last period? Are you feeling a little bit different now in this new situation?
Yeah, of course. Finally, I did a normal winter. That this was also another thing was very important, because since 2018 I had all the winters with the rehabilitations of the shoulders, of the arm, and yeah, now I had a normal winter, and yeah, I will try to escape from the injuries that was the nightmare these last years. Even this 2023 was the injury. So the reason of my result was not only Honda, also was myself, because I get injured many times. So yeah, with all that aspects, I will try to work in a better way, and yeah, try to feel better on the racetrack, and yeah, try to create my future again.
Ciao Mark, tu dici io vado con calma, parto lento, devo mangiare lentamente, se no mi viene la digestione. La Nadia ha detto però non posso non pensare che andiamo a lottare per vincere il mondiale, quindi lei ci crede.
She believes in it, and you believe in it as well, because you won some races. And the second thing, we saw Honda in the Valencia test is a completely different bike. So few months have changed the thing. Was it also to give an answer to you? And if you knew that they would change like that, could you take a different decision? As for what Nadia said, this is normal. Gresini team, when they got a pilot, it's because they think that the pilot can do well, otherwise they don't take it. So that's why they hired me. It was a big risk for them to wait until my decision, until October. They took the risk because they believe that I can do it well. And I want to do it well, but we have to do things step by step. But we'll see. As for Honda, the process leader changed in Honda. The problem is, the biggest doubt is that I don't know if this is going to happen in a month, 2 years, 1 year. This was also the risk for the moment of my sporting career, not for Honda. It was for my own career. I thought that the best choice was to do this. I'm convinced, and Honda is Honda. HRC, they will definitely deliver and have big results. But the biggest change they did is changing project leader. That is going to come. Giovanni Zanagni, Moto.et. Same question to both of you. Physically and mentally, how are you? If you can give yourself a grade, 0 minimum, 10 maximus. Mentally, 10. I'm relaxed, I'm happy. Then when we'll have the races starting, this will go down. But now 10, I would say.
tanta grinta, no?
And a lot of grit as well.
Illusion, non so come si dice in
I don't know how you say it in Italian.
Voglia.
Yes,
Illusion,
willingness, ilusión, of Spanish.
questo è importante.
So this is important, and
Eh,
hope as well.
Fisicamente,
Physically,
sempre vuoi di più, ma
you always
rispetto
want more.
a questi
But
4
opposed to the
anni,
last 4 years,
sono abbastanza meglio.
I feel better.
Mentalmente, dopo questa presentazione,
Mentally, after this huge presentation by Gresini, 10. I can't say anything else. Happy.
Sarà un anno molto importante.
It will
E
be
dopo
an important year. And physically, I would say 7, because I want to be 10 out of 10 in Qatar. Because if you get now to 10 after the season, you're going to go down energy-wise.
Mark, ciao.
Hello, Mark.
Guardando da fuori,
By
sembra
looking from
che
outside,
la
it seems
Ducati
that
sia
Ducati
più sincera,
is
più,
more candid, more sincere,
familiare
more family-wise than the bike you used to drive before.
a rischiare
So will you
oltre il limite per capire il
try
limite,
again to risk the limit over the limit, or will you keep on having a calm approach in the year?
ad Alex volevo
And to
chiedere,
Alex, I wanted to ask you,
diciamo nella generazione precedente
in the
alla
previous
tua,
generation
c'erano
than yours,
i magnifici 4 che
there
poi
were the
sono
amazing
diventati
4
magnifici 5.
that
Secondo te
became the
Mark
amazing 5. Do you believe
tornerà
that
ad
Mark
essere
can
un
become
magnifico come era allora
and can get
e
to
i
being
piloti
the
di
wonderful
oggi
he was
hanno
before?
lo
Do you
stesso
think that the
timore,
pilots
la
of
stessa,
today have the same fear,
referenza
the same reference, so to
come
say,
avevano quelli del passato
towards
o sono
Mark,
più aggressivi?
or are they more aggressive?
Ma rispetto alla domanda tua,
Well,
ovviamente spero
of course,
non
I
perdere
hope
tanto, ma
that
non
I
si sa
won
mai.
4,
Si devo
but you never
rischiare
know.
per
You have to
cercare
risk
il limite, è il mio
to
stile.
try and find your limit. This
L'ho
is my
fatto
style.
questa seconda parte
I've
di
done it
stagione
this
con i-
second part of the
con
season
il team e non mi
with the
giocava
team.
niente,
Even though I didn't get
continuo
any
a farlo.
result, I will keep on doing this.
Rispetto alla Ducati, non lo so, anche i piloti Ducati hanno
The
preso
Ducati
hanno
pilot
caduto
also, they
forte,
fell a lot. There were a lot
alla
of
fine una
crashes.
moto ha
So
un limite,
a
ma
bike
se
has
puoi
a
andare un
limit.
po' più forte che le
But if
altri,
you
devi
can go a
rischiare
little
di
bit
più.
faster than the others,
Non viene da solo,
that's
così
the thing.
vediamo,
You have to risk a little
vediamo
bit.
come, ma
It doesn't come on
ma
by
sì
yourself,
che
but
all'inizio almeno il test
at the
provare
beginning,
a fare in calma, ma
I would try
sicuramente
to
arriverà la
go
prima caduta,
slow,
sia a
but
Malesia,
I'm sure that
sia
in
a Qatar,
Malaysia or in Qatar, I'll have the first
preferisco che
crash.
arriva al test
I
che
prefer
non in
having it
gara.
in the test rather than the competition, the race.
Noi piace dire che
I like to
tornasse
say
essere
that
quello che era, perché per
I
me
hope
è
that
sempre
he
stato quello che era, solo che è stato
got back to what he
sfortunato
was,
di
because to
tenere
me
quelle
he's
lesioni
always
e
been like
tutto,
that. He was
ma ha
unlucky
sempre
for
tenuto
the
quel
injuries,
livello che fa magia, è sopra la moto, che è una cosa
but he's also
diversa
he's also
sopra la
kept to his
moto.
own level.
E dopo, dai, penso che adesso
I
le
think
gare
that
sono più
now
aggressive.
races
ma
are
non
more
s-
aggressive,
Non sono pilota, le gare, perché adesso
but it's not the
i moto
competitions.
sono tutto più
The
ugualità,
races,
tutto più vicino.
the
e
quality
devi
of the
cercare
bikes
sempre
are
l'ultimo
really,
decimo.
really
Prima
close.
erano
So
come 4 moto ufficiali che
beforehand,
potevi
there were
vincere,
4
con le
official
altre
bikes
no,
that could
e di
win,
là era un po'
and there was a huge difference between all
una
the
cosa più
bikes.
rilassata. Adesso con
Now
10
they're even
piloti possono
with 10
vincere,
pilots that
sempre
can
la
win.
cosa più vicina, e deve marcare la differenza
It's
con
really
l'aggressività
close,
e provare di essere.
and you have to add that extra grit.
Non so, vedremo.
I don't know. We will see.
Nora Lunch now, Speed Week.
Nova Lunch?
Una domanda per tutti e
One
due.
question for
Chi
both.
vincerà per
Who's
primo?
going to win first a GP with Gresini, Mark or Alex?
Il primo è Qatar, no?
The first
Qatar.
one is Qatar.
Qatar ha più chance Alex.
Yeah, I think Alex has more
No,
chance
ho
than
vinto
me.
solo 2
I won
volte
only 2 times.
e non sono nel modo di pensare in una vittoria
I'm
adesso.
not in the mindset to think
Ma
about
vediamo,
victory
se
now,
arriva
but we
per
will
Team
see.
Gresini sarà
If it's
bello.
going to be for Gresini,
Vince
we'll be
Qatar, mi va
happy.
bene a me.
If I win Qatar, okay, sounds good to me.
Ma non si deve tenere fretta.
It doesn't have to be
Arriverà. Se
hasty.
vuoi tenere
It will
fretta,
come. If you're
succede come è
hasty in
successo
a
lì
hurry,
all'inizio di l'anno,
it will happen what
che
happened to him
puoi fare
at the
più di
beginning of the
quello che
year.
devi essere
You want to do
sempre
more than
realista.
what you did. You have to be realistic.
Buonasera a tutti. Matteo
Good
Maserocchi,
evening,
Corriere
Matteo
Romagna.
Maserocchi, Corriere
Avrei due
Romagna.
domande.
2
Una
questions.
classica
A classical,
entrambi. Cosa
classical
pensi
one.
che manchi ad Alex
What do you
per
think that
diventare
Alex is missing
vincente?
to become a
Cosa
winning
pensi che
pilot?
possa mancare
And
a
why do
Mark
you
per
think that
ritornare a
Mark is
essere
missing to
il cannibale che era qualche anno
get
fa?
back to the cannibal
Un'altra
version
domanda
of
invece più
himself that he used to
personale.
be? And
Io
then a
scrivo qui per un
personal
quotidiano
one. I
locale.
write for a local newspaper.
Il team Gresini è
The
romagnolo,
Gresini
mi sa
team
da
is from
Romagna. La
Romagna.
Romagna è una
Romagna
piccola Spagna per quanto
is a small
riguarda la
Spain,
MotoGP.
so to say, for
Abbiamo molti
MotoGP.
motori,
We have a lot of
Dovizioso, Capirossi,
bikes,
Simoncelli,
Dovizioso,
Menandri.
Melandri, Capirossi, Simoncelli, a lot of champions that you also know. We will have the possibility to see you to train in 04 cross laps, and you will make people here fall in love as you did for the rest of the world.
La prima domanda, quello che
as far as the first question, what Alex is missing,
non pensare a essere un pilota vincente.
He doesn't have to think that he's a winning pilot. I've also always said, you can't finish a championship 10 and start the next one thinking that you win it. This doesn't happen in sports. If you are 10th, you have to do another championship thinking that you can get to the top 7, top 5. And little by little, another championship, you scale it up. You can't think, no sporting person from a year to another has such a big change. It's a continuous progress. And as for the second question,
ho pensato questa mattina di andare
I thought about
prima di
it this
venire
morning.
qui, dico sabato mattina è
Saturday
libero, provo
morning,
di chiamare
I tried to
Dovizioso
call
e girare
Dovi
il suo circuito,
and
ma il timing era
and
troppo
go in his circuit,
stretto,
but
ma mi
didn't have time,
piacerebbe,
unfortunately. But I would really like
soprattutto
to.
con Andrea Dovizioso che è
With
un bel
Dovi,
rapporto, ha un bel
we have a good
rapporto,
relationship, so
di andare un
I would like to
giorno al
go
suo circuito.
and see his circuit.
E Amar, per essere col cannibale, come hai detto te,
And in order for him to get back to his
gli
cannibal
manca
version,
divertirsi un'altra volta sopra
as
la
I
moto,
said,
avere le cose per farlo bene, avere la
he
moto,
must
avere
have
tutto.
fun on his bike. He
E
must
si
have
diverte
everything he
sulla
needs,
moto, tornerà.
and I think that he will come back.
Ok, vamos a español.
Aleluya. Manuel Pesino para Mundo Deportivo. Una pregunta para Marc y otra para Alex y después una para los dos. Marc, quería saber sobre la visita a Ducati. ¿Qué has visto? ¿Has hablado con Daliña? ¿Has preguntado qué moto tendrás? Me imagino que has querido información.
No, bueno, ha sido más una visita protocolaria. También la teníamos que hacer técnicamente porque, bueno, Ducati utiliza sus parámetros y sus cosas para llegar al nivel que tienen de moto. La moto que tendré ya la sé, es la 2023, muy similar a la que acabaron Peco y Jorge Martín, y de allí pues empezar con eso y en principio tendré eso todo el año, así que mi trabajo es sacar el máximo partido. Me he sentido, lo dije ya una vez y lo vuelvo a decir, siempre me he sentido querido por Ducati. Si no hubiera dado este paso, porque sí, soy del team Gresini, pero lógicamente pues pilotamos una Ducati y Gigi Daliña siempre me ha tratado muy bien.
Alex, ¿se puede uno imaginar que siendo hermanos y compañeros de equipo os podéis ayudar en los entrenamientos rodando juntos y cosas así, o es absurdo pensar esto?
Quizás si uno está en dificultades es más fácil, ¿no?, llegar a un acuerdo. Es así, es un win-to-win, pero no hay que pensar en eso. Ojalá ni yo necesite ayuda ni él necesita ayuda. Querrá decir que los dos somos rápidos y que los dos estamos allí, entonces cada uno hacer su parte. Al final, si piensas mucho en ayudar o en ir juntos o tal, acabas liándote. Entonces cada uno ahí tiene que hacer su camino. Luego fuera sí, cenamos juntos, pero en el circuito cada uno tiene que hacer su trabajo.
Y la pregunta para los dos, estáis los dos en MotoGP, hay dos pilotos españoles también en Moto2 y soy el único periodista español aquí. ¿Qué pensáis de eso? Emilio, perdón Emilio, estás por ahí, pero somos solo dos.
¿Te respondo o no?
Por favor.
Es que hice un evento la semana pasada con Estrella Galicia en España, entonces yo creo que eso afecta un poco. Pero siempre España nos hemos sentido súper queridos, tanto en España como en Italia, y eso es lo más importante, ¿no? Que MotoGP haya repercusión, porque no solo ayuda a los equipos, sino que también ayuda al deporte.
Ahora se lleva el Zoom y todo eso, video calls, todo eso, llega igual la información.
Lo están viendo. Y ya sabéis vosotros que cada vez hay más recortes, o sea que todo afecta.
Por eso.
Ok, grazie a tutti. La conferenza stampa finisce qua.
The media scrum finishes here. Everyone out, only the media stay here, and you two guys, please.
There we go then. Great to hear the thoughts of both Mark and Alex Marquez ahead of this big 2024 campaign. A few interesting notes coming out of that one that were slightly different to what they said in the presentation itself. We'll get to that in a moment, but first, what have you guys been making of it so far? Let's see what comments have been floating in. Fausto looking down, loving it. D-Win, yeah, have to agree with that. I mean, Fausto Gresini, I'm sure, will be looking down with a huge smile on his face, seeing both Mark and Alex Marquez as part of his team. I'm sure extremely proud of what Nadia is doing. Took over the ropes, of course, and is doing an exceptional job. Steve is loving the chat. Well, thank you very much indeed, Steve. Glad that you're loving the chat. Mike saying that Mark will become the king of the ring once again. Does that mean the Saxon ring? I mean, of course, his title was taken away from him last year. Or maybe he'll become the king of the ring, the Red Bull ring, for the very first time. That's one of a number of circuits. Well, not a number, 2 or 3 that he's yet to take victory at. He could take victory there this year and move ahead of some real greats in terms of most circuits to have taken victory at. Sitch 58, a Marco Simoncelli fan, saying that Mark will take the hat-trick win in Qatar and make it 3 on the bounce for Gresini Racing when we get there on the 10th of March. Of course, that's when it is lights out for the Grand Prix. 9th of March, the Saturday, is when it's lights out for the first sprint of the year. This one coming in from Javier. A por todos, el equipo Gresini bravissimo. Basically saying lots of energy, give it large, Team Gresini, well done for the presentation so far. Renato getting involved as well. All the guys from Ducati, be ready now. You've got a real challenge coming your way. Now, I think they're aware of that already. They definitely are, Renato, but I agree with you on that one. Of course, Ducati, extremely strong in 2023, and you do feel as though they're going to be just as strong in 24. Steve, he's loving the chat and he's getting involved as well. Another comment coming in from him. I really like these new colours. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Steve. Thank you very much for your comments. Of course, that continues. Wherever you're watching us, however you're watching us, make sure that you put your comments in the chat and get involved with the conversation as we go throughout the year. Just like Matt, the mad botanist, has done once again. Love your work, Matt. I actually really like the layout of the colours on this year's bike. I'd say 2024 is improved from 2023. Well, I'm glad to hear. I mean, speaking personally, it's not that different, really, is it? There's very, very minor things here and there. A sponsor here, a sponsor there. Does look the same. But anyway, if you're happy, Matt, then I'm happy. So glad to hear that. As I said, get involved in the chat and let us know your comments. What were we talking about just a moment ago? Ah, yes, the comments from the press conference. What were the interesting things for me? I'm trying to say, Mark, not Matt. I'm not talking about you, Matt, at home watching in. In particular, talking about the way in which Ducati was working. Of course, it's the first time that he's been able to speak at length and actually give a little bit of insight and analysis as to how he felt the GP23 performed in Valencia. I think what he said, basically, if I'm trying to remember now, is that the corner exit was absolutely phenomenal, and that is what he picked up on the most, but still has to just adjust his riding style. We know that from years gone past, Mark is an absolute demon on the brakes, loves to have the feeling coming through the front end, and potentially the Ducati requires a slightly different way of riding. I mean, lots of riders with lots of riding styles have got on it and been successful, so you would imagine that Mark is going to be able to do it as we go throughout the year, but certainly at first, after 11 seasons on a Repsol Honda machine, then it will take a little bit of time. Certainly the 5 days of testing coming up, 3 in Sepang and then 2 more in Qatar. They're going to be vital for him to get fully dialed in. But he's got a good man with him though as well in Frankie Carceni, of course, has already won a World Championship himself with Joan Mir at Suzuki in 2020 and then was able to develop Fabio Di Gianantonio magnificently throughout the course of last year to turn him into a MotoGP race winner. There was a live pictures from Riccione, Marc Marquez at the moment, chatting away to our media colleagues at Sky Italy, which means that he's not going to be too far away from joining us to speak live on the programme, so do stay with us. We'll be hearing live from Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Michele Messini, the team boss at Gresini, and Frankie Carceni, we hope to as well. And then to round it off, we've got our expert eye with Jack Gorst. He'll be coming in and sitting alongside me here just to look through and analyse what we've seen throughout the day. Of course, the Sky Italia guys and girls are going to be pretty busy themselves because from here, just like our man Connor, who will be conducting the interviews, will be moving on to the Italian countryside. The Alpine ski resort of Modena will be hosting the factory Ducati launch, the Lenovo Ducati team, on Monday. And then a lot of them will be then moving on back to Riccione, to the VR46 launch, which is going to be held pretty close to where the Gresini guys are currently having theirs at the moment as well. Right, shall we have a look at some social media posts whilst we wait? I think we've got a couple of minutes, so we can head across to Twitter or Instagram and just take a look at how both Mark and Alex have reacted. This on MotoGP's very own Instagram, which of course you should be giving a follow by now. A couple of photos, a couple of high-res images to have a closer look. You can see just there in the middle, the 93, a slightly different design this time, but the helmet itself a little bit different. Alex Marquez there doesn't look similar to last year, but looks as though a slightly darker blue for both the helmet and the number. Nice tucked in shots for Mark there, the eyes of Alex. Let's have a look at, in a second, we'll have a look at some other social media posts. Let's just go back to live scenes in Riccione. In fact, great news. Let's move away from social media because the man of the hour, the talk of the town, the 8-time world champion is joining our man Connor to chat to us live.
People are already saying your name as a potential candidate for the MotoGP World Championship in 2024. What are your aims for the season?
Yeah, of course, I knew and I feel that a lot of expectations, but in the end I need to work on that and I need to try to focus only myself. I understand the expectations of the people, I understand the expectations of all Gresini team, but in the end I need to understand also where I'm coming from. I'm coming from a very difficult season. Last 2 years I wasn't able to win a race, so yeah, I cannot start the season thinking on the championship. So I need to be step by step, try to learn about the all Ducati riders, the ones that fast, especially Pecco and Martin. They will be very fast, and I will try to learn from them how to ride this bike.
It's also really special to see you up here with your brother on stage, teammates. Can you tell us what it means to you to be part of this Gresini team with Alex?
Yeah, of course. When we have been teammates on 2020, but it was not a real season because in the first race I get injured, and then also was very special. And I say, okay, will be not more chance to do it. But yeah, the future says that we meet again in another team, in a Gresini team this time, and yeah, will be nice. I mean, of course, for me it's a help to have a good relationship with my teammate. In this case, my brother. But in the end, in the racetrack, everybody is doing his best. Everybody have his style, and yeah, we will try to do a great job for Gresini.
We also have a couple of questions from the MotoGP fans on social media.
Of course. Ready to
go. First of all, you've got Janine Halby who asks, is it a personal goal for you two to step on the podium together?
This will be very nice. But still we are far from thinking about it. Of course, step by step we need to get different targets. I mean, my target, of course, now is try to understand the bike, then try to finish on that top 5 positions, then try to find a podium, and yeah. But will be a dream, but super difficult dream.
Another one, this time from that random guy, who wants to know who do you think will be more of a threat this season? You have addressed it already. Will it be Pecco or will it be Martin?
Both. Of course, champion is a champion. Pecco is Pecco, and he won two titles in a row. That is it's super difficult. It's not easy. But Martin last year, especially the second part, has been super strong and very fast. So both of them, they will be the two favorite guys, the guys to beat. But
at the moment we are not ready. I mean, are two very fast and young riders, and I'm coming with from a very difficult situation, so I cannot think the way to fight with them. Still, I'm not ready.
Jack, I think we've got a few talking points for you there, so we'll go back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much, Connor. Great to be able to hear live from the man himself, Marc Marquez. Absolutely right. Plenty of talking points there. Not to take anything away from your excellent questioning, but well done to you guys at home, because those two questions were real belters. And if you are sat at home thinking, well, I want my questions asked to my favourite MotoGP rider, then as you saw, the opportunity is going to be coming your way. Keep a close eye on MotoGP's social media, whether it be Instagram or Twitter. We're going to be asking you to provide your questions, to put your questions in. You never know, we may well select yours and put it to the riders coming up for their live presentations as we go throughout the next month or so. That one in particular, at the end, who is more of a threat, Jorge Martin or Pecco Bagnaia? I mean, that is the question that everybody is going to be asking. Those are the three men that everybody is talking about. Marc, Jorge, Pecco. I mean, we cannot discount the guys coming from KTM. Marco Bezzecchi, who finished third last year. Aprilia, of course, Aleix was able to win a couple of races last year, and you feel that Maverick will take a step. There are so many contenders, you know that by now, but those three guys are the men that definitely are on everybody's lips. And interesting that Marc couldn't pick between the pair of them. Right, next quiz question to get yourselves involved in. Marc Marquez, is he known as the Ant-Man? No, his nickname, not is he a part of the Marvel universe and is a part of... Is Ant-Man a part of the Avengers? Am I getting that right? Definitely, I've seen an Ant-Man movie before. No, not is he a Hollywood superstar. Is it his nickname? It's a simple one. Yes or no? Is it true? Is it false? Let us know. Put A in the chat if you think it's true, or type true as well. Or you can just put B in the chat or type false. We'll be giving you the answer to that one very shortly indeed. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't mind seeing Marc Marquez in the Marvel universe as we go throughout the years. If he's to come back and perform as many people are predicting him to do this year, I mean, that is the comeback of a superhero from the crash in 2020, which you mentioned there, the last time that both him and Alex were teammates for 3 days, it felt like in the end, only the opening round of the year, to now 4 operations, the amount of time he's had to sit on the sofa, the amount of mental fortitude it's taken. It would be a Hollywood script if he's to come back and take victories and challenge for the championship this year. So continuing the chat from what we heard from Marc, they're unable to pick apart his two main title rivals of Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin, pinpointing just how difficult it was for Bagnaia to pick up that second World Championship. Myself and Simon Crayfire, who of course I'm sure you guys will be familiar with, that we talk to a lot. When we're doing our previews ahead of each Grand Prix weekend, I often mention that it takes talent to win first time, but it takes mental fortitude, it takes the right mindset to go and repeat. So he's clearly going along with that as well. A couple of your comments that have been coming in. NeoBeam23, you are the best OG. I'm so hero-struck and ready for this MotoGP season. #93. For a second, I thought NeoBeam was being extremely kind to me, but as we went on, it looks as though he's talking about Marc Marquez. What a shame. Matt, the Mad Botanist. Thanks for getting in touch, Matt. I'm loving the comments, mate. Thanks for hosting, Jack. Can't wait to see the Marquez Bros take the podium this year. That was one of the fan questions as well. Do you know what? Marc is very good at the media game. He was saying there that, we've got different targets. We've got different ideas for the start of the season. If he was Pinocchio, his nose would have come through the screen there. That man is intent on finishing on the podium and trying to win in Qatar. Absolutely, believe me. He may not be saying it, but that is exactly what he's thinking. Keith Bolton. Is he going aligned with exactly what I'm saying? I think he is. Give him 5 races to learn what the bike can do and learn what he has to do to ride it fast. 5 races and he will be more than ready. Keith Bolton saying that. And you know what, Keith? I think I agree with you as well. It might not even take 5 races. It might just take 5 days of testing for him to understand what he has to do to be fast. But keep your comments coming in. You can do across social media. Gareth getting in touch. Hopefully Marc will have a bike that can keep up with his ability. I mean, without putting too much shade on Honda, you feel hasn't been the case for the past couple of years, but he's certainly got the bike now. He doesn't have any excuses anymore. Not that he was pulling out excuses in the past, but it is definitely the time to come up with the goods, because not only last year, but the season before that as well, that Desma Sedici is the bike to be on. There can be no arguments about that. So now it's down to Marc Marquez to see what he can do. Gareth saying he's hoping that Ducati is going to be up to his ability. Well, I tend to think it is going to be. It is the bike that Pecco Bagnaia won the World Championship on last year. So you can't ask for any better than that. Have we got any more comments coming through? I don't think so, because we're going to be in a few minutes' time hearing from Alex Marquez. Before that, though, let's find out the results to the quiz. You guys have been answering it, and unsurprisingly, it was an easy one. The guys in the back, we need to make these questions a little bit harder. 96% of you got it right. I mean, it was an easy one, that. Of course, everyone got it right. The 4% of you that didn't get it right, you've got 6 weeks before the season starts, and go and have a good look at yourself in the mirror, reevaluate, and come back better and stronger in Qatar. Because I know it's early on, I know it's the opening day of 2024, but that's unacceptable. You've got to get that right. Of course he's the Ant-Man. 96% of you, well done. 4%, book up your ideas and come to us in 2 days' time for the Ducati launch, with having done a little bit of homework and revision to make sure you can get those quiz questions right. Just to mark your calendars before we head back to Riccione to hear from Connor alongside Alex. As we said, next with you on Monday. We'll be live from 10 o'clock. The live presentation for the Ducati Lenovo team starting at 10:30. Once again, we'll be chatting to the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, to Enea Bastianini, Davide Tardozzi. Connor will be on the ground. Plus, hopefully, we'll be chatting to someone from Sky Italy to give us the thoughts on how Italy is looking forward to the upcoming season. Also, I think we may well be hearing from Simon Crafar as well. Still to confirm that one, but hopefully Simon will be joining us live. Good to be able to catch up with him. Haven't done face-to-face. Of course, we've been chatting away, looking forward to the new season, but nice to do it and catch up with you guys. Join us as well. Stumpy Nation there saying, time to see how the rest of the field deals with Marc on a Ducati, but enough about Marc. Let's head back across to Riccione. Connor's there with Alex Marquez.
That's right, Jack. We're here with Alex Marquez this time. A couple of questions. Alex, earlier you said that the expectations at the beginning of the season last year kind of got away from you. Is this something that you expect to happen this year? What are your aims for the next campaign?
I mean, the expectations before to start last year were the realistic one. But after, when you arrive to Portimao, you make a top 5. Later on in Argentina, podium. In Texas, we're fighting. We were in the rhythm to fight, to try to fight for the race and all that. In that point, the expectation increased in a way that I didn't like it, because later on we arrived in Jerez and all that with really high expectations. But I did many mistakes there, so we need to be this year. I put the objective of be race by race, be realistic always. If we struggle, okay, keep working. If we are in the front, so enjoy it, but always race by race, and not to put an objective of, okay, I can be in the end of the season in top 5. I need to be there. No, just go race by race and put the realistic objective in each circuit.
I think we have to ask as well, it's lovely to see you and your brother on the same stage, sharing the same team, Gresini Racing, for the 2024 campaign. What does it mean to you to be part of this?
I mean, it's so special already to share a world championship with your brother. Share category is even better, but you cannot imagine what is. I cannot describe with one word what is share the team with your brother. I mean, it's not like a normal teammate. It's like this, and I need to accept it. So I think like if we are together, I think that the team can be really, really strong on that point. And I need to take profit from that to have a 8-time world champion, and more from my brother, that I can have many advices and all that.
Excellent. We also have some questions from the MotoGP fans on social media, if you're ready for them.
Yeah, I am ready.
So, a similar theme to the family one again. We have Nara Workshop, who asks, do you two often fight?
Yeah, of course. Many times. I mean, we fight many times in a good way or in a bad way. But later on, after like 5 minutes or 2 minutes, already we are friends again. So, like a brother fight, normal ones.
Fantastic. And then, a similar theme again, from the Real Bruff. How is it possible for you to separate the personal and the professional?
We are quite easy in that. I mean, we are quite so professional on our work, so it's really easy to us to separate that kind of things like professional and personal. But we are really similar at home or on track. It's true that on track you have less time to talk with your brother, so just you need to concentrate with your team and with your. This year I cannot say with your team, with my side of team. But later on, I mean, we are really professional. We love to work, and we are so obsessed of working and to be always concentrate. So it's so easy to separate.
The answers from Alex Marquez there. Jack, back to you.
Thank you very much, Connor. Great to see a big grin on the face of Alex Marquez. He does like to smile away, does Alex? We've had plenty of chats with him throughout 2023, including a nice little filming that we did for MotoGP Guru, which is a partner of the Gresini racing team, where unfortunately I had to drive him around Mugello in a BMW, and luckily we made it safe and sound in the end, although there were a few scary moments. And he's a real joker, is Alex. Well worth a follow on Twitter as well. He's a bit of a menace on Twitter and social media, is Alex. Likes to poke fun, not only his brother, but the fans that get in touch with him as well. Great question from the Real Bruff there, in terms of separating personal and professional side. A difficult one, I'd imagine, as well. It was interesting to see how he said, in terms of trying to keep his side of the box to himself, to do the work that he has to do. But then at the same time, we all know at Ducati they share data. There's no opportunity to hide something from anyone. So it'll be interesting to see how it works throughout the course of the year. And good question as well. Who was that one from? Naura Workshop. Do you often fight with Mark? I mean, the brothers. Of course they do. I fight with my brother all the time. But we still love each other. Although if they were to scrap it out, I think Alex has definitely got the height advantage. Definitely got the reach advantage as well. I mean, Mark, as we know, when he's on a MotoGP bike, does love a scrap. So it'd be an interesting fight. Not that we want to see that. Although charity boxing is the way forward. Influencer boxing is taking over at the moment. Jake Paul and Logan Paul might fight in the future. Maybe on the undercard we can see Alex Marquez versus Marc Marquez. Who would win? I think I'd probably put my money on Alex, potentially, only just with that reach advantage. That's not the end of those live interviews coming your way, by the way, because Michele Messini, the team boss, will be coming your way very shortly indeed. And an interesting one that I'm looking forward to, we'll be able to chat away to Frankie Carcetti, the crew chief of Marc Marquez. The first time that Frankie, the shackles have been taken off, and he'll be able to speak about how Valencia went, what the working relationship is like, and how he feels he's going to get on with Marc over the coming 22 rounds. Before that, though, we'll throw back to Connor when those guys get to him, because I think both Mark and Alex are going to be busy for a while, chatting with the what feels like hundreds of TV guys that are there in attendance to get the thoughts. It's time for Expert Eye. Here we go. The man that puts energy, excellence, enthusiasm into not only MotoGP eSport, but for this year, Moto E as well. He is our very own strawberry blonde bombshell. It's Mr. Jack Gorse. Right, I'll shuffle along. Come on. In you come, Jack.
Yep, coming in.
You need a microphone as well.
Right, let me give it to my
Are we all
position.
set?
Hopefully the guys will change the screen for us in such a second. But what a riveting intro you gave me there, Jack.
You're welcome.
I do appreciate the strawberry long bombshell, certainly indeed. Anyway, down to business, Jack.
Okay.
First off, livery. Maybe slightly disappointed perhaps that it didn't change, but it was certainly quite nice anyway. I quite like it still.
I liked it last year. It was nice. I think all of us were hoping to see a little bit of a difference this year, and maybe to have it a little bit spruced up and spiced up because, I mean, the age we're living in now, Jack, after one day, people always want a nice little change. But unfortunately, we're going to have it as it is. A nice enough change. Let's take a look at it then.
So,
see what is slightly different.
I mean, in terms of the bike itself, obviously the livery, as we say, there's not too much different anyway. I think all they did was move a couple of stickers around. The bike itself, now, we do know that Mark's obviously going to be on the GP23, the same as Alex's brother, and you can see it there in all its glory. A lovely machine indeed, depending on your definition, the greatest racing motorcycle of all time.
Oh, really? Well, okay, let's not get
So,
into that.
in terms of performance, let's say, obviously, people are going to come out with the NSR 500 and RC211V there. But anyway, regardless of that, so the bike's the GP23. A 12-month-old bike, can Mark win the championship on a 12-month-old bike? That's the question. Absolutely he can. It's whether any of his Ducati stablemates or even a KTM or an Aprilia is going to stop him. The one thing that is going to hinder Mark is obviously we've seen in recent years that satellite Ducati riders have, of course, had updates given to them depending on their performance. You know, you think back to 22 with Bastianini on 21 when he started winning, received the aero updates. But then last year they obviously changed that stance, and Bezzecchi, even though he was winning in the championship fight, didn't receive anything all year. So obviously there is the
aero
thing.
updated a little bit.
I don't think it was actually.
Was it not?
No, not in the end. No.
Well, maybe that was 22, wasn't it?
It would have been 22.
Who am I to
yes.
disagree with you anyway?
But obviously then, so there's the one hindrance there for Mark. Ducati, as we know, Pecco has said, he has some areas that he wants to improve the bike in. That then poses a question itself anyway, because Mark is going to be on the GP23, the tried, tested, proven, race-winning, championship-winning package. He's going to be 100% come the first race. We know it's not going to take him long to figure out how to go and win a race on that bike. Ducati have to get it right in terms of their development, particularly with the concessions this year. They don't get a lot of testing. They get significantly less tyres to do that testing as well. So they have to make sure, and obviously still they're constricted to no engine upgrades throughout the season. We know that as recently as 22, they didn't quite get their engine exactly what they wanted it to be like. So that's going to be the biggest thing. If Ducati do get it right and the bike is significantly better, or at least that jump better that Pecco would like, and so to Enea Bastianini and even Jorge Martin, then Mark's job of winning the championship does become slightly harder. But, I mean, he's Marc Marquez, and he's on the reigning championship bike. So, really, I mean, he's going to be right there till the end. We know that, don't we? But it's just going to be whether there is any performance increase from what he's on, and we presume that he probably won't receive any updates through the year. But you never know. Ducati might give him updates if they want to.
We shall see. I mean, I'm just... For you guys at home, when I'm looking away from the camera, our screen to see what you guys are seeing is just behind that, which is why we're not looking lovingly into the light. We're trying to see what you guys can see. It is still weird. And maybe
it's odd.
It will sort of come to us and we'll get used to it. But to see Marc Marquez with a big Ducati slapped across his chest is certainly quite the image. Interesting to see him settled in on that machine. From what we saw in Valencia earlier, we had a quick look at the onboard lap. Valencia test was positive. I mean, unsurprising, I think, for a lot of people that he was fast. In terms of what he was saying afterwards, well, wasn't saying anything. An extremely rude cameraman from Sky Italy put his nose and his camera where it definitely wasn't wanted.
But did a very good job gathering information.
He did an excellent job, but in
Very
fact,
good job.
the Gresini racing team weren't particularly pleased with him.
No.
And managed to pick up and record pretty much the very first debrief that Marc Marquez did post-riding a Ducati, which was fascinating.
It was detailed, to say the least.
It was. It was a great watch, a great listen. So, on one half, kudos to that Sky Italia cameraman, but also, I think from my professional background as being an employee of MotoGP, please don't do that in the future, although also great work.
Well,
talk us through what he had to say, because he's in that press conference there was speaking about
Yes.
the big positives
He did.
of the machine and the work that he has to do to then, in those weak areas, make up for it. Because it's from on paper, it certainly looks as though where Mark is extremely strong, he's maybe not where the Ducati is extremely strong, or where how Mark likes to ride a bike from what we've seen from his time at Honda is maybe not how we've seen a Ducati being maximised.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's jumping onto a bike that works in a very different way. I think the biggest thing and the biggest tell was that, okay, this bike is a totally different animal to the Honda he's been on for the last 2 years. Was, I think his first, like the very first comment was that he can't get on the tight corners, he can't get on the gas as quickly as what he would in the Honda, because it has that much more rear grip, so it just drives him wide on the exit, rather than the Honda that had less rear grip. He could use the throttle to kind of spin it and get on the throttle really early to then kind of make up for the lack of grip that Honda had. But obviously, the Ducati is still better out the corner, because once he does get on the gas, a fraction later, it's just got so much grip that he can make up that ground anyway, so it doesn't matter. And that was really interesting to hear, because obviously then you hear about how much more rearwards perhaps the Ducati possibly is. Corner entry was another big thing that he said, and obviously if you've got a very different feeling coming out of the corner, it's very likely that you have a very different feeling going into the corner too. We know that Mark always, you know, even when Honda obviously redesigned the RC213V to a very, very different bike, he was still incredible into the corner compared to many, many others. And you've heard them say all throughout this year that Mark on the way into the corner is incredible, you know, better than even many of the Ducati riders. The front end corner entry is something that, depending on which Ducati rider you talk to, they've had varying degrees of success and good feeling with. Johan Zarco often used to comment that he's maybe missing something with the front feeling on the way into the corner. We know that Pecco this year had his struggles on the brake and into the corner too. So it's something that kind of seems to vary with whether they're just clicking with what setup they have at the time. We know that Jorge Martin found something, and once he found it, he did not differentiate, which I think is kind of the thing that many Ducati riders look for. They find that golden ticket that works for them, and then they just run with it, and that's it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Mark adapts. We know that he can adapt. Obviously, he adapted to an entirely different Honda in a handful of races when it changed for the 22 season. So it's not going to be an issue for Mark to adapt to the Ducati. What the interesting thing will be is how much better or worse he is in particular areas. And I think, was it Bezzecchi or one of the riders, I can't remember which now, one of the Ducati riders, was saying that in Valencia at the test, Marc Marquez was already the best rider through turn 8. Was it Bastianini?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, that goes to show you what this man can do in just a short amount of hours.
Yeah, absolutely. That was fascinating. I think we'll talk about that a little bit more on Monday, when Enea, who has a huge year coming up ahead of him.
Massive. Has to perform, eh?
We'll chat about him. But yeah, it was fascinating. Obviously, people were asking about Mark's debut there, and right in what you say there, they already said, looking at the data afterwards, he was already like, wow, he's quite fast, which is pretty interesting that after one day he's already fasted through a particular section of that Valencia circuit.
Yeah, I mean, quite interesting anyway. I think actually we have a quick video
we
can
do
have a look at.
This is courtesy of Marc Marquez's very own social media. Let's take a look at this then, shall we? We've got the volume up, we have. Let's take a look. So that's the testing livery. That is a very, very smooth transition.
It is. It was very nice.
As a fan of social media, whoever has put that together has done an excellent job. And there we go. The Fausto Gresini signature on the sides there. And that is, I think, what you call an upgrade from test livery to official, ready to go,
Absolutely.
Ready to rock and roll livery.
Speaking of upgrades, actually, there's a couple of small details that you'll want to know that I didn't mention just there.
Let's just take a look at Alex's as well to see if...
Yeah, Alex's one is quite cool.
You can see, so that's nice to see there, that they've got the nice little sort of glitter effect on that.
I think.
Yeah, on that blue 73, from black and white into full focus there. That's nice to see the details for Alex's bike.
And of course, we're doing a lot of talking about Mark, but Alex is going to be a force this year too.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to be very, very good, particularly with his brother. As he's always said, you put them two together and they're going to be hard to beat, put it that way.
We've got Alex there with, that's Carlo Mellini. I believe that's Luca Gresini, the son of Fausto as well. That's going to be the left-hand side of the box, and then on the right-hand side, Nadia Padovani, Michele Messini, and Marc Marquez as well. So before we jump across back to Riccione, we've got another interview coming your way very shortly. What would you
Very,
like
very
to say?
quickly, yeah. If you just keep it on this photo there, Jack, you can
Yep.
see the downwash ducts on the lower side of the side fairing
Can I
there.
get
if
the
Jack just
mouse? Can
hovers
you
there,
see? You
quite
can't see my
But they're the
mouse.
little like funnel-looking things at the bottom of the side livery there. Mark will receive the updated aero, slightly larger, and also the updated tail unit. But we are ready for Frankie Carcetti with Connor.
That's right, Jack. We're here with Frankie Carcetti. It's a new rider, a new year for you. But if I can take you back to Valencia in November, what were your first impressions of Mark on the Ducati?
Do you know, everything happens so fast. You literally finish one race and start the test. I think there's about 2 minutes before everything starts. You're like, oh yeah, this, you know, it's exciting, everything. But to be honest, as soon as it starts, you're fully focused. Your mind's just on the bike, on Mark, and trying to get as much as possible done. The conditions were absolutely awful, and you've got one bike in the garage. It makes it really tough. You know, you can't afford any mistakes, no breakdowns, no slips, you know, so it was stressful from that point of view, but to be honest, we found something in the conditions that worked okay, and yeah, just gave him as many laps as possible.
I don't think there's anyone better to ask this of. How far can Mark go this year?
I've said it all day. I mean, we hadn't even thought about Qatar. Our whole point at the moment is Sepang test, and it's like anything. The higher rung on a step on a ladder you are, you always try and go higher, and the more you do. But you know, the idea of the whole Sepang at the moment is to start as high as possible, which obviously stands you in good stead for Qatar, and always improve. And where that will be, Valencia 2024. Your guess is as good as mine.
Very much taking it step by step here. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Connor. Great to be able to hear from Frankie Carcetti, of course, already a World Championship winning crew chief with Joan Mir in 2020, has been able to guide Fabio Di Gianantonio to MotoGP glory in Qatar at the back end of last year, and you feel that is a big coup for Marc Marquez. Frankie has a lot of experience of Ducati before he moved across to Suzuki, was there working in the Aspar squad, a man that knows how to win races, knows how to win a World Championship, and if anybody was to take over the big job of replacing Santi Hernandez, a man that he has such an amazing, not only working relationship with, but personal relationship as well. Frankie is a great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you say, you've just reeled off all the major achievements he's got. A world champion, crew chief, multiple race wins. Obviously, was part of what was the feel-good story of the year last year, obviously, with the massive turnaround of Fabio Di Gianantonio, his performance.
Really in the dark there.
Yeah,
what's going on? Can
Power
someone
out.
Can we put 50p in the meter, guys? We're losing electricity.
I know, right? I feel like we're living in a flat.
Are they turning this off? Are they pulling the curtain down?
Well, we have been
without telling
rabbited
us?
on for a fair while.
I mean, we have done.
But, I mean, Frankie's obviously the right man for the job. He's going to do a fantastic job with Mark. He doesn't really need to do much to get Mark to the level he needs to be at, as long as he gets Mark happy on the bike. And I think we already know that Mark's going to be happy on the bike. The smile on his face after that first 6-lap run in Valencia, so it's not going to take too much at all. But I think one thing that's really good with Frankie is his calm attitude in the box as well. There was an insight into the championship weekend when Joan Mir won his title, and you just saw inside the box with the team radio communication just how calm and relaxed Frankie was. And I think that's something that Santi, even though a lot of times you saw him looking very nervous, like he's about to have a breakdown, he brought that calming and reassuring atmosphere to Mark when it was needed to.
Stumpy Nation has been in the chat. Time to see how the rest of the field deals with Mark on a Ducati. Yeah, well said, Stumpy. It is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the field react to Marc Marquez on a Ducati. Right, last interview to head across to Connor with. This is a man we want to hear from. The shackles are off now. We managed to hear from him in Valencia, and he couldn't really tell us too much. That's not the case anymore. Michele Massini, team boss of the Gresini Racing Squad, is down there with Connor.
That's absolutely right, Jack. You couldn't speak too much at the Valencia test about what you were seeing, what we were witnessing Mark on the Ducati for the first time. What are your impressions now? You can speak freely.
Yeah, so the impression was clearly good, but it's sure that was a difficult test for the conditions. So the real first test will be in Sepang, where we can try to taste the Ducati really. But for sure, I don't want to put some target, just step on the ground and follow the process with both riders, also with Alex, and we see what will happen in the first races.
You don't want to put any expectations, you don't build the pressure, take it step by step. Is there no aim? Where can Gresini, are Gresini going to be fighting for the World Championship at the end of the season?
I will talk about this maybe at the middle of the season, but for sure I will not make pressure on both Alex and Mark, on him, because for sure our is a more familiar team than a factory team. So if you are in the factory team, the pressure is there and you have to win. You have to demonstrate certain results. I don't do this in the first races, just watch where we are and start to think about.
Jack, we're keeping it really calm here in Riccione. Back to you in the studio.
Cheers, Connor. Thank you very much indeed. I feel as though the World Championship word has been banned from the Gresini Racing launch. Whenever anybody tries to ask the question, can you fight for the World Championship? Will you be World Champion? Well, ask me after 5 rounds. Ask me in the summer. I'll say it for them. Those guys are going to be fighting for the World Championship.
Have to be. They have to be, really. I mean, if you have Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez on your bikes, that surely is the goal. I mean, it's the goal of any race. It doesn't matter where they're finishing in the MotoGP field, but when you've got an 8-time world champion and also a 2-time world champion, has to be.
Absolutely. Jack, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to let you go now.
Yep.
It's his girlfriend's birthday tomorrow.
It is, yeah.
Well done to Helena for being such a loving and accepting girlfriend at 8:45 on a Saturday evening to allow him to be here talking rubbish with me. Right, go.
I know, yeah, better get a taxi.
Exactly. Go. Well done. Thank you, Jack. Great to chat from him, hear from him, and we'll be chatting to him as we go throughout the year as well. Get that chair out of the way. Come on. There you go. Good work. Right, we're going to head back to Riccione very shortly just to say goodbye to Connor and get his final thoughts before he then moves on to our second launch on Monday. Augustina. Really like the bike and hope they get on the top 3 in the championship. Greetings from Uruguay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Augustina, and thanks for your comment as well. A great time to be a Uruguayan. The football team going great. Marcelo Bielsa doing great guns there. And looks like she's a big Marquez fan for both Mark and Alex, hoping that the pair of them will be inside the top 3 of the World Championship this year. So thanks for your comment, Augustina. As we got any more filtering through as well before we can say goodbye to Connor and thank him for his services today. Loyal Lucian, my big question is which Ducati team will be the best Ducati team? Well, that is an interesting question. Of course, just like last year, we've got the 4 of them. The factory team, the Ducati Lenovo squad with Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini. They won the team's championship. In fact, no, they didn't. So they finished second in the team's championship. They won the Riders' World Championship with Pecco Bagnaia. The winners of the team's championship was Prima Pramac Racing. We've also got the Pertamina Enduro, nearly called the Mooney. I will be doing that, don't you worry, as we go throughout the year. And, of course, Gresini Racing as well. Which of the 4 will finish out on top? It's a good question. I don't know. Right, let's head back to Riccione then, shall we, for one final time. Connor, excellent work today. I know you've been at the espresso machine, given the fact that your alarm was off at 4 a.m. this morning. But well done, sir. Talk us through the evening. I mean, the dancing, the lights, the music, the riders, the team managers have all played their part, as have you as well. Have you enjoyed it?
I have done, Jack. It's been glitz, it's been glamour, it's been Gresini. And we'll be doing this all again in just a few days' time with the Ducati presentation. So until then, it's goodbye from me and back to you in the studio.
Well, a quick roundup, Connor. You're obviously trying to attack Coco Rico's as soon as you possibly can do. I mean, what time does it turn from presentation into nightclub? Have we lost Connor? Maybe we've lost Connor. He's gone already.
Actually, quite soon, I think.
Oh, really?
No, I'm still here, Jack. I'm still here. Yeah, well, it's been an absolutely fantastic event. It's been wonderful. We saw at the presentation, the dancing. It's been sensational from start to finish, and soon enough, we'll be able to enjoy ourselves here in Riccione.
Absolutely.
So, if you'll let us, we'll go back to you, and we'll go and enjoy a night.
No problem, mate. No problem. You pack up and you get back to the bar. Thank you very much. We'll see you on Monday. Well done, mate. There we go. Connor Doherty in Riccione, looking to enjoy the evening after a long day's work. And you know what? You enjoy that beer as well, mate. Well deserved. And for all the camera crew as well that were up at the crack of dawn this morning to get there and bring us all that live coverage from Riccione. Time for them to enjoy the evening before they trek across Italy to be prepared and ready to bring you live coverage from Monday morning. Another opportunity then, just before we say goodbye, to remind you that you don't want to miss any of the MotoGP action coming your way in 2024. 22 rounds, 22 Grand Prix and 22 Tissot Sprints, all starting on the 9th and 10th of March in Qatar. There's a link in the chat now, wherever you're watching, that you can click on and get your tickets for one of those rounds. So many storylines. Bagnaia looking for the hat-trick, Martin looking for events, Marc Marquez back in the mix as well, KTM, Aprilia, Yamaha, Honda. We could go on, but it's nearly 9 o'clock. So let's just remind you when we're going to be next with you then. Not long to wait. Just under 48 hours. Monday morning, we'll be live with you from 10 o'clock, our time here in Central Europe for the launch of the World Champions. Pecco Bagnaia will be there and speaking to us live. Then it's a busy week because on Wednesday, we'll be once again in Italy for the Pertamina Enduro VR46 launch. And then this time next week on Saturday, we welcome a brand new team to MotoGP. Trackhouse Racing Aprilia will be officially launched and unveiled. We'll be able to hear from the key men there for the very first time and introduce you to them. Of course, have a huge presence in NASCAR. Now have joined MotoGP. Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305. That's right, the man himself is a co-owner there. I'm hoping he's going to be in Austin. He may well join us live. Might not, but if he can, that would be fantastic. If not, hopefully he's there in Austin and we can chat to him there. But yeah, don't miss that one. Trackhouse Racing are going to make a huge splash in 2024 and they kick things off a week today. Right, okay. I think that's all we've got time for then here on our very first team presentation of 2024. Thank you very much for joining us over the past 2 and a bit hours. What a thrill it has been to see Marc Marquez unveiled and officially launched as a MotoGP rider for the Gresini Racing Squad alongside brother Alex. Will he be world champion in 2024? Well, if he is, the journey started now. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on Monday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Well, it's always nice to hear from the MotoGP World Feed, and I told you we would be showing the tests in some way in terms of the launches throughout all the season, and this is when we do them. Gives you everybody something to listen to if you haven't caught them already, and get to look at the timing screen. So we have 5 hours to go. We've completed 3 so far. Now, I know there's not much going on the track right now, but we are going to come up to the comms box because we're going to look at some social media clips, and I'm going to give you a rundown on what's happened so far in the day. So we've still got this here. Hello, this is Josh B. This is Josh Bush. Hello, this is... I'm running it all. And I've been sitting around watching the timing screen and getting all the information for the past couple of hours. So coming up next, we've got the sprint race of our commentary from last year in the watch along. We'll go back to full live timings as well, and everything will get sorted. So we'll have last year's sprint race radio commentary. But right now, we're going to take a look at what happened, just to bring you all the news and updates. The first red flag came 20 minutes in, if you're just joining us. Bagnaia apparently dropped some fluids. That's the first report we got. Then we heard that because of the amount of rain we've had at the circuit, it was actually part of the damp track that he hit, and he went down, and then it was Raul Fernandez who was next on the scene, and he had a high side, so he went over the handlebars. Both went to the medical centre. Bagnaia was okay. He got it back out straight away. But Raul Fernandez little bit of pain, just back out on this track. He's just taking it easy this morning. Marc Marquez stopped at track at turn 4 with some technical issues, had to get wheeled back into the paddock. We've got that clip, we'll show it to you in a second. Augusto Fernandez crashed out as well, rider okay, and about 40 minutes ago Takaki Nakagami crashed out as well at turn 2. Rider's okay, but Takaki Nakagami hasn't yet come back out on the track as well. Hello everybody watching on as well. Pleasure, by the way, to do all this on the socials as well. I mean, it's 5 a.m. here in the UK. We've been up all night, but honestly, we love it. And if I make a few mistakes, that's probably why. Let's take a look now at some of the social media clips from the weekend, day 1 of testing. Here's the first, when the green light went on. So when we went on, this was the bikes going out. That was one of the VR46s just heading out onto the circuit as well, down on the start-finish. It's wonderful start-finish straight. This is the Trackhouse team, the new American squad, of course, of NASCAR coming in. That's actually Fernandez heading out there on the circuit. Jorge Martin did really well, actually, at the moment, as he's top. 157.951. He is 2.5 tenths of a second faster than Pietro Acosta. What a job from Acosta as well, actually, to get up there. Great from him as he heads out to the circuit, revs it up and all. Love that as we go back through. Pecco Bagnaia with the number 1 on the bike. This was the second bike after he crashed and came back in. You can see they're all getting it ready, just making sure it's all dusted nicely. They weren't even on the right tyres. It had to be completely adjusted. VR46, how many times am I going to call them Mooney VR46 after everything that happened last year? But no, this is the VR46 squad heading out. This is Marco Bezzecchi, who's going first off on the board. Once again out here now with Pecco. Going to let you enjoy the sounds. Live text updates, yeah, and then that's when we were there. That's Pedro Costa, actually, just got on the bike for Gas. Factory team, Factory Honda now going out for Repsol. They're using the black livery this weekend. Did you see the yellow? We did. Looked good, didn't it? It's nice hearing the bikes back out as well. But both of the Repsol Hondas went out on the circuit, Johan Mir and Luca Marini, getting some test out early on. Fantastic. And then we had Ralph Fernandez. This is him after the accident as well, from his high side this morning. Back onto the Aprilia for Trackhouse and got going. And excitement is in the air on the go. I think that was the last one. And this is Marc Marquez coming back into the garage after his technical stop at turn 4. So he got wheeled back in. Just something that went wrong, but look, it went through the gravel as well. He hasn't fallen down or anything. It's just something that happened on the side of the track. So just the latest here from MotoGP. Right, next up, let's have a look. We've got a minute or so until we have to go up. So what we're going to show you now, we're going to go back to full live timings, but we're going to have radio coverage. Now, for those of you who are new here, we don't just do the timings. We usually do watch-alongs with our own commentary. So it's myself, Megan, Julia Trusovic as well, Adam Emrich, whoever's around, we always do the commentary as well. So what you're about to hear is the commentary for the first sprint race of the year at Portugal, the Portimao. So it kicked off the season. After that, that's going to last 38 minutes. After that, we're going to go for the half-an-hour MotoGP World Feed update. So we'll be hearing trackside what the latest news is. After that, we're going to show you the Ducati 2024 launch. Then we're going to have another update. Then we're going to show you the race from Portugal last year with the radio commentary. And then we're going to wrap up the day. And that's how the schedule lines up here for 2024's first day of testing. Any breaking news, anything, we'll interrupt and show you. But right now, they're all just getting their lap times in. So without further ado, it's time to head back to the sprint race, the first one for last year. Just like what we had for Valencia Test. Exactly. So now we're going to head back and hear I feel like, yeah, undermine the back. Yeah, the sector times. Yeah, we're going to show that in a second. So let's go back then and join the first ever sprint race that MotoGP ever had last year. It's the sprint race in Portugal. All lined up then, all ready to go. History in the making. The first ever Premier Class sprint race is about to go underway. This is the starting grid. Marc Marquez is on pole position alongside him, Pepe Bagnaia. That will then be followed by Jorge Martin, Miguel Oliveira, then Jack Miller and Ea Bastianini completing out the second row. Row 3, Vinales, Bezzecchi, Marini. Row 4, Zarco, Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro. Row 5, Alex Marquez, Johan Mir, Brad Binder. Row 6, Alex Rins, Franco Morbidelli, Taki Nakagami. Row 7 sees Fernandez, Fernandez and Di Giannantonio. No Paul Espargaro racing, Megan. And now we're getting ready for the sprint for the first time.
More brothers.
We have even more brothers than before. Also,
requirement of MotoGP, have a brother.
Also, a lot less data because the MotoGP timing screen has gone off. So we're on the backup. And also, we have no timing screen because the laptop's broken. So pretty much, I don't know why I'm standing here, Megan. I'm not looking forward to this sprint race and I'm not looking forward to any action.
My phone helps though, since now we have a capable thing of staying.
I am honestly not looking forward to this. I don't know why we're doing it.
I think this will be the thought process of every single sprint race we have to encounter this year, which is every single time.
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not entertained in any manner for this coming up. I don't know why we're doing it.
Almost like an obligation.
Yeah, almost.
It's like, this, we don't need this.
I really am not looking forward to this, by the way, just in case people were wondering and wanting to be double checking.
This is completely...
Wasn't I negative at the start of last year?
It's not like a practice session.
No, it's not. Fair warning, I go loud.
This is just them. The reason why they're doing sprint races probably is so that all the teams can decide on their own little strategy for where they should go in the actual race. Since they're in good position of what they would be in the race, some people want to find out, ooh, how did you do at this first corner? You need to do the opposite of this if you did bad. You need to do exactly this if you did good, and watch out for anyone else making that decision. This is just basically cheat codes.
It's cheat day, yeah.
It's not... This makes it not racing. Because this technically should be the race. After that, it's just futile. It's like doing a test and then doing the same test the next day.
I am a bit done, to be fair, with this weekend. There's been so many negatives in the start of this MotoGP season, and now we're expected to enjoy a 12-lap sprint. It's a race, but it ruins the feel of it. Either way, history about to be made. We've got the lap counter and a basic timing tower while MotoGP try and sort themselves out. Hopefully we'll have that back in the main race. Here we go then. It is the start of the 2023 MotoGP season. 21 rounds, 42 races. Marc Marquez on pole position for the 64th time. Middle of the front row, Bagnaia. Left-hand side down towards turn 1, Jorge Martin. Will Marquez take the title back? It's all set. Green flag. The first ever MotoGP sprint is 5 lights away. Lights out in 23. Great start for Marc Marquez. He cuts across the middle of the track. Jorge Martin is going to have the runs up. And look at that from Pecco Bagnaia. He's going to be swapped by his own teammate to turn number 1. And there Bastianini takes it. Falling right to the back of the field. I can't see who that is. Think it's one of the KTMs. At the inside, Jorge Martin comes out of nowhere. Takes second place. Bagnaia versus Bastianini. Already, Marc Marquez leads. Martin, Bagnaia fighting with Bastianini, Oliveira up into 5th place. It was Raul Fernandez and Franco Morbidelli moving their places. As we can see, the green movers on the opening lap of the race. 12 to go. Marquez leads. Bagnaia to 2nd. Martin 3rd. Bastianini in 4th position as the race is underway.
At the first turn, there was 4 abreast, and I don't know how any of them managed to keep up, especially on that first turn.
And look over the hill, coming into turn 9, a Craig Jones. Marquez going to get passed by Bagnaia. Did he make the move? No. Marquez still leads the race here for the MotoGP sprint. And with Bagnaia closing in second position. Martin in third. Remember, this is half the race distance and it's half World Championship points. It's a yellow flag in sector 2. Someone's gone down. Nearly Bastianini in the back of Martin. There's a faller in the middle of the field. Right at the top. And that was Fabio Quartararo and Johan Mir. The two have gone down, dropped down the timing screens. Is it Fabio Quartararo? Yellow sectors 2 and 4. Bezzecchi's crashed and Mir has crashed. So it's Marco Bezzecchi who was the first crasher. Mir was the second. It's 4 abreast. Marquez has been swamped. Here come the Ducati power down the start-finish straight towards turn number 1. Marquez down to our 4th position now. Bagnaia leads from Martin Marquez 3rd.
What was it? Fernandez? Yeah. Fernandez. He, even though Mir's crash, is still somehow behind Mir, so I'm guessing, time to catch up.
Miguel Oliveira up into 4th position, and Jack Miller's up into 6th, and here Bastianini down into 6th position as well. Drop further back as they come into the braking zone for turn number 5 at Torrey Veer, but down goes! That's Bastianini been taken out by Luca Marini. Is it Marco Bezzecchi? Yeah. But that's Bastianini taken out by Luca Marina.
One rider still on track. Other got the bike smash into him.
That's Bastianini who got the bike into him. Luca Marini on the inside making contact. They're both up. And Marini wants to get better. At least they've got another crack at the whip tomorrow, Megan, in the race. Because it's
that was
sprint.
A big one. Bastianini literally flipped, and I think the bike actually hit him. You can see him leaning over. I think it hit him here.
Oh, and he's not happy, is he? Bastianini, he's holding his side a bit too much into turn 1. Let's take another look at it. So watch. There comes Marini on the inside line. It was so close to contact, and it then just gets flipped over, and it's a high side moment for Bastianini. And
Marini literally didn't even leave the track. He nearly ran over, basically.
Yeah, he was right on the exit of the corner as well. So drama already at the start here of the MotoGP 2023 season. We've had so many fallers already, it's hard to keep count. And now, Jorge Martin going to the inside for the lead of the sprint race and towards turn number 1. Hasn't worked out, 10 to go already.
2 confirmed out so far, barring the ones that just happened. I don't think Fernandez even started.
No, I don't think he did. Look at Augusto Fernandez on this. He was the one who was out earlier on. Yellow flag has been rescinded now.
Because he set no time.
Speaking of no time, the timing screen hasn't even started ticking down the lap counter.
See, even it doesn't really
MotoGP's timing pass has crashed. Unbelievable. Well done.
Incident to be reviewed after the race.
You're going to have to speak up a bit.
Incident involving bike 10 Marini and 23 Bastianini to be renewed after the race sprint.
This is what happened. This is Johan Mir up the inside of Fabio Quartararo. Oh, and Quartararo's so lucky not to get taken out by a ridiculous piece of riding there from Johan Mir. Comes in from absolutely nowhere, Mex, and runs into the side of him.
That's literally a curve thing. That should be an illegal move, because that's off track.
Johan Mir deserves a penalty for that first race. He just ran into the side of Fabio Quartararo.
It was his own stupidity.
And look at this battle between the two Ducatis right now. Pecco Bagnaia leading the sprint with Jorge Martin in second position as well, with 10 to go here of the race, and they are still, Megan, pushing as hard as they possibly can. They know how important this race is.
Can I just point out that Nakagami's still
yellow.
last?
There's another yellow, Megan, sector 4. Not sure. Oh, it's Marco Bezzecchi. So it's the second Mooney VR46 bike to go out.
That was bound to happen.
Yeah, so Bezzecchi's out of the race, and look at the speed from Jorge Martin down towards turn number 1. He's got the move done on Bagnaia way before the braking zone. Martin takes the lead of the sprint. Bastianini gone into yes, Bezzecchi crashed again. It's Bezzecchi crashing, turn 14. Bastianini's back in the medical centre apparently for checkups, but Bagnaia in P2, Megan, just couldn't do anything. Martin, oh, and there we go. There's Bezzecchi. That's Bastianini.
Not even Bezzecchi.
Thank you.
Not even a full 3 laps in, and we've already lost 5 riders. 1 didn't even start, and 4 crashed out.
Has anything updated in the past 5 minutes or so? No, I was thinking that too. We're just trying to see if it's working.
I think it's their problem.
Yeah, it's a long start then at the moment. It's an interesting race.
It's the first time it's kind of race oriented.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's back. Yay, we've got our data back. Right, give us a second and we'll get this sorted then here. Well, I'm going to have to refresh the page. I apologise if anything disappears temporarily while we do so. Martin leads. Bagnaia in second position. Megan as the racing continues on. And now look at Marquez. He wants to take it back, but Jack Miller's coming to party.
Ooh, that's never a good sign.
No, if Miller's in there.
You're either going to get an argument across on a bike, kicked, or it's going to ram into you. How many points, when do the points stop, by the way, in this?
Points stop. It's half distance and half points. I think it goes down to 15th as usual, but 15th. With 1 point.
So we just need to lose one more rider, and then everyone gets points.
Yeah. Oh, and
that's kind of looking likely.
I think so. I think you're right there, Megs.
Be surprised if there's anyone left.
Good news for all of you. We've got our normal systems operational after 5 laps of the sprint, and we're back with you again with our normal stuff. Hello to Omi says, didn't it crash yesterday? Yes, after practice 2 it crashed, and it's crashed again. Brad says, hi Josh, good to see you again. It's been a long winter, and F1 has been abysmal, so MotoGP will be good. Fingers crossed it'll be good, but when did we tell you about the Ducatis being so dominant? After race 1 tomorrow?
Yeah, though. I think there's kind of a curse going on with it right now of people seem to not be able to finish.
Yeah.
Because
I'll tell you one thing. If your brother wondering, she's ill and I've had COVID, so that's why we're a bit low on it.
And why we're randomly coughing.
Marc Marquez has dropped into 5th position, but look at Jack Miller. Left the Ducatis, joined KTM. Right in the back now of Pecco Bagnaia. This is a magical moment. And they've got to do it again tomorrow for 24 laps. It's effectively become a 36-lap race.
Do you know what's funny? Why do I have a feeling that the last man standing in here will be Martin, Bagnaia, Miller, Marquez, Mark that is, and Quartararo.
You're probably right with that matter, by the way. By the way, look, incident involving Quartararo and Mia will be investigated after the sprint race. But look at this fantastic run out of the last corner at turn 15 of Galp. And now we've got the run up the hill for Pecco Bagnaia. But now that Prima Promac can get the grunt down the straight, and Bagnaia's just struggling to keep up with it. This is going to be a slipstream battle tomorrow.
You see, this is what I want. I kind of want Martin to win the championship.
Martin to win the title on a Prima Promac.
I do.
It's possible, but my money might be on Jack Miller. Why is there a sprint race every race? What's the point of the race?
Because
there's no point.
Evil is generally a part of it. Tactics, which they
look
want
at
to
Miller!
steal.
Miller's on the inside at turn 5 and gets ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. Lovely move on the inside. And if that was for the race, Megan, it would have been a very entertaining one. But this is the sprint.
I got a red flag.
What I will point out is that it's half point, so actually these positions do matter for the championship. The sprint, this is part 1 of the championship. Part 2 is tomorrow. This is only part 1, my friend. Part 2 is very interesting.
I love how you knew where my mind was.
I did. And Bastianini has been taken to the medical centre for a checkup. Of course,
I am not surprised that bike hit him.
Right, so Pol Espargaro crashed yesterday in practice too. Airbagging off and will not be in this weekend's race. And we have lost Fernandez, Mia, Marini, and Bastianini and Bezzecchi. So 5 riders in this race, 6 in total.
One more, and then we can just
not have a point of
points.
finishing. Yeah, because if Nakagami falls off or something like that at the back of the field, then everybody gets at least half a point.
Who will be the next one?
And look at the speed that Miguel Oliveira's got. Miguel Oliveira on the brand new Crypto Data RNF MotoGP team as well. If you're wondering who they are, they're the rebranded Petronas Yamaha team. So the RNF as well, but they're running an Aprilia bike this year, not the standard Yamaha that they were running in the last couple of years. They're on the Aprilia, so they are a new team entry with a new bike, but they're the old Petronas Yamaha team.
I reckon one of the brothers will fall next.
Yeah, I think so as well as coming through. So the RNF MotoGP team with Miguel Oliveira looking very strong in 4th position. You can tell that they've got the sort of green. Well, on our timing screens they've got blue, but on the main screen they've got green. So they've still got to figure out which is which there to keep an eye on it. Oh, and Martin goes very wide there, and Miller, who's in 2nd place now, is hunting him down. And I think Miller might win the first MotoGP sprint.
If he doesn't start jumping his bike.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
If he doesn't try... Okay. If he doesn't start putting his bike up into the air, is this down or something?
No, I think it's just you with your illness. Go on, try again.
I saw Miller
He's
drop
going
the
for
bike.
it. He's dropped it coming into turn 13.
Way too close.
And Miller's taken the lead of the sprint.
His wheels were way too close to him.
And look at this, round the outside, they're coming between each other now as well. And Jack Miller takes the lead of the MotoGP sprint race at halfway. 6 to go, and it's lap 6.
They're all too bunched up.
Yeah, well, this is the format they wanted for the sprint. It's going to work at this track, but it's not going to work at others like at Silverstone, so that's going to be a lot of fun. But look at the grunt that Ducati's got on the inside, and Jack Miller loses out to Jorge Martin on the inside. So Martin takes the lead, Miller second, Oliveira... He's not third. Bagnaya's third. Oliveira nearly had third position, but lost out into the turning zones at turn number 1.
It's odd his number not being orange.
Yeah, it's really throwing me off a bit actually. But he's no longer on the KTM. He's even got Oliveira. He got replaced by Jack Miller. He's now on the he's on the RNF bike as well. It's an Aprilia run, as I mentioned earlier.
Explains the green.
Yeah, the darker green for the Aprilias and the lighter greens of Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales, who are 6th and 7th at the moment. Up into turn 8 then at Sampson, and then the brow over at turn 9 at Craig Jones. The big drop. Look at the helicopter in the background. This is such a roller coaster circuit, Portimao.
Is that a
the bikes
medical
love
one?
it. Yeah.
Do you reckon that's what's taking Thingy to hospital?
He's gone to medical centre, but it
But
was
it could go to
it could have gone to that. Well, usually they have to red flag the race.
He did go down really hard.
If they usually have to red flag the race if there's that bike situation and it needs to be taken with the medical helicopter. Unless they've got 2 here. I know that's the thing. They usually do have 2 helicopters at Portimao.
It'd be wise to have 2.
Yeah, just in case one breaks down. And it's perfect flying condition.
And if
so-
you need to use it again.
All we know is right now he's gone to the medical centre, that's for sure. That's what came up on the timing screen, was that he's gone to medical centre for further observations. We'll keep an eye on it later. So 4 laps to go already. We've been commentating for 16 minutes. It's not that long of a sprint, is it? Half race distance. And Jack Miller to the inside at turn number 1. Doesn't get ahead. And Miller's back into second, but here comes Bagnaia. So we've got about a 6-way scrap, I would say. Maybe 7 if you count Vinales for the win here.
Half the field.
Yeah. Yes. I can tell you also that half the field are going to be very glad the fact that they've got another chance to do this tomorrow with the main Grand Prix.
It's like, okay, today wasn't good. Tomorrow, we win. Shouldn't we just done this tomorrow? Just like maybe then we wouldn't have got into that situation with the conditions right now. It's like, no, we need strategy of crashing.
This is the first. This. How do I explain it? This is the dress rehearsal for tomorrow.
Yeah, people might break a few ribs, though.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, go out.
Oh, and Miller was very wide, coming through with 10 and 11 at Portimao. Dropped down the hill through 12 into 13, and Bagnaia's right on the back of him. What's that official information? Blank. Nothing, apparently, is worth talking about as it comes through on the timing monitors there.
That's MotoGP questioning why this is happening.
Yeah, it's their own self-awareness asking exactly what do you want in terms of a MotoGP race. Do you want it full or do you want it sprint race version? Lap 10 of 12, 3 to go. And look at this, out of the corner as well. We're getting a massive grunt now from Bagnaia. He's going to go to the inside line down towards turn number 1. Miller cuts him off, gives a finger. Down, you're not going to get through there, sunshine. Bagnaia's going to go for it, and Miller's down to 3rd position. Oliveira ahead of Marquez 2. Miller down to 3rd, Bagnaia back to 2nd. Martin leads the sprint.
Why is Vinales in red?
Oh, and that's why, because he's on red alert. He's up the inside of Aleix Espargaro, his own teammate. Now they're going to go wheel to wheel at the top of the hill at turn 4.
More like knee to shoulder.
They nearly crashed out. Fantastic run there. Oh, look, Mia crashed out. That was a long time ago. Timing screen just about.
How old is that thing?
I know, it's catching up, isn't it? But look at that. That's Vinales ahead of Aleix Espargaro now. And now we're riding with Aleix Espargaro, who's back ahead of Maverick Vinales. So they've swapped again at Torrey Vip.
Hey, look, Nakagami, he's not last anymore.
No, it's not. Fabio Di Gianantonio has dropped down to 16th position and last overall, so the points paying position goes to Nakagami.
We haven't had any crashes.
No, we haven't.
Again.
I agree with Brad, who says this is so pointless. It is, because we've got the main race tomorrow. Basically, the sprint is the elder man's version of thinking what the youngsters don't like. Basically, what they've taken a 45-minute race and halved it because people don't think they've got an attention span for 45 minutes. When young people binge watch series on Netflix and Disney and Amazon and everything beyond the loop.
I'm a point of fact. I started today after qualifying watching a show called Scandal. I'm already on episode 5.
See,
and it is 45 minutes long.
Young people have attention spans. And the sprint just doesn't work, because up the inside, now side by side, that's Miller getting past, and Marquez goes through! Marquez takes Oliveira and Miller with a brilliant move up the inside, and Miller nearly making contact and getting punched out by Maverick Vinales and Alicia Spargro. The pair of them nearly coming together at Lagos.
Aprilia get warnings.
Fabulous move between the pair of them. Fabulous.
Both Aprilia get warnings, and those episodes are 45 minutes long, and I'm halfway through the 5th one.
See? That's a sprint. Right. Derek has asked, can you let us know how far back the mid-pack is? Does Miguel or the other Aprilias have a chance? Miguel's in 4th position. Let's look at the full data screen here. This is the battle screen that we have operations to. So Martin leads by 2.5 tenths to Bagnaia. Then, if you look further back with the gap permanent, the field is separated by 18 seconds, and the biggest gap comes right after Alicia Spargo in 7th. That's 2.1. Then it's 2.5 seconds back. So the top 7 are in a battle for this race. Then there's a 2.6 second gap to Johan Zarco in 8th backwards. So they don't have a shot at the moment with 2 to go. Going on to the last lap as Martin goes wide. Bagnaia's going to go for it on the inside line.
Quartararo says Binder.
So that's Quartararo, so trying to make up for it as well. Round the outside, the last corner, why not? Okay, look, it is the sprint. 12 laps are now on the last one. So this is it. This is the last lap. Who is going to win the first ever MotoGP sprint? Down towards turn number 1. Jorge Martin leads the way. Bagnaia in 2nd. Oliveira for 3rd with Marc Marquez. Miller, Vinales and Espargaro. You're right, Megan, about both the Aprilias having a penalty. Is at the inside goes Maverick Vinales on a Jack Miller. Makes the move stick. All eyes up front there, Megan, down towards turn 5.
Right. Vinales moves past Miller and going after Marc Marquez now. Not a wise thing, given history.
Yeah, Vinales up to 5th, and Martin's gone wide! And a turn 5! And Pecco Bagnaia takes the lead! He slipped through on the inside line. That was a beautiful bit of riding. Martin made the mistake, and now Bagnaia's going to jump on that, and he's on course to winning the sprint race.
And why do I think every time Bagnaia goes over a hilly bit that he's just going to do that really big jump off?
Oliveira's gone wide! Oliveira's gone wide! And he's losing! The podium's gone! Oh no! The R&F boys thought they had a sprint podium, and it's gone! Marc Marquez will take 3rd.
Mark's happy.
It will be 12 points, race number 1 of the season. That's how much the sprint race is worth for a race of victory. Half the points, it's 12. And it is going to be the first ever MotoGP sprint race winner. Is going to be the world champion from the previous year. That was just part 1. Part 2 is tomorrow. But it's a brilliant epilogue to come into a prequel for Pecco Bagnaia, who wins the first ever MotoGP sprint and kicks off last year to this year in winning fashion.
That was very good. And
I'm not sold. It would have been a better Grand Prix.
If more people crash.
Yeah. It would have been a better Grand Prix. Derek says, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Effectively, red flag. Race stopped. Let's go again tomorrow.
Race suspended and restarting tomorrow.
In around about,
it still counts.
In around about 21 hours. So, the first ever MotoGP sprint race of the year, and victory goes to Pecco Bagnaia. Martin is 2nd, Marquez 3rd, Miller 4th, Vinales 5th, Alicia Spargro is 6th, Oliveira 7th, Zarco 8th, Marquez, Alex that is 9th, Quartararo 10th, Ralph Fernandez 11th, Brad Binder 12th, Rins 13th, Morbidelli 14th, Nakagami the final point in 15th, Fabio Di Antonio 16th. Out of the race, Marco Bezzecchi, Aneo Bastianini, Luca Marini, Johan Mir, and Augusto Fernandez and Paul Espargaro never took part. First ever MotoGP sprint winner, it's Pecco Bagnaia. The epilogue he wrote last year has become the prequel for this year with a victory. Now, Chapter 1 starts tomorrow, the first race Grand Prix of the year. Brad says, are you going to a Grand Prix this year? We're trying for Portland for the Formula E race. But it's you've got to get the cash. Cash is king. Yeah, got to get the money. But yeah, that's what we're trying. So, Megan, how was that?
I would have preferred it as a race.
Yeah.
And I prefer it tomorrow.
Why not Formula One? Way too expensive. I'm not made of money.
Formula One is very, very expensive. Do you know how much we could buy with the money that Formula One would cost?
And also, with Formula E, I've got a paddock pass.
You could rent a car.
Don't need to, I'll be with Joe from Green Network.
No, I mean with the money.
Oh, yeah, you could buy a car, Megan, from that. You could buy 2 cars from Danny from that.
Yeah.
Well, Silverstone cost around about, what was it?
Maybe more.
Silverstone was close to $3,500. Brad says, I'm going to Barcelona, but don't want to see Verstappen win by ears. Barcelona, you're going to love, Brad. I did there for testing. You're going to absolutely love it. It's a great track.
Just walk into the right bars.
Yes, walk into the right bars. Don't go to any Spanish Mafia ones like I did.
Don't say that Spain and Barcelona are Catalonia are the same thing. You will get mobbed.
And don't go to the top of the commentary boxes and get locked out. That's what I did.
Because you will have to jump down.
Yes.
You
love it.
Parkour.
Omi says, Josh, can you could you get us a commentary centre in that money? Yes, I could actually. What was it, £1.5 grand? I could probably buy a place and that lot. Get us all in the commentary box area. Yeah.
In today's economy, I don't know.
Yeah. I could buy a van, big lorry, and convert it into 2 separate commentary boxes, so that you can be in one, I can be in the other. Well, that took around about 22 minutes. That race. So around about half what we'll have tomorrow. But I still don't think I was like, yay, what a race! It was kind of like.
I was more criticising.
Yeah. It was some fantastic racing and for some fantastic manoeuvres, but you know what I think? Boy, would that been good if it was a Grand Prix.
Yeah.
But this is the new normal. It's not like in Formula One where we'll have a sprint, wait 5 weeks, maybe have another. This is every single week. There's another one of these next week.
It's evil.
In Argentina. And then there's after that in America. Then after that in Spain. And after, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Is that being tortured?
One down, 41 to go. Megan, 1 race down, 41 to go.
Oh, Jamai.
Yeah, 765 points available. Bagnaia is just taking the 12. Drone camera. On the way down to turn 1. You don't need to do commentary, can't you just go as a fan? Oh no, I can't do that. I've got to do the commentary.
He's incapable of going somewhere as a fan.
I take the commentary equipment with me and go around the track with a selfie stick and
he
cameras.
Does.
Megan's always left here. Nobody in the UK watches MotoGP, so what are they trying to achieve? No idea. I don't know. Hang on a minute.
Am I not in the UK?
I agree with him on that fact, because after BT Sport yesterday, many people have cancelled their subscription, and this morning not showing the practice through.
Well, maybe if they were a bit nicer to people, then they would all watch MotoGP.
I don't know. All I'm going to say is that MotoGP is in a very dark place at the moment. It's even me.
Yes, and I don't think sprint races are helping it.
No, it's not. To be fair, even I'm thinking to myself, am I going to cover it after this season? I'm sort of giving myself 1 more year.
I will Spanish slap you with a glove.
What if I don't cover it?
Yeah.
You really enjoy MotoGP, don't you? Well, you take over then.
Now, I am going to go upstairs because I need to.
You're leaving already?
Yes. I can't bear myself to handle another minute of this. What would I call it? Imposter race. That's a good word for it.
All right. Back tomorrow for the main Grand Prix?
Yes, and I actually stayed for that one.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Continue.
Who do you think's going to win tomorrow?
Judging by this, Bagnaia.
Oh, no, come on. Jack Miller was good.
I mean, it's kind of spoilt now.
Yeah, we kind of know what's going to happen because we've just
It's
seen
like,
it.
oh, look. Bagnaia's going to win tomorrow. Crash.
Yeah, that's the thing. Anything can happen. Like in Formula 1 where crashing would require some sort of problem. Here in MotoGP, you can literally just drop the front end and that's it.
In Formula 1, you know that Max Verstappen's going to be up there sometime.
Does MotoGP sprints make more sense because riders can fall off and have accidents a lot more easier than in Formula 1?
I don't know, in Formula 1, they seem to like to crash into each other. It's just they never seem to hit Max. It's always the drivers you actually want to win the race because you're not sick of seeing them win because they never do win, and it's always Max on the podium. Nothing against him, though. Seriously, let some people win a championship.
You watched Saudi Arabia. You weren't in the commentary box because I had COVID and we couldn't let you do any news. So
he didn't win that one. I'm thinking maybe I stay away and he doesn't win.
What did you think about watching it, not being in the commentary box? Because you don't do that that often. Watch the whole race.
It was okay. I prefer commentating.
I don't blame
Though
you.
I'm generally starting to think. Let's think about it. When did he not win a race? And was I not in the commentary box?
Max. Don't know. Let's hear from the third man and politics tomorrow, Marquez.
18th MotoGP start, although it won't count.
You can go, Mark. Bye-bye,
Let's hear from
your bike
third
didn't
place
have
Mark
the
Marquez.
pace to do that, but you made it happen. Tell us how.
Yeah, I mean, about physical. I mean, I use all my physical side to compensate, especially on the break points, especially to go in on the corner with a small slide because a sprint race you can do it. It's only 12 laps and then I use a lot of energy, but I need to recover the timing somewhere, and where I can recover is the break point, and it's there where I'm taking a lot of risks. But yeah, today we did an amazing job. I want to congratulate the team because yesterday we were late on the night checking the small details. Even they say to me that, okay, the bike is like this, but you can improve this in your riding style. That sometimes, you know, to say this to some guy that win many races and many championships is difficult, but we have the confidence in each other, and this helps me a lot. And yeah, this morning I was concentrate and not bad to start the season, but tomorrow is the most important race that will be a little bit more difficult, but in a short time we can do.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mark Marquez saying what we knew there, the bigger race is going to be more difficult.
Yeah, but what I'll also add to that is, you know, the difference is now he's got a very fast teammate, so he's now being told that he can improve. You know, because Mia this weekend has been incredibly fast, so they'll look at Mia's data and there will be certain parts of the track where they go, do you know what, Joan's got a 10th on you there or half a 10th there, so I'm convinced that's what they'll be talking about.
From what you've seen here, is he going to be a contender in Austin in 2 weeks?
Yes. Yeah.
Surely.
No,
and not people were writing that off, weren't they?
No, he'll be a contender there. He'll be a contender next weekend on the low grip, slippy Argentina.
Right, we're going to hear from the rider who finished second today after leading much of the race. It's Jorge Martin.
Jorge, are you happy with your first sprint?
Yeah, for sure, happy with the second place, for sure. I would like to have that first position, and I did a mistake on the last lap, and Pecco overtook me, but he was super fast in the last 2 laps. I was, you know, struggling all the weekend with the soft rear, so I hope tomorrow we have a little bit more. And yeah, feeling confident. I lead for a lot of laps, so gaining some confidence back, and I think we are ready for tomorrow.
Great job. Congratulations.
Yep, thanks to him. Thanks to Simon Crafar with the questions down there at a makeshift parc fermé, I'd say, up on the front straight there. Neil, how does a performance like that build his confidence into Sunday's race at the start of a season?
Yeah, it's so important, the first races of the season. It really it builds the foundation, the platform for the rest of the year. So everyone will have been so nervous for that race. But yeah, it was super cool then, was Jorge Martin.
Confirmation, nothing doing there between Marini and Bastianini.
I think that's the right decision.
So what they say about Mir later. But let's speak to our first ever MotoGP sprint winner, Pecco Bagnaia.
Pecco, what a way to start the year. Tell us about your race, your sprint.
I enjoyed it, sincerely. It was fun. It was very fun. It was difficult for a win because it was the first time with this kind of wind. going in opposite direction compared to the test and yesterday. But I had fun, enjoy a lot. I was knowing that was long, the race was long, so I take a time in the first part of the race. Then in the last, I just tried to push, and I was seeing that Jorge was better on traction, but had more problem than me with the front. So I just used this kind of things that I had more to try to do the overtake. I enjoyed a lot. I was thinking that it was shorter, but finally it was taking a lot of time, but I enjoyed a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Susie, down to you.
So Pecco Bagnaia wins the first ever MotoGP sprint, and it was this move here. The door just left open wide enough, wasn't it, Neil? And that was all because Martin was closing the door on entry.
Yeah, and what you can understand though, Martin, you're going down to turn 5, it's the most common place to make a pass, so you are going to break a bit later, you've carried a bit more speed in, he's got a fraction wide, and on the last lap you don't need to invite a pass more than that. I mean, for someone like Bagnaia, the class act that he is, the door was open enough to put your front wheel in, and that's what he did. But he had something else on that last lap. He would have passed him on any of the other corners. You could see he definitely looked like he got more tyre left. The bike was turning better.
Is that a smaller, it looked like a smaller tank on top of that bike, perhaps, for that race. So I just wonder.
Well, we know they've got one, haven't they?
Yeah, and the qualifying as well, they could use it
That's
for,
right.
couldn't they? So we're not quite sure of how the format here is.
No, neither do we.
Weekend. It isn't a podium. It's, because it doesn't count towards records and history, and
it's a sprint win, so it's different.
Fans of that kind of thing, those boring old, yeah. But this is a separate way of looking at things. But it's great that it's actually there in front of the fans, isn't it? Yeah, they can be right closer.
Yeah, so Marc Marquez finishes third in the sprint race and will stand on the third spot on the Tissot Sprint podium. Great job for the 93. And then second place, Jorge Martin as well. That will get 10 points coming through. And now on the board, coming up with Mighty and the sprint winners medals coming on now. Yeah, Pecco, stand on the #1 spot, please. Sprint race medals then coming on. Third, that's bronze for Marc Marquez. He says, you're excited for F2 and S3 next weekend for the first time in Australia? I am. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the F2 and F3 in Australia. I've wanted to see him in a track like that for a very long time. And I'm going to very much enjoy it. Not that I'm going to enjoy the sleep schedule change, but I'm going to enjoy it. Silver goes to Jorge Martin. And the big gold for Pecco Bagnaia. Jorge Vegas, the FIM president, awards the gold medal to our sprint winner, Francesco Bagnaia. No jump starts. That's nice after the race. No, is it champagne on the grid? Is that wise? We've got a race coming up after this. And yeah, it's Prosecco on the grid. Now the celebrations begin. The Gladiators have done race 1. 41 races remain in 2023. But that was just the prequel. Chapter 1 starts tomorrow. The Portuguese Grand Prix of MotoGP. Will it still be the world champion? Time will tell. And we'll catch up with all of that later on in the test day, because that's coming up with around about an hour to go to come forward. So we are about 10 minutes away from going trackside and hearing the latest from the MotoGP with all the guys who are trackside. Just a little update for you, as I'm sure people did notice. Marquez has stopped again at turn #1 with another technical issue. He did stop earlier on this morning, about 2 hours ago, at turn 4 with a tech issue. He's only completed 23 laps. The fastest of those were on 21 laps he's only completed. The fastest of those came on lap 4 of a 2 minute .321. Now, Anybody who's done those, either doing long runs or haven't actually done a proper flat-out go at it yet. Martin, really impressive. 37 laps he's done. 22nd was his fastest. Look at that. As I said earlier on, to Acosta by 2.5 tenths of a second. So some really strong performances are coming out here. And I just want to thank you all for watching along with us all. It's fantastic at 5:50 in the morning here in the UK. I know some people watching in Europe where in the central time it's 10 to 7, so 6:50 in the morning. Wherever you're watching in the world, thank you very much for tuning in. You very much are a die-hard MotoGP fan, and it's a pleasure to bring you all of the testing coverage as well. Just to give you an update on what's coming up later on throughout the day. So we've got the MotoGP socials update. It should be around about half an hour. Then we've got the Ducati 2024 launch as well. That's coming up. We'll show you everything there. That's going to last about 2.5 hours. Then we'll have another update throughout. If there's anything big that happens, I'll be on to give you an update. Then we'll hear the Portuguese Grand Prix from last year before the final 10 minutes of the day. We'll come back, wrap up everything that's happened on the first day of testing, and we will then go off air. We'll be on air day 2 and day 3, same time, 10 past the hour of testing, as everything in the first 10 minutes always boots up, like the timing screens, everything. So we just give ourselves 10 minutes to boot up and the riders to get out there. I need to put my glasses on, actually, to read some of these. Will you be showing the Simon Crafar video coming up? Yes. It's ready to go. In fact, thank you for reminding me. I was just seeing if I did get that sorted. Yes, I did. So yeah, we are showing that video when it comes up shortly, live from trackside. India, people watching from there as well. Everyone's putting Marc Marquez coming through. Welcome. You're welcome. Nice to have you, Victor, as well. I must say, I've been awake. I deliberately slept in because, like all of you at home, knew that we were going to do this test. So I had, I think, woke up about 12 p.m. lunchtime yesterday. It's now 6 a.m. So that's what, 18. Oh, I can't do mental math this thing at night. 12 at least. Yeah, probably around about 18 hours I've been awake and still got another 4 hours to go. But I'm fine. It's got used to it. Yeah, has Marc Marquez crashed or technical issues again? It is tech issues, from what I can tell. We're just trying to see, actually, if MotoGP have put any stories on from Instagram or Twitter. They haven't at the moment, which is annoying. Portugal is here with you, JB. Says, yeah, Portugal. That's nice to have you all. We'll actually be showing Portugal later on as well. Everybody thinks that, do we have a script? Yes, my script of what I'm writing down and all the updates and keeping us going on as well. There is no test coverage. This is it. We're the only people doing the watch along for testing. So it's a pleasure to make sure that everybody deserves to watch MotoGP's testing, deserves to have the latest news updated, and it's exactly what this channel is here for. Alternative commentary for those who can't see it, and when they don't do it, we'll do it ourselves. That's my motto as well. So yeah, handwritten, let's go. Oh yeah, all handwritten, no texting out or anything like that, because that way I can work out my own writing, I can make quick adjustments as well. So we're just waiting now, 7 minutes to go until all of the action kicks off. We're checking Twitter at the current time, and we have got the map book open with a full camera. So my plan, hopefully, is to take a look at some MotoGP tweets that has been going on throughout the past couple of hours and get those sorted up, and we can do that now. So let's take a look then at some tweets. This is from Repsol Honda. Full testing mode as we ride into the lunch break territory. That comes up in 10 minutes, well, 5 minutes time now actually as well. But look how gorgeous these new bikes look on the here. This is Johan Mir coming in. I don't like, however, what Repsol's done with this little square intake. It's a lot of aero, and I know Marc Marquez has been criticising about how we shouldn't have this much aero on MotoGP, but it's been around for what, 8 years now, something like that. 2015 was the first real run around, so I suppose we're just getting used to it, but it does look quite nice as we see Luca Marini going through there as well. Is that Repsol Honda getting any better? That's the question. It does look good, doesn't it? Black bike. I just love it, says Victor. It does look gorgeous, doesn't it? That's coming through turns 1 and 2. It's the only part of the track that goes downhill like that at the Sepang circuit. That's an action shot and a half, isn't it? What else have we got? Midday at Sepang. Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez. I wonder if I can do a zoom in here and sort of try and crop out half the screen. Hey, we're learning new tech skills as we go. So there is Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez. The first look we've actually seen of Marc in Gresini blue as well, because if you think about it, Gresini, it's Gresini, isn't it? I got told about that back in Valencia. Gresini, you've got to do it in the Italian way. He's not out on the track, just to let you know, Marc Marquez. He has stopped at the moment at turn 1 with a technical issue. MotoGP bikes back on track. Wish we could see it though as they come through. Repsol Honda an hour ago just tweeting out an image of their engineers working on the bikes. So there's the timing update for Costa from earlier on. We've already seen that. This was Marc coming into the garage. There was Bagnaia and Fernandez crashing out, bringing the red flag out early. That was Bagnaia coming back into the pit lane. Is Marc on the track now? Marc is on the track now. Good. So we're nearly finished anyway on this update. Marc Marquez testing. We've seen him go out on the circuit from Gresini. Is this Marc coming out? There's Marc Marquez. There's the man we all want to see. And we'll hear from him shortly as well. He's out on the track there, and he's out on the track here as well. So Marc is circulating. So we'll go back now to full live timing pictures and just wait for everything to get up and running. So, yeah, not too bad, actually, to have MotoGP back in full swing. We are waiting for the midday live from Sepang on day 1. We do have that coming up for you. We'll be cutting backwards and forwards from chat camera and the live timing page as well, just to show you it is loaded up, ready to go. So if anybody's watching, you stay here and always go forward. But we'll stay on the live timing and see what his first sector time is for Marc Marquez. 24.912 in Sector 1. Sector 2 is the combined, of course, 52.2. Sector 3, 129.0. So this is going to be hopefully a good lap for Marc. So 328.2 kilometers an hour down the back straightaway into turn 16, the last corner at the Sepang International Circuit. And let's see. Oh, look at that. Marc jumps up into 16th place already. 159.286 then on what is his 23rd lap being completed, but that is definitely an improvement from where he was before. So well done there for Marc Marquez. Where is Pol Espargaro? Not on the grid this year. To come in here, I'm a Rossi fan. 2015 still stings. Yeah, I know what you mean, Victor. I was commentating on that season as well, and could not believe Sepang with Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi and the famous kick down the side of the track. But Pol's in World Superbikes. But if you do remember what that caused. Oh, hello. I've just had a message come through from at McLaren MotoGP, which has been retweeted by Peter McLaren, who's a journalist at the track. Marc Marquez is back on track, and while chasing Fabio Quartararo as 9th, sets his best time of the day, moving from 21st up into 16th position. And Bastianini, where's he gone? 4th at the moment. D'Antonio's up there. But look at the Ducatis. They are first with Martin, then it's Costa, and then we get D'Antonio coming in. We'll go through all of it in a second. Not denying his... Now, what did you say here, Samuel, as well? Have you mentioned something else? Is everyone here only here for Marc? I'm not denying he's fast. I just don't like his attitude as well. I think everyone's looking forward to seeing what Marc can do. First time he's ever left a Honda. He's got onto a Gresini. And if it's going to be an improvement as well. Sometimes Marc is unstoppable. Sometimes he's had a few problems himself, like in the past couple of years. Didn't take time off for the injury to heal properly. So it did take it. Now we're going to come to a sort of red flag point where the track is still going to be open, but it's the unofficial lunch break, which is where we're going to head down to MotoGP. They're literally going to interrupt me shortly. on the stream. So with 4 hours gone and 4 hours to go, I know you've been watching it for the entire time, but this is how they stand halfway in the first day of testing. It is Jorge Martin, the fastest rider, on a 1:57.951. Pedro Acosta on his second ever day of testing a MotoGP bike is second, followed by Fabio Di Giannantonio third, and Air Bastianini is fourth. Maverick Vinales completes out the top 5. Alex Marquez is in 6th with Alex Rins in 7th. Miguel Oliveira, very impressive for Trackhouse Racing, up there in 8th on that Aprilia squad. Then we get Fabio Quartararo in 9th and Aleix Espargaro on the factory Aprilia rounding out the top 10. Last year's world champion and the cause of the first red flag of the season, Pecco Bagnaia is in 11th, Luca Marini is down in 12th, Jack Miller is 13th with Brad Binder 14th, Johan Mir 15th, Marc Marquez finally improving after 2 stops for technical issues at the first sector is 16th and still circulating now with orange sector time, so watch out for him in a few moments. He's 16th. Carl Crutchlow on the test rider for Yamaha, he's 17th. Marco Bezzecchi is 18th, Johan Zarco is 19th, Augusto Fernandez 20th, Raul Fernandez 21st, Michele Pirro on the Prima Pramac Racing test bike is 22nd, and Kiki Nakagami is 23rd after crashing out around at 4:17, so around about an hour and 50 minutes ago, and he has not come on the bike since. So it's 6:01 here in the UK, 7:01 in Europe, and over there in Malaysia, it's 2:01 p.m. And do we have anything from MotoGP for their lunchtime break yet? Answer, no. So it kind of just delays us here a little bit. Marc Marquez is flying again. Let's see if he does improve. Coming across the line now. First sector, 24.578, 51.905 second, 1:28.827 third. Mark up to the line. Does he improve or is he coming in the pit lane? I think he might have come in the pit lane, you know, with him not taking a sector 4. Don't tell me he's crashed at the last corner. That would be really bad. Because he hasn't come in. I think he's come into the pit lane, Mark. Quartararo's gone round again. 28.097 first sector. Alex Rins has just come out on the track. Mark has crashed. Oh my word. Marc Marquez has crashed at the last corner at turn 15. So that's happened live. He's got up going again. And you can see he's got down to 2:39. But Marc Marquez has dropped the bike at turn 15. Now, turn 15 is the last corner. You can see on your track map. Presumably, he's turned in, got the front, and it's dropped it. And he's been able to pick it up and keep going. But Marc Marquez has crashed. That's his first crash of the season, everyone. We were expecting it to happen at some point, but I wasn't expecting it that quickly, to be fair, that he'd throw it on the deck. So write that down at 6:02. Mark crashed, and he's only just gone up there again as well. So why Marc Marquez slow? He crashed. He's still circulating? Yeah. So now he's on a 27. He's pushing, actually, considering what Quartararo is doing. So not too bad there. I do hope MotoGP are going to do the live, otherwise I've got to fill for some time here because we've got a schedule that we're running to in order to make sure it's all there. Over 10,000 viewers. Thank you, everybody, for watching along with us and keeping an eye on the timing screens. I know it's very much appreciated on my side. He wanted to find the limits as rider. Marc Marquez testing a Ducati. He really is, isn't he? He's pushing in like absolute mad. But that's what he is. Marc Marquez, the ultimate madman. He will push that bike to its limit. And we'll find out everything he needs to about how much to pull back, how much to go forward. So, very much is the big one. Now, just taking a quick look here. New aero on the Aprilia bike. If you want to take a look here on the sides. So new little winglet air intakes at the front and towards the back as well. So new little updates for the Aprilia as we get to see it. It does look good. No successions, of course. Honda do have successions. Oh, it's Williams with their new front wheel. That's Formula 1 news. I only changed on because I saw that. Let's take a look and see if there's actually anything from Twitter. We're back, Orange Squad. Says Red Bull Factory. It was 10 minutes ago. Mark, for Gresini colours, suffered technical issue, bike start of the day. He just had a crash there as well. And that's it. Nothing else has come through yet. We are waiting for the launch. It is 5 minutes late. What is taking them so long? If you say you're going to go on air at a time, you go on air at the time. It's just how I do it, to be fair. It's personal. Oh, look at that for Marc Marquez. First sector, 24.786. Hello. So Marc Marquez is going for it again. Is he going to go any quicker? Can he go any quicker than his time if he's pushing that bike? If that bike is damaged in any way as well, that's something you've got to think about. Exactly how much do they need to hold it? So we are waiting. Yeah, it says 2 p.m. local on the messaging board, but it hasn't come up yet. So MotoGP not even providing a service that they said they were going to provide, and here we are doing it all. So I like that. Flying around the track now, he is indeed Sector 1 orange. Now, if it's red, it's fastest overall. If it's orange, it's a personal best. And if it's grey, it's not really anything that gets sent in. So we'll take a look and see what it is. First sector, 24.786. He is staying remarkably consistent. That's the one thing I've got to say about that. 52. Oh, he's 2 seconds faster than the second sector there. 52.266. Third sector is down. Not a personal best. Stayed grey. 129.518. Is he faster in the fourth sector? 159.286. I'd like him to get ahead of Mia because that's where the reps is. 159.9 on that run around. So something didn't like in that last sector. But there's only 2 riders out on track. One's Alex Rins, who's in sector 3, and Marc Marquez is in sector 1. So not going to be anything faster at this time. So they are 7 minutes late, by the way, MotoGP, for their midday. Not quite the midday anymore. Still at 159, says Victor. Absolutely. Alex Rins, however, he's staying consistent. And Marc Marquez event for day continues. Now listed as falling at turn 15. Yeah, so we saw that. It was the final hairpin. We've had it confirmed out. You know we can see the times too, right? I do, but I'm having to keep talking because we're also on a radio channel. We're not just on YouTube and Twitch, we're also on a radio channel. So I'm having to keep talking and keep everybody informed about what's going on. So, and plus people also just put us on in the background to keep us through. It's how we roll. So just keep talking. Let's have a look. Kodo Leg says, crazy how Alex Rins is always 3 kph slower than Fabio. It is, isn't it? 329.2 in the last sector time, as you can see for Alex. Mark's on another fast lap. See if he's going to go through. Tristan says you're doing fine. Thank you for that. So it's very unplanned, this bit of the broadcast, because usually at this point we're supposed to hand over to MotoGP's world feed, but they just haven't started. So, I stand corrected. They've literally just started. So, is it going to be alive already? Live starting soon, it says. So, I'll use the ×2 method, which is the cheeky way of getting everything live. If you're watching, use the ×2 method on this YouTube channel as well, and you'll get live. Although we're on ultra low anyway, so it's as live as it can be. So, just to show you, we do have it on. It says live, starting soon. So as soon as it is, we will hand over trackside. We'll be flicking backwards and forwards so that we keep the full live timing and also seeing some bits of the track so you get the best of both worlds, and also that we don't really want to do too much of both. But well done. Where did Marc Marquez? He's still 16th, 159.286 still. Alex Rins still in P7 at the moment. What's going live? MotoGP trackside midday report. They should be live from trackside. I presume at 10 past the hour. No, now. I'll hand over trackside then. That's in Malaysia right now. The only sort of coverage we get from trackside to hear the bikes going through. Bikes going past. Finally, a bit of live action. But that's a Malaysia pit lane. That's just stationary at the moment. Alex Rins was the rider who went past. He's the only one down there, out on the circuit. 3 thousandths off the pace of Alex Marquez, though. Not bad at all. So as soon as we hear anything, we'll hand over and get the first update from the track. I can hear them in the ears. Nope, it's frozen. And now it's back. So we'll wait. Nope, still frozen. I think they're having a lot of technical issues, MotoGP trackside. The camera's just sort of moving up and down. Anyway, Acosta. Rhoda says Acosta's stuck in 158.2. Yeah, he did that on lap 33 or 37, and he hasn't come back on the track yet. Only one rider's out there, and that is Alex Rins. I thought they would be doing an update right now, but they sort of are just staying in the pit lane. They haven't changed their camera angle at all, so at least we get a look at the pit lane, I suppose. That's something. As we wait to hear the update. I think I can hear Alex Rins coming through. Yeah, Alex Rins is in the background, so he's coming soon. Sector 1 is a 28.809. 1 minute 3:15 is Sector 2. Sector 3, it hasn't told me on the monitor. That's unusual. That's hello. 141.903. I think it was resetting itself, look. That's why the race control message has sort of flashed up on the monitor. That's Rins coming into turn 15 now, down the back straightaway. So Rins is going to come out that last corner. I'd like to see if we can hear or see him, actually. Oh, is he coming to the pits? Oh, he's coming to the pit lane. Oh, that's great, actually. We'll see him. Here he is. Look, Rins is coming into the pit lane now. Here he is. So Rins coming down now. Cut the engine deliberately past the camera. So everyone's down in the pit lane. Nobody's out there on the circuit at the moment. So we'll have the live blog updates. Someone's going to start talking soon. Well, someone's talking. Let me know if you can hear it when it kicks up, because I'm only hearing it in one ear. Do they know they're live? What? What's it? What? Is this Alex Rins? They're talking about Rins. They don't know they're live. The World Feed guys don't know they're live, and they just said that Alex Rins is going to be out at the end of the season, and he's a whipping boy. What the hell's going on here? Well, hands up who expected that on a live stream. I have no idea what MotoGP have done. We now have, I think, Jack Appleyard or Luke standing in the pit lane. We have some movement, at least, on this. Not exactly the greatest of action we can see. Takiki Nakagami has gone back out on the track. So Nakagami, as Victor said, that's the LCR factory team for him coming through. They said Taka is the whipping boy. Ah, I see. I'm only hearing through one ear, so you're hearing better than me. So we'll wait until they start talking, and then I can take a very needed drink. Didn't expect to do this much talking. 20 minutes. I hope everyone's all right, not bored to death. Hope I've been entertaining for you all. With no TV pictures at all. Only a timing screen to talk about. I think they're getting ready to go on air 15 minutes later than they actually planned. Here you go.
Time here down in pit lane, and already a little bit of drama too as well. Not only
reigning world champion Pecco Bagnaia have a spill this morning on his outlap, took in the front end at turn 11. But Marc Marquez has already had 2 technical on it as well. So
Yeah, their mic problems are from their side, not ours. We can't get any louder. I am trying.
The 2 stops before that I asked Massini about, and he played it down, saying basically systems checked, and to be honest, I believe him. I think it's warning light on, and they come in and check. Yeah, there he goes. He's about to head back out. Warning lights come on. The dash, the rider has to come straight in, and they check whether whatever it is, temperature levels, something was alarm probably going off, but they turned it around quickly and got him back out there. But to be fair, on the Gresini team, Ducati, everybody, they haven't had the shakedown. Today is their shakedown, you know, so that's the first time they've been on track with their machines where, for example, any KTM or Gas rider, their machine has been checked by probably Paul Espargaro or Danny over the shakedown. See what I mean? So, yeah, you're going to have little glitches if you didn't do the shakedown.
And speaking of a little glitch, not a technical glitch or anything, Pecco Bagnaia was caught out this morning. Just they said that possibly some dirt on the track, or maybe it wasn't quite as clean because we did have a big rainstorm last night, so maybe just not optimal track conditions down there, and just took the front at turn 11.
Yeah, I watched the video, I think, as you did, but I also spoke to race control, who went out and had a look. It was a massive storm, thunder, lightning, about 20 past 5 yesterday evening, and I was wondering if it was still damp patches. They said no oil, no water. It was all of the, from the heavy rain, all of the little stones, sand, dust bounced out. Oh, sitting on top, you know. Pecco, 11, off the front, and Raul made it past there, touched the throttle, and he got quite knocked around. I saw him getting around. He's no injury, but he's a little bit stiff.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Raul's 3rd lap it was. He had a big high side coming through there, and really was definitely looked like he was a little bit second hand for a while. But thankfully,
bike as well, I think it was on fire.
Yeah, the bike was definitely toast, should we say? But no, thankfully Raul was back out on track already after that. Done loads of laps, and he's doing well indeed. Now, lastly, of course, we need to speak about Pedro Acosta as well, because once again, straight in at 58.2 this morning, already firing on the timesheets and impressing as we thought he would, Simon.
I spoke to the team this morning during the red flag, and because we were all trying to find out what it was about. It was the Raul Fernandez crash, and race control checking what the surface, you know, if there was any problem. And I happened to be standing at the front of Pedro's garage. He came in, he'd seen it, reported what was the cause of the red flag, but also I got talking to the mechanics about Pedro, and they are well impressed. And not how quick he is, but how accurate his feedback is. Running through the different things,
that jump scared me. They fixed one side of the mic now.
So accurate, and he's come across so mature for his age, you know, and experience.
I think that's a massive thing. Every time you see Pedro, it just looks so mature, even when it's silly things like doing a media debrief as well.
They need to get their levels right. It's making me jump. It's honestly, it's not us, it's them. It's really embarrassing. Look, here they are in the pits.
Easy to make mistakes, yeah. So she has really impressed. And the man that was telling me that, the mechanic was telling me that's been in the paddock longer than me. So he's seen a lot of riders, worked with a lot of riders, and at this early stage at least, he's going, wow, respect Pedro. Who's next?
Well, we'll start on the manufacturers, shall we? Okay. Honda, of course, the big story. We're actually just walking up towards Honda at the minute. Takayama is out on track, so hopefully by the time we get down there, the garage is shut for us and we can't see anything. Big story down at Honda, though. I was intrigued over the shakedown because there was lots of positivity coming from the comments of the riders. Taka in particular was really positive about the engine, said it was better. That's something that you highlighted recently in seasons the last couple of years. They need to work on the engine.
I believed that.
And it seems like they have, and it's much better.
Well, my first impression, I'll go on from riders. Actually, no, it was first impression is listening to the bikes warm up. At the beginning of the shakedown, I was here, and I went to listen, and I'm over years, like 7 years of listening to that and every other engine, you could tell that it, in my opinion, was softer. You know, like when they're warming it up, you could tell for the first time, at least they've changed something. You know, it could be, it could be as simple as electronics, or it's not just the exhaust has changed, but the speed that it accelerates when the mechanics warming up is slightly slower. And I expected something like that. Firing order, all that is the same. The engine actually sounds like the same engine, but they've obviously changed some internals to make it react a little bit differently, and you can just hear that when they're warming it up.
Yeah, I was going to come on to that actually. Like, it's not firing order change. You can really hear the difference. This is much more subtle and definitely a little bit harder to tell, but still, you can hear it. There's a difference there.
So what I asked Lucio, actually, Ciccanello, what the aim for Honda was today. I've asked every manufacturer before we did this just to get some news, and he said they have one bike that is like Valencia test, that's all 4 Honda riders, and one that has been updated again. And one that's been updated again, both of those are pulling in before us, so we'll be okay. One that's been updated again, oh, it is Tucker. No, it's Tucker. I thought it was Alex Rins. And so, just curious which one he's on here. Yeah, that's still the one that I saw at Valencia test. And then, what was I going to say? So, they've got that, which is slightly different engine apparently. Pretty much touched everything on the bike. Not swing arm, it looks the same, but exhaust, aero, chassis, the whole thing's different, isn't it? They were happy with that bike. They didn't even bring last year's bike to this test, so they're the only manufacturer that didn't. Everyone else has brought the last year's bike as a base to get up to speed before trying the new one, not Honda. Understandable, yeah. So. Wow, I didn't hear that one, but that's fantastic. So Honda have made some progress, which is great. The other bike that all the Honda riders have, I can see a different swing arm on there. Alex from Calex, apparently he's in a Honda shirt now. I've seen him in a Honda shirt. No longer Alex from Calex. Yeah, so apparently that's big news. You know, he did good work. Successful work with Honda last year with chassis, swing arms. They've still got the swing arm from him in there, which is a big move from Honda, isn't it? You know, taking in other companies to manufacture parts. So that second bike, apparently, not only swing arm, there's a different engine apparently in it. When I say different, another update. So, and I haven't seen them on that yet, so which understandable. They'll be getting up to speed, getting everything they can out of the older one, and then bang, try the newer one.
Well, let's hope that new one is a further step, and that's what Joan Mir and Luca Marini and all the Honda riders have said so far, that they hope they can make a further step with that next specification. Now, we are outside the KTM, but unfortunately the garage is down, so we can't really show you too much, as everyone's gone for their lunch, and rightfully so. But KTM's an interesting one, because looking at the bikes, not a great deal of change, but we know KTM, there will be differences for the engine, there'll be loads and loads of electronics to update, and I think a bigger thing as well is branded under that KTM banner, the Gas team, the Tech Free team, they're now on those carbon chassis as well.
Yes, they've got they look right up to speed, but to be fair, last year they did as well. At the beginning of the season, they started on the same spec, the Gas team, as KTM. I agree. When you look at the KTM, it doesn't look different. You know, they've got the carbon chassis, they're unpainted, they look really nice. Yeah. Black carbon fiber weave, you can see. Yeah, not very noticeable on track, but up close it really is. So I got to chat with Francesco Guidotti 10 minutes ago, and 15, and he explained to me that they, like everyone, have to get up to speed. They used that's the factory riders. They used the shakedown test. I believe he means Danny, because I saw Danny Pedrosa testing a lot of things. Apparently they used, I would say, I'm guessing Danny, to run through the new parts to sift out what was good, what was obviously good, to make the job of the factory riders easier, meaning they have less to test, because otherwise they're going to be, the weight on their shoulders is huge. So Danny narrowed it down, and now they're going through those parts. That's their aim. And they said there's a lot of aero parts that you'll see. There's engine updates, not one but two, to run through. And electronics. He actually went into detail telling me a bit about electronics. He said over winter, KTM have put a huge effort into the electronic side. Obviously want to make some progress there. And they said there's not much difference right now, but we believe it sounds like a different program or system, or they believe that during the season, you can tell the heat here, during the season, that they, when you get into those difficult moments where there's a lack of grip or a certain track, they believe that they're going to see the rewards of this new system later in the year.
Well, hopefully they do see that, and of course, one rider we'll be hoping for that is Camilo Costa stepping onto the KTM bike, obviously under the Gas branding for the first time, impressing straight away. On the other side of that garage, we'll perhaps get Gusto Fernandez, rookie last year into his sophomore season, now in MotoGP, and it's not exactly pressure on, although you could say it is for Gusto, but he does need to perform this year, and already with his teammate throwing down a benchmark like that, a rookie teammate. Would he already be thinking about, this could be a tough year?
I think Augusta's quite confident in himself. He needs to be. He is a good rider. He did a great first year on a MotoGP bike. Okay, it wasn't like we're expecting from Pedro, but I think he will be, and he should be confident and not worried about his teammate. Learn something from him, maybe.
Yeah,
but definitely they'll learn something from each other.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. He and Pedro and both Augusto, so obviously a good young lineup in there, the youngest in the grid, I think. So lots and lots to come from those two. Now, speaking of lots to come from a particular entity, Yamaha are outside their boxes, but again, the garages are down. We had their team unveiling yesterday, which Simon did a good job of hosting as well. There's a lot of positivity around Yamaha. We're still kind of yet to, I don't want to say I'm not convinced, because I do think Yamaha will be better this year.
No, yet to see proof, yeah.
Yet to see proof, yeah. Obviously the new engine there is a massive talking point, and it does seem it's faster, but maybe just needs working.
They've hired an Italian from Ducati, Massimo Bartolini, and I've heard nothing but praise from the Yamaha team about Massimo. Not only that because I dug a little bit where it's his specialties, and they said 360 degrees, he knows the whole bike, meaning all areas are his specialties. Impressive. But they said not only that they're impressed with, but his human side, how he's come in to the Japanese system, and as a boss, he is now managing director of the technical director of Yamaha MotoGP operations. So he's one of the bosses, and the way he's come in apparently is quite smooth. He's meshed with the Japanese and working really well. So long may that last. And I think obviously the Yamaha staff, mechanics, etc. I know a lot of them, but they have to be professional. Thank you. And they can't tell me what exactly technically that they've done or improved, but they're saying that they're in a much better place than they were 12 months ago, like much more confident in what they have. And it sounds like Massimo Bartolini has touched every area, and you can see it, very Ducati-like scoops on the bottom of the belly pan. You can see the tailpiece has changed and some different aero around the bike. And I spoke to, obviously the engine's changed. They've got an engine specialist as well. But I spoke to Massimo this morning, the team manager, and Mr. Merigali told me that today it was really, once the track came good, because everyone was complaining about grip in the beginning after the rainstorm, once the track came good, they wanted to try to figure out where the chatter had been coming from through shakedown. So to me, he said, that bike hasn't got it, that bike has, but it's the new bike, I believe, that he was pointing at. So the bike with a new engine and new aero and has some chatter. So they're trying to back and figure out where that comes from. That was like the first mission today before they can go further. Just to jump on the other side of the garage before we move away from Yamaha, sorry, hogging all this, my head's full of, is Alex Rins. He's impressed. I got chatting to his team, and everyone knows how smooth Alex is. You can see it. He's beautiful smooth, but what they were impressed with was his braking. Like, he might be smooth, but wow, he brakes, and Fabio's famous for braking. But they're saying Alex is at least matching that.
That's interesting, because actually one of his comments was about that coming to the Yamaha feels like returning to the Suzuki, but with better braking. That was his main comment.
And I saw him out on track past DG into turn 1, and I'm like, you know, he looked really good out there. So promising for the Alex Rins fans.
Well, let's hope Alex is going to do good this year. Obviously, that leg is still not healing. It is healed now. He does have a little bit of trouble with it. Still limping a tiny, tiny bit, but he does say, importantly, no pain on the bike, and let's hope it stays that way for Alex this year. Now, moving on, Ducati, reigning champions. Again, it seems we're coming to most tests now, and there's not a lot of change at Ducati. We know that there is
so far
aero stuff coming at some point. We don't know if what Gigi Galini was talking about with this very different aero philosophy that we've not seen from Ducati before was what we saw at the shakedown with Pirro. If you hadn't seen that, it's like a downwash duck, also then coupled with a big bulging out the sides there and the belly pants. We don't know if there's going to be another new thing. We're not too sure.
It sounds like there is going to be something new that we haven't seen from Ducati, and it's typical that they kind of push it out as late as possible, to make sure there's not too much time for people to copy and homologate before the season starts. So what I got talking to Davide Tardozzi, he was one of the first I bumped into this morning, and asked him what is the goal for today, and he said that really it's about, first of all, get the riders up to speed on the 2023 machine, which I saw. Martin was on that. I've got to say, while we're talking about Ducati, Martin jumped on that 23 bike, as Pecco did, as everyone in those two factory garages, Anea Bastianini and Michele Pirro, because Morbidelli's not here. They were all on the 23 bikes, and Martin with that dirty track, and I was watching riders not going out for a while, letting other people clean it up, then people go out, fall off. Martin did 10 laps, and on his 10th lap, when almost everyone was in the 59s, he went 58.1, bang, and 10th, and I saw everybody in the garages go, he's still got it, hasn't he? Like the speed. He came in complaining about lack of grip, but how fast. So Tardozzi told me that their goal was get everyone up to speed on the 23 bike, then jump on the new bike, which is engine, to prove that engine, make sure it is the right choice. And then if they get through everything today engine-wise, maybe at the end of the day we'll see new fairing, because that's their second test option. You know, they have to confirm the engine, what's better and choice, so they can let the factory know, build them, homologate them. Then they get onto the aero, which hopefully we see really soon, either this afternoon or tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. I think it'll probably be more like tomorrow, but I hope this afternoon anyway. Finally, let's quickly ramble on about Aprilia, because we are running out of time. Aprilia, in the garage at the moment, there are 6 bikes. Both Maverick and Aleix have 2 2024 machines, but then they also have their 23. I think Aleix only did 1 run or 2 runs on the 23.
And 3 for Maverick.
Yeah, I was going to say, Maverick looked like he did more.
Yep.
So, what do you know about down at Aprilia? Because, of course, there's loads of aero on the bike, but other things, engine, are they working on it already?
As I always do, I had a really good catch-up with Paolo Bonora. He looks a bit pale from the lack of sun over winter. He said they've built 10 bikes to bring here, but to think back, like all the manufacturers, to order those parts, get them in. You've got a little bit of time while they're coming in for Christmas, and then come into the workshop, build 6 bikes, which was, 10 bikes, he said. 6 24 models, which is Miguel Oliveira 2, and the factory riders 2 each, so 6. Then 4 23 machines, because the factory riders want a 23 to get up to speed on, to compare, to confirm the new bike is better. And Raul Fernandez has the other 2. He's on the 23 bike. So they have apparently 3 swing arms, 2 swing arms that are from last year, to try and figure out which is better, and then compare to a brand new one that they haven't got. The chassis is slightly different. You can see that, eh? Yeah, tiny difference, visible. Who knows what else that we can't see? And yes, they said they have engine upgrade, of course. You know, like everybody here, KTM as well. All the manufacturers have updates to their engine, trying to get something else out of them.
Yeah, I mean they need to every year so far. It's kind of the engine wars in MotoGP. We know Ducati lead the race on that one, and this year Gita's saying they found significant power, but Aprilia too. Sorry, I missed the Aprilia before we move away from them. The Aero, they've been hard at work at Aero, haven't they? Everyone's seen that on the on social media photos, and it looks like a jet plane at the back, and the wing behind. I've had a good look, and it looks like that wing. There's two of them, the smaller one and a bigger one that goes by the back wheel, and it looks like the turbulence caused by the rider's leg. They're trying to smooth it out. That's what it looks like when I look at the bike up close from all angles. Right, interesting. I did wonder.
That's only a guess.
Because obviously we've seen the wheel covers and little kind of winglets on the side, but they're always lower down, and it's the first one we've seen that's higher up on the wheel.
It's my guess anyway, yeah. And I've heard, just a whisper, I don't know which manufacturer, but we've got to keep an eye out, that there's something quite ugly coming. But I don't know who's built it. It's just a whisper I've heard. Keep an eye outside. It's pretty ugly.
Well, keep an eye on that. Tonight there will be the After the Flag show at 5:30 GMT plus one time. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York will be hosting that. Simon Crayford will also feature, and possibly myself as well. We'll be popping in with our little tidbits from pit lane. 5:30, half an hour before the session ends today. That will be starting After the Flag live on MotoGP.com. Do not miss that. 90 minutes of full in-depth analysis. It's going to be a good one. But from day one here in Simon, already just at the halfway point, it's pretty exciting already. Lots and lots of things to look out for. Marc Marquez on a Ducati, not the best morning, but certainly he's going to be getting better throughout the rest of the days. And I think everyone will be keeping their eyes on Pedro Acosta and what he does in the next 2 days as well.
Yeah, it's exciting. Like you said, we're all waiting to see what Mark can do on that 23 Ducati. Like, to be fair to them, they're having a shakedown. Like I said, they'll have some glitches today, and then I'm sure it'll go smoother. But the interesting thing for the championship is I believe the Japanese have taken advantage of their concessions, meaning they were allowed to do the shakedown. They've sorted through, and it feels like they have made a step in the right direction. Let's see and they're allowed to keep doing that, update engines during the year. It's going to be super interesting to see if they, one of them or both, really take advantage of those concessions and keep bringing new stuff throughout the year and improving.
Well, it's going to be exciting in MotoGP for 2024. Make sure you stay with us all throughout the season, and also today with After the Flag coming at 5:30 in about 3 hours' time, something like that. We'll see you then. Ciao for now.
Yeah, really great stuff from the guys down there in the pit lane. It is currently the lunch break here for MotoGP, which means we haven't got really much. The bikes are going back out on track in around about 20 minutes time as well. So that's when we'll get everything ship ready to go again. We are, however, going to take a quick look at the MotoGP social media once I get it logged in, because they have got some new onboards I want to take a look at as well in terms of their videos. So let's take a look then and see what they've got. Hold off. So lunch is calling. First 20 laps done. That's down at Ducati with Pecco Bagnaia. And they just said tune in as well. So just that's Pedro Acosta. That's it. Just one thing. Okay, not too bad of an afternoon, but I was expecting more. So we are now going to hand over, because I think if we get this right, we might just get this done correctly. So we have got a lunch break. Is there the Fernandez crash? Didn't see it. No, I haven't seen anything from an accident that just came through on the circuit from Augusto Fernandez. I know Augusto Fernandez did crash out at turn 3. He was okay. That was about 3 hours ago now. And Raul Fernandez did crash at 2:20, so 20 minutes into the session. But he's okay after a high side as well. So both Fernandezes have crashed. But anyway, we're going to head back now to the full screen when it comes in. We're trying to work out when they're going to head back out of the circuit because lunch break's only supposed to be for an hour, so we've got 20 more minutes, but we've got nothing to show. So we're trying to think about what could be the quickest method around everything. So we're going to, does that mean a look? Thanks, Jimmy. No problems at all. So we're going to now take a look at the Ducati launch, and we're going to go stay in split screen because no one's out on the circuit. As soon as people head back out, we'll go back to the full screen with sector times as well. But here is the Ducati Lenovo factory team launch that happened a few days ago.
Good morning and welcome back. We are live once again for the latest MotoGP team presentation in 2024 after Marc and Alex Marquez took the spotlight on Saturday to kick off presentation season. We're back this time for the world champion to take centre stage after taking back-to-back titles in 2022 and 2023. Pecco Bagnaия's quest for a hat-trick of Premier Class crowns starts right here. Welcome back, Jack Appleyard with you for the next couple of hours. If you weren't with us on Saturday for the very first launches live, then you're in for a treat. We'll be talking live to the likes of Guido Meda, Sky Sports Italy's lead commentator. Simon Crafar will be joining us later on as well. Plus, we'll be hearing live from the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, Enea Bastianini, Davide Tardozzi, and more. So settle in, don't go anywhere. There's plenty to look forward to over the coming couple of hours. It's a busy week as well. Let's take a look at the team presentations that are going to be coming your way over the next 7 days. And as we said, it all starts here with the Ducati Lenovo team officially getting their 2024 underway. On Wednesday, we'll be live back to Italy for the Pertamina Enduro VR46 racing team launch, the newly branded Pertamina Enduro VR46 squad. And then Trackhouse Racing, the latest addition to MotoGP. We're having their presentation from the glitzy and glamorous location of Los Angeles, California on Friday night in America. We'll be live on Saturday to bring you a full roundup of everything that went down in LA on Friday night, and we'll be chatting live to Miguel Oliveira and Raul Fernandez as well. But that's to come your way on Saturday. Our focus, of course, is the Ducati Lenovo team launch. Medjul over the coming couple of hours. All the key bits of information here that you need to be tuning into will be live from Madonna di Camplio very, very soon. Indeed, our man Conor Doherty that was there in the Gresini launch in Riccione on Saturday has made the trip across. We're then hearing from Guido Meda, the voice of MotoGP in Italy. The presentation itself gets underway in just under half an hour's time at 10:30 local time in Italy. And then once that is done, live interviews with the likes of the world champion Enea Bastianini, Davide Tardozzi. We'll also be hearing from some key men involved in the MotoGP project, including the brains Gigi Dell'Igna. Expert Eye, we always finish it off with that. We may well move that around and come a little bit earlier once the presentation is finished. Simon Crafar will be joining us live. Great to be able to catch up with Simon and get his thoughts on what Ducati have to do in 2024 to be able to hold on to the World Championship crown that they, of course, have won in now back-to-back seasons. A big year for them. We spoke at length on Saturday about the arrival of Marc Marquez into the Ducati, and you feel as though that Marc and Alex Marquez's biggest threat is going to come from the man holding the number one plate. Well, he held the number one plate last year, of course, made the switch across from the 63. We're fully anticipating to see the number one on the front of that Ducati again, but we don't know until about half an hour's time when the covers are going to come off. No indications from Pecco that he's going to ditch the number one. No reason to whatsoever as well. So I personally am hoping that that number one is going to be there once again, and I think it's safe to say it is going to be there. And a huge year as well, goes without saying, for Enea Bastianini, the number 23, who had a remarkable 2022, finishing third in the World Championship. So unlucky last year, but has to hit the ground running this year. As ever, guys, if you are watching us, you can get involved. Tell us where you're watching from. Tell us what you think is going to happen in 2024, your predictions for both Pecco and Enea. Make sure you're putting those messages in the chat, and we'll be filing them through and pushing them out live and reacting to them as we go throughout the show as well. So make sure you get in touch with us and get in contact with the show over the next couple of hours. Right, we promised that we'd head across live to Italy, and we are going to, for the very first time, Conor Doherty, the busiest man in Italy, from Riccione on Saturday across to Madonna di Camplio on Monday morning. A slight change in scenery, as we can see, with the snow on the floor there, Conor. Just set the tone for us and bring us up to speed with everything that we can expect over the next couple of hours down in Italy.
That's right, Jack. The Grand Tour of Italy continues as we're here for the Ducati presentation, this time in Madonna di Campiglio. As you've just commented, the snow, it is absolutely beautiful here. It's freezing cold. I've already caught a cold. And over the course of the next few hours, we'll be speaking to you about what's going on here at the Ducati presentation. We're going to see the Superbike and the MotoGP teams.
Looks as though we just lost Conor for a second there with the connection, but hopefully we'll be back with him in just a moment to...
so when we can,
there he is.
We'll speak to you... So we'll see you shortly, bringing you all the latest of what's happening here. Ducati really rolling out the red carpet, the colour, of course, of choice for the factory team. We're going to go inside now, see who we can speak to, see what's going on. So until then, Jack, we'll come back to you shortly. But right now, we'll go to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Conor. Yeah, get back inside and get nice and warm. It does look a little bit chilly there in Madonna di Camplio. Of course, it's the second year in a row that Ducati have held their presentation in the Italian Dolomites up in the mountains from last year, and I believe it's going to be the case once again this year. The likes of Pecco and Enea, and as Conor said there, the World Superbike boys are there. Alvaro Bautista and Nicolo Buliga, a new look lineup for them this year. I think they're going to be getting the skis on later in the day and having themselves a little bit of a slalom race. That was the plan last year, and I'm sure it's going to be the same this year as well. Right, of course, 2024, just around the corner. The season is going to be underway the 9th, the 10th of March, the first sprint of the year, and the 9th of March under the lights in Qatar, and then the opening Grand Prix of 2024 on the 10th of March. 22 rounds, 22 Grand Prix, 22 sprints. Make sure you grab your tickets for your nearest venue. Or in fact, we're in January, Christmas has finished, everybody's wanting something to look forward to. Why don't you get yourself a little bucket list trip sorted? Fly out to Austin, enjoy the music, the foods, the vibrancy of the American Grand Prix. Go to Mugello, see the Italian guys in full flow with flares everywhere. There's no atmosphere quite like it. So there's a link in the chat there for you guys watching on YouTube and Twitch, or if you're on Instagram and Twitter. Then just head to MotoGP.com and get your tickets booked and make sure that you are trackside for at least one Grand Prix in what is going to be a historic 2024. Right, okay, so on Saturday, for the first time when we were speaking live to the riders, we had the opportunity to put across to them some questions that you guys have been sending in to us. It's going to be exactly the same once again. Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini, we've got a couple of questions for both of them coming courtesy of you. Just remember that this will be going up on our Instagram stories, so make sure you're following MotoGP on Instagram. And around a couple of days, 3 days before each presentation, we'll be putting a post out allowing you to commit your questions, submit your questions, and the best ones will get chosen. And you might even make a live appearance on Launches Live, just like these guys are going to do.
Fan living in Singapore. I have a question for Enea. I'd really like to know what names you've chosen to give your two bikes for the season. I'm looking forward to all the racing and I can't wait. Wish you both the best of luck. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, I'm Dennis from Malaysia. I have a question for Pecco. Pecco, what's been your best moment in MotoGP so far?
Hello everyone, I'm Raquel from Spain and I have a question for both Pecco and Enea. What do you like about each other's riding style? Thank you, wish you the best for next season and ciao.
Thank you very much to those guys for submitting their questions from America via Hong Kong, Malaysia to Spain as well. Great to see that the MotoGP fans around the world are getting in touch with us and sending to us their questions. Some good questions there as well. I quite like all of them. There were some good ones on Saturday. So no pressure, guys, but if you are submitting your questions, the ball is pretty high. Right, opportunity for you guys to get in touch then. As you saw on Saturday, we'll be sending a couple of polls your way. This is the first one of the day for us, and it is a simple one, but it's the big one. The question, will Pecco Bagnaia be able to make it a hat-trick of World Championships in 2020? Will he be the World Champion this year? Easy. In the chat, just put A or B, yes or no. In around 5 to 10 minutes time, we'll show the answers and find out what you guys think. Is it going to be yet another year for Pecco Bagnaia to have championship success? No pressure, but when we did it on Saturday, I think it was around 80% of you said that Marc Marquez was going to be world champion. So if we have 80% saying Pecco Bagnaia is going to be world champion today, then we need to do some maths and work out exactly who is saying who, because you guys in the chat, if you're saying that both are going to be world champion, then you need to have a read of the rule book before we get underway. Right, we'll be heading back across to Madonna di Campiglio very, very soon indeed to hopefully hear from Sky Sports Italy's Guido Meda, the voice of MotoGP in Italy. Before that, though, let's just take a look at what's been going down on social media, because the Ducati boys arrived around midday yesterday, and they had a big gala dinner last night with all the stars out, including the world champion Pecco Bagnaia. We can see here enjoying a glass of vino, as he's allowed to do in January. Of course, training starting to ramp up, but won't be into full flow until we get into February and the start of the Sepang test, which of course is at the beginning of February, around a couple of weeks away. Now, who else was in attendance then? Let's take a look here. If I can get my mouse sorted, that would help. So Bagnaia there, Gigi looking very smart indeed. A new shirt, potentially a Christmas present for Gigi Dall'Igna there. Looking very, very smart. The turtleneck for Enea Bastianini, big year for him. Looking as stylish as ever is Enea. Of course, a number of Ducati machines on show. And it's not just one world champion, but two world champions and two back-to-back world champions in attendance. Alvaro Bautista, who, of course, made that wild-card appearance in Sepang late last year as a gift for winning the World Superbike Championship. He's looking for a hat-trick for Ducati as well. Will we see Bautista back on a MotoGP bike this year? He said that he wanted another go, was really frustrated that a slight injury hampered him and wasn't allowing him to really show his full potential at the Malaysian Grand Prix. So let's see, maybe we'll see Bautista back out taking a wild card in 2024. However, with the new concession rules that have been introduced this year, only one wildcard appearance allowed for Ducati this year, and you would think that that's going to come courtesy of this man, Michele Pirro, potentially at Mugello or Misano. So unfortunately for Bautista, it does look as though his options are limited to be making another MotoGP appearance this year. Of course, Tony Cairoli there, a multiple motocross world champion. A big day for Ducati. Not only are they launching their MotoGP project and the World Superbike project as well, but they've actually ventured into the dirt as well. The Motocross World Championship project has been launched today, which is where Paolo Ciabatti, a familiar face, a familiar name for a lot of you, he's moved his way across to that project, so we won't be seeing Paolo Ciabatti in the paddock, or certainly on a business level. I'm sure he'll be coming to spend some time there. What else have we got here? Oh, look at that. What a lovely Ducati-style dessert. That looks delightful. I've not had any breakfast yet as well. This is the big tease that they put out the other day. Are we going to see a huge livery change? We're about 15 minutes away from finding out when they pull the covers off the GP24 for the Ducati Lenovo team squad. So not long to wait. Not really too much that we can tell from that. I was zooming in on that earlier today. In fact, I can get a bit closer. Can't really see too much. But anyway, let's head back to Madonna di Campiglio. A real pleasure this to be able to hear from the voice of Sky Sports Italy. In Italy for MotoGP, a man that's been in the paddock for a number of years, very experienced, and of course, no better man to speak to when the world champion himself is Italian, Guido Meda. Guido, thank you very much for joining us. What is the excitement levels like there in Italy ahead of the world champion officially starting his 2024?
It's a great pleasure, of course. Ciao, Jack. Ciao to everybody. What is important, I think, is that it's the second time we come here with an Italian champion on an Italian bike. So, as you can imagine, for us, Italian, it's a kind of a great occasion to be proud of what they did, Ducati and Bagnaia did, of course. So it's a big excitement, looking forward for seeing the bike and to feel un po' the feeling of the riders.
And for Pecco Bagnaia this year, looking for a third straight World Championship, is this going to be his most difficult challenge yet, though?
Yeah,
with Jorge
definitely.
Martin growing, Marc Marquez, of course, arriving on a Ducati as well.
Definitely, yes. I was talking to Pecco just 5 minutes ago about this, not in an interview, but in a little private conversation, and we were saying this. He said, when you have to grow in your life, and you want to grow in your life as big as is the challenge you have, as more real becomes your value. So he knows perfectly that it's going to be maybe the toughest season he's going to front this year. And as you can imagine, we feel exactly the same for him and for the others. They have to beat the world champion, and the world champion has to beat them, and they are a lot. It's a good thing for me and for you, a great thing for the show, but maybe a kind of a nightmare for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that Pecco Bagnaia would much rather have it that he didn't have so many riders being so fast at the moment. Of course, as you say, it's a special time for MotoGP in Italy. An Italian world champion on an Italian motorcycle. We saw when we went to both Mugello and Misano. The grandstands were packed. The atmosphere was incredibly special. Just talk us through what it's like being in Italy at the moment in this special moment.
I have to tell you the truth. We were afraid after Valentino Rossi's retirement. As you can imagine, he had kind of printed in the heart of every Italian something special, and yes, we were afraid that something would have been spoiled without him, even if he was not winning in the last part of his career. But we were lucky. Sometimes in life happens. As Italians, we were lucky to find a kind of a Valentino's pupil like Pecco, such a technological machine as a Ducati, and the couple of Ducati made the difference and brought back Italians to the races, even if he was not alone, because Martin or even Bezzecchi or the others, they did a really great job.
Just finally, very, very quickly, because I know you need to go, but just on Enea Bastianini, incredibly unlucky last year, a huge year ahead for him as well.
Yes, of course. We didn't see the true Bastianini last year, as he was blessed in the first part of the season. So I'm looking forward to finding him back as he was 2 years ago. And I think there is no reason to think that he will not be like that. So this red one, it will be a great couple.
Absolutely. Guido, thank you for your time. I know you've got a busy morning ahead of you there in Modena, so thank you for your time and enjoy the season. We'll catch up with him in Qatar when we get there for round one, but great to get the thoughts live from Italy of the voice of MotoGP in Italy, Guido Mader, and picking up on some good points as well. Interesting insight there, that conversation that he just had with Pecco Bagnaia and Pecco himself holding his hands up and admitting that this is his biggest year yet. This is his biggest challenge yet. The amount of growth that we're seeing, not only from him, but Jorge Martin into another year with so much experience gained from last year. Marc Marquez, we expect to be back to his best. And what can the likes of KTM and Brad Binder, Aprilia, Honda, even Yamaha now with those concessions do? It's going to be a great year. And as a result, well, you guys at home are almost split, just about leaning in the favour of Pecco Bagnaia picking up that third straight World Championship. But on Saturday, when we asked the question of whether it will be 9 times World Champion Marc Marquez come November and Valencia, that was a bit of a landslide victory with over 80% of you not so convinced that Bagnaia will be able to do the hat-trick this year, arguably for the reasons we've just mentioned, that his challenge and the task ahead of him is probably the biggest he's yet to face. So interesting there. Again, in the chat, do let us know why you think Pecco has got it in him to be able to pick up a third straight World Championship, and why you think he's not got it in him, and why you think someone else is going to be able to steal that World Championship crown away from him. But certainly interesting, that one, to be able to see that only 57% of you think that Bagnaia will be a world champion again in 2024. Right, we've just heard from Guido there. For you guys that aren't based in Italy and maybe don't get the opportunity to hear from him and his emotive, passionate, truly Italian style of commentary, then this was a brilliant video that we put together in the back end of last year in the aftermath of that incredibly dramatic Valencian Grand Prix where Bagnaia and Martin went toe-to-toe in those opening couple of laps. In fact, I'm not going to spoil it. This is heard around the world, Bagnaia's crowning moment. A great watch this.
Dopo il semaforo scatenate l'inferno. Prima dentro. Gas a martello. E boom!
Pecco Bagnaia is a demon on the brakes.
Missed it by miles there.
And Martin tries to cut underneath.
Vielleicht ist das im Windschatten nach der 880 Meter langen Geraden. Can Martin pounce on the run to the first corner?
Attaccata su Bagnaia che invece frena forte. L'ha preso.
Oh, attenzione il contatto! And he's touched him. Y attenzione quella. Se ha abierto. Madre mía. Ha salvado la caída y va a tener que remar de nuevo. That could be the championship right there. Look how he fires back onto the racetrack though, in front of his pal Aleix Espargaro.
Adesso farà il matto Martin per tornare là davanti. Che rischio, ragazzi.
Here we go. He's got a good run there through. Martin's got a good run. Is he going to have a look into turn 2?
Marquez through again on Zarco. You saw the smoke from his boot as Martin picks the opportunity up.
Il est maintenant 6e, Jorge Martin.
Y esto lo tienen que ayudar las KTMs, tienen que ponerse delante.
Botta! Che botta! È Martin!
Al suelo, Martin y Marc.
Still catches you by
That's it,
surprise.
the championship is done. Martin and Marc Marquez have crashed and the championship is run. Se tocan y en este instante es campeón del mundo.
Francesco Bagnaia, même s'il ne termine pas dans les points, même si il chute, il sera champion du monde.
Und Marc Marquez fliegt hoffentlich ohne Verletzung.
Oddio, ha calibrato male la staccata di Giannantonio e dentro potrebbe essere una volata.
Bagnaia has the superior traction. He has the superior bike.
Una nuvola rossa appare ed è più luminosa del cielo.
Il capo, il maestro, doppio campione, il est double champion du monde, MotoGP.
Pecco Bagnaia is your 2023 MotoGP World Champion.
Y gana el campeón del mundo. Se proclama campeón ganando a lo grande. Campeón del mundo, revalida el título.
Pecco Bagnaia c'è. Grazie Pecco. Grazie Pecco. Ed è campione del mondo per la seconda volta in MotoGP.
Brilliantly done by the guys around the world. Gav there for TNT Sports, who of course we heard from on Saturday. Matt Burt, of course, a part of our own MotoGP feed that we're going to be chatting to as we go throughout the show. I think actually Bertie's got a little holiday planned, a well-deserved one as well, but hopefully we'll be able to grab a word from him. So you guys have been getting in touch in the chats. Dearie me, Matt the Mad Botanist, have you not got some flowers to attend to? He was chatting away on Saturday as well. And he's straight in. I mean, I love the comment. Love the Italian commentators. There is really, there's no passion like the Italians. But Matt, great to hear from you again. What's Danny saying? Go beat Marquez for this season in MotoGP. I think he's talking about Pecco. And I hope, yeah, there we go. I hope Pecco will become a 3-time world champion. Well, he'll become a 4-time world champion. We saw that he had the 3 rings, I think he was showing, in Valencia in November to count for that Moto2, MotoGP and second MotoGP championship. Yeah, 2023, a ridiculously impressive year for Ducati, BSB, British Superbike World Champion, World Superbike Champion, and MotoGP as well. Oggi, I'm in class. Oggi, please. I know that MotoGP is important, but school is importanter. So turn off the stream, concentrate on the maths lesson, and then watch it on YouTube in around 4 or 5 hours' time, maybe on your lunch break. But I, for one, I don't want to advocate you not paying attention in school. I mean, thank you. I admire the dedication, but school is more important. Concentrate on your lesson. Thank you. Public service message from Jack Appleyards there. And MotoGP. I think that's a message that we want. One man that definitely went to school. Extremely educated about what is about to come our way in a couple of moments' time. Just 5 minutes out from the world champions unveiling their 2024 machine. Connor, talk us through it. Set the scene.
Well, Jack, the lights have just gone out here before the presentation. The welcome coffee finished just minutes ago, and people have been pouring in. We've seen the stars of the show, the VIPs, Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini, taking their seats right at the front, down below. And we've seen Gigi Dall'Igna, we've seen Paolo Ciabatti, all the heavyweights just waiting to see those motorbikes unveiled right behind me. If you can see as well, my Italian's not fantastic, you know that, Jack. But the name of the event here is, I believe, Campioni in Pista, and my translation of that would be Champions on the Slopes. And the event that they've set up here at Ducati is simply fantastic. The scale of it is just monumental. Yesterday, I think you mentioned it earlier, they hosted a dinner for everyone, for sponsors, for journalists, up at the top of the mountain, and that was wonderful. I'll tell you about that later, but we're running out of time here because, as you just said, things are about to get started in earnest, so I'll go back to you in the studio for the time being.
Yeah, cheers, Connor. Do you know what? I said you were educated. That Italian was, if I can say, bellissimo. Superb. Thank you for that translation. Champions on the slopes. We'll let you go, though, because, as you say, we're just about 4 minutes away from the live presentation getting underway, so he needs to take his seat and get ready to take some notes, headed from chatting away to the key men, the key protagonists in the Ducati Lenovo squad later on. Right, we had the poll, we had the results. Time for a quiz question now. I had a word with the guys in the back because a couple of questions that we had last time were really, really poor. This one, though, I think is going to get you thinking. Enea Bastianini, what is his favourite movie? I don't think I know this one, actually. Is it A, Star Wars? In fact, I think I do know, and I've got a fun fact for you, if it is the answer I think it is afterwards. So A, Star Wars. B, Indiana Jones. C, Harry Potter. D, Sharknado. Great movie. All you need to do in the comments, in the chat, A, B, C, or D. Or if you want to, and you've got time, you can type out Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Harry Potter, or Sharknado. We'll be giving you the results of that one in around 60 seconds, a couple of minutes time before we go live for the presentation. So get them in now, get them in quick, and we'll give you the answer very, very shortly indeed. My fun fact that I'm going to wait for, a bit of a clue for you, is to do with Enea Bastianini's dog. So if you have an idea of what his dog's called, then that should give you the answer. Right, make sure you are getting in touch as long as answering that quiz question. Where you're in touch from, where you're chatting to us from, because we've already seen some questions that have been asked from you guys at home have come from Hong Kong, from Spain, from Malaysia. On Saturday, we had some of you tuning in from Uruguay as well. It was great to see us ticking off as many continents, as many countries around the world, around the globe as we can do, ahead of our world tour getting underway. And of course, some new venues for us to tackle in 2024 as well. Kazakhstan on the calendar, looking forward to going there. But we're returning to India for the second time, the Bud International Circuit. What a great event that was late last year. And look at that, we're now very, very soon indeed going to be going live for the Campioni in Pista event, live in Madonna di Campiglio, Italy, in the Italian Dolomites. Connor, once again, getting the great gigs. He was in a nightclub on Saturday night. He's on the ski slopes on a Monday. Something has definitely gone wrong for me to be here in the chilly Catalan capital. I'd need to turn the heating up once we go live across to the presentation, because it's a bit cold this morning here. I hope you're staying warm wherever you are. And let's just give you the quiz results then before we go live. We're around 60 seconds away. So what was Enea Bastianini's favourite film? It was indeed Harry Potter. A D. Come on, guys. It obviously wasn't Sharknado. I know that was the comical answer, and some of you have opted for it. But it was Harry Potter. Indiana Jones, B. 25% of you going with that. And the fun fact I was going to tell you, the clue, Enea Bastianini's dog is, of course, called Hagrid. So there you go. If you knew that, then you knew the answer. Harry Potter, his favourite film. Right, seconds away then from getting this one underway. I'm excited for this because the livery looked pretty good in 2023. I'm now interested to see how the 2024 World Champion is going to look this year as he goes for the hat trick. Don't go anywhere. The presentation is coming up live. Once it's finished, we'll be chatting live to all the riders, all the team managers, and hearing from Simon Crafar as well. Plenty still to come your way once the World Champion has officially been presented.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the official presentation of Ducati Courses teams for the new season 2024. So welcome to all the people here in the room and all the people connected from home through our streaming service. We're back in this amazing location, Madonna di Campiglio, after an amazing year full of success, a lot of wins, and a location that is hosting us once again, together with our champions that will get on the stage soon. We will introduce them soon, but before doing that, let's invite on the stage the person that represents this area, the president of Madonna di Campiglio Tourism Board, Tullio Serafini. Hi Tullio, welcome. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Azienda per il Turismo, the tourism board at the province of Trento, Trentino Marketing, and the mayors of Treviso and Pinzolo. It's a great pleasure to host this second edition of Campioni in Pista, an initiative, an event which is very important to us because it allows us to enhance and to strengthen this collaboration with an excellent company, a great company, Ducati, and together with a territory, which is the territory of Madonna di Campiglio. It's going to be 2 very important days, and I would like to thank Claudio Domenicali, Ducati's CEO, that knows us and works with us. And the video that you can see behind me is a summary of the values and principles of our territory and our destination. And at the end of the video, you can see a payoff where mountains meet humans. It's our manifesto, let's say, and it really gives you an idea of our principles, of our values, which are based on the combination of nature and human beings. This sort of connection happens here in Madonna di Campiglio through people hugging in a way, so it's a sort of embrace between nature and human beings. So talking about synergies and collaboration, I would like to thank and greet another very important company that has been working for us for 11 years, and it's also our official partner, We've been sharing with them very important projects, and we share also a great passion for mountains, innovation, and respect for the environment. This company is Audi, so I would like to thank and invite on the stage Audi and the person who represents it. So let's invite on the stage the brand director of Audi Italy, Fabrizio. So you have had a great collaboration, a great relationship with them. So welcome everyone. Yeah, we've been collaborating for 11 years, and that means that, of course, it's a long relationship and you have some values in common. It's a great story because we've been doing a lot of things in the last 11 years. We didn't just want to sell cars, we were not interested in that. We wanted to talk about us, to talk about Audi and to talk about Madonna di Campiglio. It was a great journey because we helped each other. So they helped us, they wanted to present Madonna di Campiglio as an excellent area, and we wanted to help them promote the respect for the environment and the fight against over-tourism. So we tried to help them analyze the tourist flows and the management of these flows. So these flows need to be balanced and managed if we want to develop the economy while protecting the environment. These are two values which can be combined. We managed to combine them, and through initiatives, events, we managed to create some spaces where we could talk about safety. We, together with the tourists of Madonna di Campiglio, we also installed some charging stations for sustainable electric mobility, and we talked about mountain ecosystems. So the beauty of these places is clear, but these places, this territory is also very fragile. So we shouldn't just talk about what we can do, but we should focus on real practice initiatives. But today is devoted to Ducati, so I will stop talking, but let's go back to the theme of this session. Well, in the afternoon we will launch another project called Audi Mountain Progress Lab. It was developed together with the Tourism Board of Madonna di Campiglio and two scientific partners, Trento University and H Farm. So we will work together to gather data that will be fed back, and we will raise awareness among the people that come to Campiglio through the smart use of mobility. So let's go back to races, let's say. So the very last thing I wanted to mention, on behalf of Audi, we want to celebrate the great win of last week at the Rally Dakar, the very first time in which an electric vehicle won such a challenging competition. So thank you all. Have a great Ducati day here in Campiglio. Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you, Audi Italia. So we talked about Ducati, so I think we can now ring the bell of Ducati's house, let's say, so we can welcome somebody that will talk about Ducati and the main points of this session before talking about the bikes and the great champions. So let's now invite on the stage Ducati's CEO, Claudio Domenicali. Hello, Barbara. So here we are once again. We were here last year after a great and successful season, and so we're about to start a new season. I know you have a lot of things to talk about, so I will leave you the stage, and then I'll be back. Okay, great. So I would like to welcome you all We are at the second edition of Campioni in Pista. I want to welcome everybody who's here in the room. I'm very excited about seeing a full room here today, but I would like to welcome also our fans who are connected from home. We also have different TVs streaming this event, so I hope this event will be interesting for you with a lot of news. We are here in Campillo, location that shares together with Ducati very important values. Ducati has a great history, an evolution towards beauty, towards design. Design has always been a very important element, but today that's even more important for us. You know that beauty fills our hearts. Last night we were celebrating together and seeing the moonlight, for example, all together in the mountains. That was great. A location that is strictly connected with Audi as well. And in a sort of magical way, it puts together this desire for beauty and this passion, this personal passion for mountains that we all have. And also the fact that our brands are connected with the territory. Last year we were presenting a season that would be very successful, and we were already world champions last year in MotoGP and Superbikes. So we were not sure about 2023 and about repeating ourselves and our success, but we were successful again. So I'd like to remind you that this is something unprecedented, because no company had won MotoGP and Superbike championships 2 years in a row. So I think this is a goal that needs to be somehow consolidated. And the question might be, how can you do even better during this season? But we will talk about that pretty soon. Anyway, we concluded a season that we are very proud of, not only from the point of view of Ducati, but also a lot of Italian people were proud of our success. Even some people in the room have been supporting us as Italians. So I think it was a great result for Italy as a nation. We celebrated it in our own Ducati way. We celebrated in the arena in Bologna with 8,000 people. So this is part of our mindset, our philosophy. Just like giving you this presentation in a very peculiar way, the possibility of spending time together, of enjoying this amazing location, but also the possibility of celebrating all together. We celebrated again in our Ducati way, creating some replicas for our fans that every bike will be signed by our champions. Last year we did a replica of Pecco and Alvaro's bikes, and this year we expanded the range, let's say, because we didn't only win the championship in MotoGP, but we all remember that we ranked first, second, and third. So also Jorge and Bezzecchi have their own replica. And we like to remember and to remind ourselves that Ducati is very committed to races, of course, but we would like to talk about the company in general as well. Last year was a year in which we celebrated 30 years. And we celebrated also the 916 Monster, and that was very important for fans in general. So we created 2 replicas. Our fans were very excited about it, and these replicas are now sold out. And we also made a very peculiar bike. Last year we had a collaboration with Lamborghini, and now the other band was a tribute, let's say, the Diavolo Bentley, for the fans that are passionate about it. And I like to remember also that we like to create very peculiar versions of our bikes. So we have Ducati Unica, thanks to which each fan can have a specific connection with the brand. We would like to create single specimens, unique specimens, like the one you can see, like the bike you can see behind me. And we also guarantee uniqueness certificates for these bikes. And we also like to share our passion, but not only our passion, but also our suffering in a way, because you know that races are about passion and excitement, but also tension and pain somehow. So our fans can be welcomed in our GP hospitality. We are in 2024, and we talked about 2023, and unfortunately, that's how the world goes. We conclude a season, we celebrate a lot over Christmas, and then another season starts. We're here to talk about sports programs. We're all ready to present the Ducati's approach towards this new year. We will talk about MotoGP, we will talk about Superbike. We have two very consolidated teams, Ducati Lenovo team and the Aruba.it team for Superbike. We're talking about two very solid teams with important racers that will struggle a little bit more this year, because we're living in a world where there have been some changes about rules. So Ducati has won a lot, but the rules have changed, and so this is going to make things harder for us. So our competitors will have had sort of a series of advantages. Alvaro, for example, won 2 championships, but he will start with a penalty this year. It doesn't happen in all championships. I was joking about it earlier on. I was talking about skiing. So even in skiing, the ones that were in the first places, they are disadvantaged this year. And we have Guido Meda here with us. He's one of the competitors, and since he's been on the podium, since he's been one of the firsts, he's also worried. And we will find out something completely new, something brand new, a new chapter, a new challenge, which we think is pretty interesting. We like to think, we would like to bring Desmos to the off-road world. We've already launched some videos where you could see the bike, but today you will finally see it. We will have a presentation of our Ducati proposal for the off-road world. We like the idea of attracting young clients that are passionate, that could be passionate about the overall Ducati system. And I was very excited when I saw the bikes all together, so the GP, Superbike and off-road bikes all together, because you really understand that there's a global system based on Ducati, which is a brand made of passion, of races. And we also created a sort of graphic sign together with Aldo Drudi that will accompany somehow these 3 adventures, MotoGP, Superbike and off-road, with a unicum. So all the bikes are red, Ducati red, with this sort of graphic sign that represent a curve, a turn. So in our logo you can see a turn that represents the passion, the excitement of a curve. And having this sign on all bikes certifies somehow that they all belong to such an important program. I hope I didn't forget anything, and we are ready to start the actual presentation with Gigi and the other protagonists. So I think we're all ready to start the new season, and I think you're ready because in your heart and in your eyes you still have the great emotions and the strength of the previous season, of the last season. So if you agree, let's watch a video about Ducati Best of.
Well, what to say, so many emotions in this great family, the family of Ducati Corse. Regarding great families and friends, a short while ago Claudio Domenicali mentioned Guido Meda. Guido, I saw you in the public. Please, hop on the stage, come on. Don't be shy. We have a schedule, and sometimes you decide to abandon the schedule and to improvise, so I couldn't but call you on the stage. You're beautiful in a mountain style. So I was thinking that so many times I live those emotions we saw in the video. Sometimes I live those emotions, I experience those emotions from sitting on the sofa, and sometimes I'm right on the racetrack. So what do you think about it? Well, I think that for 25 years I haven't watched a race being silent, because I've always commented in the TV those races. So yes, for 25 years I've always commented on the TV. Regarding knowledge, you know that this is a huge family. Ducati Corse has a huge captain. Don't you want to call him on the stage? Yes, Mr. Gigi Dall'Igna, General Director of Ducati Corse. Hi Gigi, how are you doing? Hi everybody. Hello Gigi. You can place yourself here in the middle between us. Before, I saw that you were telling each other some things. I always listen to interviews with the riders. I didn't want to ask you what you were telling each other before, but I will place myself here, near to you, not so close. I just ask you to ask Gigi the question you asked before, because I'm very curious about it. Yes, why not? In fact, when a journalist asks a question, the other person answers the way they want, actually. They could, now Gigi could answer with a different answer from the one he gave before. Yeah, I had this question out of curiosity. Gigi, later on we will be talking about 2024 and all its details, but I would like to know, when you tested in Valencia, I don't know what kind of evolution the 2024 bike was. When you tested the bike with Pecco and Enea Bastianini, the conclusion, Bagnaia draw at the end of the day, well, he said that he was so much thrilled and happy about the bike, but we didn't know what this comment was about. So could you please delve into this comment Bagnaia said? Why was he that satisfied? Well, yeah, I already have a pointer here. I have all devices I need. The Valencia testing session is a very special one. After such a special championship like the one in 2023, it is very difficult, always very difficult to do tests. So we focus on details so much longer, and especially the engine, because engine at the end of the day is that part of the bike that will be sealed for the whole season. You cannot modify the engine once you have confirmed that version of the engine. In fact, the handling of the engine has to be good, power output has to be good, and also reliability has to be seamless, has to be perfect. Our riders need to work perfectly throughout the championship with the 8 engines they have available. So the comment of Pecco was about the engine, and he was very happy about it. In these past few years, we have developed a lot. We have increased a lot in terms of power. In the past years, it was kind of difficult to increase the engine performance. But this year, I think we have taken a step forward, a very important one from that point of view, from the point of view of the engine. And Pecco realized it very, very clearly. At the same time, the handling of the engine is still the one of the previous version. And this shouldn't be taken for granted. So at the end of the test session, Pecco was extremely happy about the bike and about the engine. Yes, this is very important for your riders. Apart from the beautiful presentation of the team in Campiglio and apart from these beautiful models you're about to show, I would like to know at which stage you are regarding the World Championship. You want to raise the bar every year, right? You have now so many branded bikes in the racetracks. I imagine that the same goes for you. I mean, you design bikes and then you go with those bikes on the racetrack. You go to the racetracks. So what are we expecting from this beginning of the season? Well, beginning the season is the most difficult moment every time. We are about to receive all the parts to assemble the bikes. We have so many bikes on the tracks racing, so this will be a very, very complex issue. You know what we did, you know to which extent we developed our bikes, but you never know what our competitors are doing at their homes. So this is always a moment full of tensions, full of adrenaline. We leave the first testing sessions with a high tension, with a lot of adrenaline and being anxious because at the first day in the testing session you hear the roars of the bikes all together and adrenaline is rocketing in those cases. We are extremely happy about what we did. Our fairing will be extremely different from the ones we have used so far. And in this case too, we always think that what we do is beautiful, what we do is kind of easy, but it is not, because in Sepang, our riders will have to judge the work we did with our engines and with our chassis and the bike in its whole. So you are the leader of this designing group, of this designing team, and you see at the end of the day the advantages of all your work, but you could also see the disadvantages of all your work, because sometimes things don't come out as you wish. But it is also true that you are a manager, but not all the ideas come out of you. You were born in 1966. You have a white beard. You have hairs. Yeah, you still have hair, but you could also have a hair loss, which is a common trait of people with a lot of experience. But the results here are not only your merit, right? No, in fact, we are a whole family. Everybody works here and everybody deserves to receive congratulations. And at our home in Borgo Panigale, so many people do a lot of efforts. They make many efforts to deliver our riders performing and reliable motorbikes. So in every chance I have, every time I can, I say congrats on your job to everybody, all people who work with me and who make Ducati such a special brand. Okay, that's all from my side. I loved listening to your interview. I loved listening Gigi telling about the beauty of these bikes and also the fact that so many people devote their days to perform great work with these bikes and to make them performant. We have been talking about the right fairing, the right field to compete. I think that the moment has arrived for the unveiling. Yes, we are about to unveil these new bikes for 2024. Thanks to those bikes, we are going to dream the whole season. Thank you.
eccole qua, le meravigliose.
Here you have the beautiful Desmo 16 GP and the Panigale V4R. What to say, they are all beautiful. This is a typical Ducati red. The details in red are amazing, as Mr. Domenicali said before. So what do we have here? Here we have all the bikes, the MotoGP bikes, the Superbike bikes, and now time has come for calling on the stage the new protagonists who are going to make our dreams come true. Are you ready? Are you ready? Can we start? Yes, we start with the number 23. He will run with number 23. 2023 should have been his year, but due to injuries he couldn't. But in spite of that, he overcame difficulties and he obtained a beautiful win in Sepang at the end of the season. For the second year with the colors of Ducati Lenovo team, time has come for him to win again. Enea Bastianini. How are you doing? Welcome to this stage. Let's move on because speed in racetracks is crucial, is paramount. So we want to be fast introducing the next rider. This year he had 16 wins, 21 podiums and the rider's title. Now he is in Superbike and he will compete in Superbike. The world champion for Supersport 2023, Nicolò Bulega. Welcome, Niccolo. Still talking about Superbike with our man of records. 27 wins in 36 races, 31 podiums, the fastest on the racetrack, the new record man in Ducati history in World Superbike with 59 wins. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the twice world champion Alvaro Bautista. Welcome, Alvaro. Let's continue. In 2023, the season that had just ended, he won 7 Grand Prix, 4 sprint races. He had 7 pole positions. He hopped on the podium 15 times in the MotoGP races, and he has been the first Italian rider on an Italian bike to be champion in MotoGP. A beautiful palmarès. The twice world champion in MotoGP, Francesco Bagnaia. Hi, Francesco. So we have mentioned Superbike, we have mentioned MotoGP. Guido Meda is here with us. Let's take chance of his presence. Hi, everybody. Hi, Nicolò. Hi, Alvaro. Hi again. Hello again, Barbara. Hello, Enea. I knew I had to place myself here in this position between the two riders. So I give you the floor, Guido. Okay, I start with them. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about the fun we had watching you. Sometimes we also suffered. For example, did you listen to the question I asked Gigi? Were you satisfied about your answer, that you were smiling like a kid in Valencia? I told Gigi that when you ended your testing session in Valencia, you ended up the day smiling like a child. So why did you smile? Why were you smiling like that? No! And yeah, Gigi answered that we needed to wait. We couldn't be too optimistic. That's what Gigi said. Yeah, Gigi told me that you were happy about the engine because you wanted to do you wanted to take an extra step forward in the engine management, and you were happy about the achievements of your team. Yes, in Valencia sometimes you cannot make the difference regarding the engine under many points of view, but we managed to do a great job. So I left Valencia being very happy. 2 days before I had won the world title, so I was generally happy, but the testing session in Valencia was extremely positive. So let's ask your teammate. There were so many difficulties in this season. Both of you have a mic, right? Yes. Was it the same for you in Valencia? Yes, the same goes for me. When I hopped on the new bike for 2024, I found myself at ease. I was really comfortable driving the bike. It was a small change, but I could feel the differences between this bike and the bike of the previous one. I think that in Sepang there will be further news. We never know what future has thought for us. Okay, I go back to talk to the world champions. He has now so many duties and responsibilities because he is a world champion. Now, Pecco will have to say, you will have to say your opinion, because you will have to show more and more, and you will have to fight and to face new situations and new challenges. Now, in the next coming years, there will be so many opponents, so many rivals on the racetrack. Yes, we are going to raise the bar more and more. The fact that you have 8 Ducati bikes in the racetrack is something that can favor me, but also the other way around. And I think that all the teams have made a step forward. The KTM last year had improved a lot, Aprilia as well, and Honda and Yamaha will make a step forward too. They will improve their performance as well. I think that competition is very important in terms of challenges we need to take on. If you could pick a characteristic of the Bagnaia package with your Desmo 16. Compared to last year, you have improved, you learned something. I can figure out you are different from last year. So what is the main characteristic you have now and you didn't have last year? Yeah, I learned that you need to be quiet, you need to stay calm, because if you work well, you just have to stay calm and results will arrive. Enea, this year has been full of learning for you. You had to face several changes, you had injuries. This is part of the game, you know, and we know that. But the end of the season allowed us to see again the most beautiful version of Enea Bastianini. You have to recover a very important gap to get closer to Pecco. Are you ready for this challenge? Are you the real beast you showed us before? I think I need to do more tests. I need to try more. Last year I hadn't the chance to run tests, apart from the initial one. So I was given a bike that was already ready. I couldn't test it as I wanted. But now, today, in the present, details make a difference. We need to work on details. That's why I want to test more. But I feel physically fit, I feel ready, and I'm fully motivated. I think and I believe that you can't wait to be back to the racetrack, because holidays are beautiful, you can rest, you can spend your time as you want, but then you can't wait to go back to the racetrack. Yeah, at the moment we are just... Yeah, we are fully motivated and we really want to go back to the racetrack. We want to race again. And sometimes I wonder if I'm still able to drive a bike, because after so many weeks resting, last year the break was 3 months. Okay, Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini, a great applause for them. Thank you, Guido. So I now move to this side of the stage and I will start interviewing Nicolò. Nicolò, I'm going to unveil a secret we had. I'm going to disclose a secret we had. You were telling me about the emotions you felt when you were a young boy and you saw this event being broadcasted in Madonna di Campiglio. You are now one of the protagonists, so your dream came true. You are on your new bike for 2024 and you are before an audience that is waiting for you to make them passionate. What are your feelings now, your emotions? Being here with these beautiful bikes is just amazing. Being here with these incredible teammates is wonderful. This is a beautiful experience, seen from inside and seen from outside. Last year, when I was called to join this presentation, I was extremely happy. So I'm now enjoying it, and I will do my best. Regarding great champions, you will have as a teammate the champion in Superbike, Alvaro Bautista. So you two are going to compose a wonderful team, right? Yes. having Alvaro with me in the team will be tough because he's such a good racer. I'll be suffering because Alvaro will be fast all the time throughout the season. On the other hand, this will be my first year as official rider, so I will have to learn so many things. But having him as a teammate will be paramount for me, will be crucial. I will try to copy and paste, I will try to steal some secrets from him to be faster, some tricks. Yes, he will help you a lot. Regarding the bike, we have just seen the colors, the fairing is a bit different, and also Gigi Dall'Igna told us about some new details. What kind of bike is it? It is an amazing motorcycle. In my opinion, these new graphics are just amazing. Last year it was already beautiful, but this is even better. Okay, Nicolo, I will now switch to Alvaro Bautista. Alvaro, we do have great news. This season is about to start with so many changes, with so many novelties regarding the technical level, regarding the rules. There are new sponsors, so many news. In a nutshell, you have a new teammate, so how are you approaching this start of the season? Okay, I can say that this new season will be a great challenge. So many changes compared to last year. Last year, at the end of the day, we just changed the number. I switched from 19 to 1, but this year will be full of serious changes. My teammate for this year is very young, is very strong, he pushes a lot, and when you receive a young teammate in the team, you know that that person is hungry for victories, for wins, he wants to do his best. So I'm extremely happy because he's here with me. I'm going to be sided by a very motivated rider. And the technical regulation has changed compared to last year. Some changes are for the good for us. They will help us, they will favor us, but some other details are not so good for me because some details and some rules are about minimum weight. But we are going and we are trying to work to reach the same levels of last year. But you know, every year is different from the previous one. We will try to be as competitive as possible. They say that winning is always difficult, and winning again is even more difficult. How do you find your motivation? Maybe this arrival of Nicolò, he's so young. This could be a further push, a further factor for motivation for you, right? Yes, I think that when changes arrive, you have two ways to face them. On one hand, you can feel sort of defeated or disadvantaged. On the other hand, you can accept the challenge, take on the challenge, and do your best. I have picked the second option. I want to do my best. I'm happy about Nicolo's arrival here, and this makes me feel more motivated. I will try to do my best, and I will try to be even better than last season. And most of all, I have fun. I think that is the key for success. I have fun when I ride my bike, I feel good, I really feel comfortable, and I feel good vibes. I would like to ask you the following. When we interview before races and also after races, we see your reactions, and those reactions let us see that you have fun when you spend time on your bike. Is that right? Yes, I believe so. I think that thanks to experience, I can see now things differently. Before races, I'm quiet, I stay calm, I'm self-confident. And I know what I want from every single race. I know what I have to do in every single competition. And after the race, especially if I manage to achieve what I wanted, I'm even happier. I'm truly happy, really. Every win, every podium, every result has to be celebrated, has to be shared and celebrated with your team. Every win has to be celebrated as if it were the first one. Thank you, Alvaro. So, you have worked a lot as the person we are about to invite on the stage. This person has worked a lot. He has been a witness of so many wins. The new sporting director of Ducati Corse, Mauro Gresini.
Hello, Mauro. Hi, Barbara. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all people connected from home as well. Because now I will ask you a lot of questions. First of all, sorry to interrupt you. I'm very nervous and excited. So sorry about my pronunciation of S's and Z's because of my accent. But anyway, so looking back at our experience, we talked about 2023, then we talked about considering and focusing on the future. But now let's focus on the past. 20 years ago, you started your career in Ducati courses, so it's been quite a long time. Actually, in 2003, I was graduating in economics, and I had an interview in Ducati Corse as a marketing responsible, then a sponsor account manager, a marketing director, and now I'm a sporting director. I can only imagine how many emotions you felt in these years, but especially in the last year. That's right. As I was telling you before, I've been living all these years on a specific side, but in the last year I had the privilege of sharing ups and downs with our sponsors. And I would like to thank actually our sponsors because we've shared beautiful moments, more negative moments, but they've always been with us. So I would like to thank them for always working with us and being close to us. And your family is becoming more and more important and is also getting bigger. We have a very important partner team. We've been working with them. Well, actually, we worked with them for quite a long time, and now we're working. Then we stopped, and now we're working with them again. We have Elica as well. We have Audi 40 as well, and Italy. And the very last sponsor is Melinda, that has joined us recently, and we are in Trentino. So Melinda is a very important company in this area. I would like to invite on the stage a very special person, somebody that is essential for our Ducati Lenovo team. Let's now introduce the Global Sponsorship Director for Lenovo, Lara Rodini. Hi Lara, good morning, welcome. Hi Mauro, hi guys. It's always nice and thrilling to be on this stage. It's nice to see you again and to know that once again, well, in your case, personally, and Lenovo as a company, you're part of this family, of this group, and you want to win again. But talking about this combination, this partnership and collaboration, how is it for Lenovo to be part of this team, of this family? It's a great adventure that started a few years ago. It's an adventure that we define as unity of purpose. So it's based on shared values, common values like speed, performance, but also passion and team spirit. So after these successful years, we couldn't be more excited about the new season. We keep putting our technology to the disposal of each member of Ducati's team, and not only. By doing so, we promote transformation, and we always try to improve performances. So the new season is about to start, so it's the right moment for champions to prove that they're champions. So we have, thanks to our passion and professionalism, Ducati will be ready. I'm sure about that. Thank you, Lara. Thank you, Lenovo. Mauro, I know that we're about to introduce another very important person. Yeah, I would like to invite on the stage a person that put his company on the track, a person who is very passionate and whose contribution is essential for our team. Okay, so the team principal of Aruba IT Racing Ducati, Stefano Cecconi. Stefano, welcome. And so I'm the one asking questions, as usual. I have a lot of questions, but I will try to be brief. So I will start with Alvaro. Alvaro won so many titles. He's our record man. He's the Ducati racer with the highest number of Superbike wins, wearing also Aruba Racing colors. It's a lot. It's a great success, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's an honor for us to thinking that we contributed to this success. Then let's move on to a very young talent, a very young racer that became a world champion. Talking about him, so about Nicolò, what can you tell us? What are your expectations about Nicolò? I will ask you something more about Alvaro later, because I don't want him to worry too much about the questions. But anyway, talking about Nicolò, it was not a bet or a challenge, because we really relied on him for the Supersport project. We were aware that we had found a magical combination, because he's very young, but he has a lot of experience, and we needed precisely someone like him, and he proved to be great during the first year. That it was a sort of learning experience for him and for the team, and then during the second year, when we reached our goal. Alvaro, what do you think about what Stefano has just said? Are you ready for these new challenges? Of course, we are ready, because at the end of the day, I can do my best, but I need to have a great team with me, and to have great friends like Stefano and great sponsors. So I think that we are full of energy altogether. We're very motivated, and we will try to do great again. We will do our best together. So, congratulations to Alvaro Bautista. Are you satisfied, Stefano? Yeah, of course. I would like to see if he's going to win the biggest challenge. Asking him to win the third championship in a row was evident. It was not very original. So I asked him to gain weight. We're talking about the changes in the regulation, and after his injuries in the Jerez tests, I asked him to gain weight, and he told me I will try to do so. So every time he saw me, he would ask me if I was training. And I was telling him, yeah, I'm training, but not that hard, like, step by step. So have a great season, Stefano. Thank you. Now we are ready for the next moment. So there is somebody that we could mention and we could greet and even invite on the stage. Our maestro, let's say. Paolo, are you around? Paolo Ciabatti. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hi, Barbara. It's nice to see you again. Paolo and Mauro. So a great transfer, and we also have Guido Meda. Okay. This time I was not invited, but I dare to take a minute, and I would like to give a personal comment, but I think I'm pretty sure about it. Anyway, I would like to briefly say something on behalf of all those who work in MotoGP, and especially journalists. We would like to wish you good luck, to wish Gresini, Mr. Gresini, good luck specifically. I remember when you started in Ducati, and we would like to thank from the bottom of my heart Mr. Ciabatti. We've been working together for a long time, and he has had different roles, different professional profiles. He's not only been a Ducati man, but I think that his balance, his politeness have been essential, even during very hard moments in which we even were not that calm, we were not that relaxed. Even in those hard moments, you've been great, and not only, you've always been able to give us the answers we were expecting for, and you showed us that you are a great human being. So, since you're about to start a new adventure, I think that irrational instinct, that excitement about hopping on the bike again, you have it for sure. But before starting this adventure, I just wanted to say thank you and wish you good luck on behalf of all of us. Please stop, otherwise I will get emotional. Well, usually a journalist doesn't get on the stage and say something like that, but our environment, our world is nice also because we can feel free about being men and not just professionals or journalists. So good luck. I didn't want to put pressure on you, but if they picked you, it's because you're the right guy. I was born in 1972, so I didn't expect that from Guido. I'm pretty touched, but it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy for Mauro to take my role. He has done a great work in marketing and sponsorships, and I think that Ducati Corse is the companies with the highest number of sponsors worldwide, and that allows us to deal with the competitions keeping a certain level, a high level. Mauro is a friend of mine. We've been sharing a lot of difficult moments, a lot of decisions. In 2013, when I was back to Ducati, we decided together to put him in charge of marketing, and I think he really deserved it, and I think it was the right moment for him to take that further step, and he can always count on me. And it's a pleasure for me because he's not just a colleague of mine, but he's also a friend of mine. So good luck for this new adventure, and let's not get too emotional. I will not let you go because I will surely need you. I will look for you all the time. You will always find me, don't worry. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Mauro. Good luck, guys. Big round of applause for our racers. Goodbye, guys, and have a great season, everyone. Paolo, I will get off the stage and I will let you talk about the start of a new season, of a new project.
As I think you know, in the past few weeks, Claudio entrusted me with a very important role. This is a new start, a new beginning. This is a new project we have created, we have launched Ducati Corse Off-Road. This is the first time Ducati competes in the off-road segment. This is a thrilling, an exciting challenge. Maybe I am old enough to need new motivation from different challenges. And in fact, I'm fully excited, and this will be a year for developing the bikes. We are going to face this coming year by developing this new bike for the off-road competition. I think now time has come for a video regarding off-road.
Bene, credo che l'atmosfera l'abbia
Very well.
creata
I
questo
think
video.
that the right atmosphere was set by this emotional video. And I know that each of you is now curious about these new bikes. The new bike has a new name, has a name which is Desmo 450 MX. And it has been developed in the past few months. I would like to thank Stefano Pezzuto and Anton Meo, who have developed this bike. I would like to show you the bike by unveiling it and then call on the stage the two riders who will compete with this off-road bike. They will help us overcome the developing stages to be ready for the World Championship MXGP in 2025.
Signore e signori,
ladies and gentlemen, the Ducati Desmo 450 MX.
Anche qui colgo l'occasione per ringraziare.
In this case as well, I would like to thank our partners. Thanks to them, we have been supported in this first stage of our new adventure. This year, these two bikes will be competing in the Italian Championship of Motocross. Our goal is to develop these bikes as good as possible. I would like to thank Monster Energy, which is not just present on MotoGP bikes and off-road bikes, but because they also are supporting us with other partners, which will be crucial to our development in these first stages. The time has now come for calling on the stage these two racers, the 9-time world champion of motocross, Antonio Cairoli. Hi, Tony. And the 8-time Italian champion, Alessandro Lupino. Hello, Alessandro.
Adesso la moto l'avete vista.
So you have now seen the bike. These two riders are just exceptional. They have decided to embrace this new project, to participate in this amazing project, which is 100% Italian. So let's ask Tony, why did you decide to participate in this important project? Actually, you have been working for years and years with another brand. Then, after some phone calls and contacts, we managed to be here together. Being here is such a pleasure. This has not been a very easy decision, a very easy transition. In fact, I was perfectly comfortable where I was with the previous brand, so I decided to take on this new responsibility. And, making these changes is never easy. But I felt something inside. I felt motivated again from something different. So I decided to embrace this new project and to dedicate myself to this program, to this new project in the best possible way. I would like to thank Ducati and the whole team, the whole staff, because they really helped me a lot in these first stages of this new adventure. Alessandro and I are good friends. He's a great tester, he's a great technical rider. He is one of the best motocross racers in Italy, so I would like to thank everybody for this new chapter. When you tested the bike for the first time back in December in Sicily, I sent Claudio a video with our first impressions. So I would like to hear from you what the first impressions are. I would say that the first impressions have been just amazing, even if the bike was still in the initial stages of development. In fact, that was the first time we rode bike in the racetrack. We have been impressed by this first draft version of the bike, let's say. That's why everything happened so fastly, so quickly, because the bike was good right away, right in the first test. That's why we are here today, participating in this beautiful day of presentation of the team. Alessandro, in the video I sent Claudio, the first comment he made was, when will we compete in the first race? So what are your feelings? How are you feeling today with these great champions? Alessandro has also won a world title in the 85 cylinder capacity category. And we are here surrounded by riders who have won so many Italian and world championships. I feel humbled and honored. I've always watched this beautiful presentation from home, sitting on my sofa, and now I'm sitting on my bike for 2024 and the years ahead. So thanks for this honor I feel. Thanks for letting me participate in this great family. I'm enthusiastic about the project, I'm enthusiastic about the bike. As you can see, this bike is just spectacular, it's just amazing. I was extremely impressed when I tested it for the first time in Sicily back in December. It was a prototype back in December, and I could have expected anything from a prototype. But while I was driving it, I realized that it was not just a prototype, it was a new bike and it was ready to race. That's why I made that comment that we are ready to compete in the first Grand Prix in motocross. I can't wait in 1 year and a half, once this project will be over, I can't wait to compete in the World Championship. Thank you, Alessandro. I would like to call on the stage some other people who are working behind the scene in this project. Davide Perni, the engineer who is now devoting his life to this project. Corrado and Marco Maggi, they are team principal and team manager of this team. They are going to help us with the bike development and they will support us in the next 3 years. So that's all from our side. I leave the floor to Barbara. Thank you, Paolo. Break a leg for this new adventure. These new bikes, seen from a close perspective, well, they are beautiful. So we are about to conclude, but before I say goodbye to you, I would like to call on the stage some friends we haven't mentioned yet. Some of them, yes. Nicolò Bullega is the first one, Alvaro Bautista the second, and then the team manager of Aruba.it Racing Ducati, Serafino Fotti, and Stefano Cecconi. And then the official tester of Ducati Corse, Michele Pirro. He has also won so many championships. And then Enea Bastianini, Francesco Bagnaia, the team manager of Ducati Davide Tardozzi, Lara Rodini. We continue with the manager of the Superbike project, Marco Zambenedetti. And again, the technical director at Ducati Corse, Davide Varana, Mauro Grassilli, Luigi Dalligna, and obviously the CEO of Ducati, Claudio Domenicali. I take the chance, Claudio, to give you the floor right here in the middle of the stage so that you can say goodbye and thank all the Ducati supporters, Ducatisti, the riders and the staff. So we are about to conclude this great event. I hope you had fun. I hope you are excited and you feel engaged, as we all do. This stage is the proof of what we did so far. I'm extremely happy. I got involved in the company in 1991. I've been in this company for more than 30 years, but I've never seen something like this. I think that this stage is very telling. It tells about the willingness we have to spend time together and to do great things. I know that all Ducatisti will be proud of us, so forza Ducati. Thanks everybody, thanks Claudio, thanks Ducati Corse. I would like to thank everybody from home and here in presence. Thank you. Enjoy the season.
So there we go. Ducati have officially launched their 2024 project and their World Superbike one on their Motocross one as well. Dear me, I think everybody managed to get an interview in there. Certainly, they got their money's worth, an hour and a bit, but it was great to be able to hear from everybody. Some interesting lines coming out. Gigi D'Alina in particular, I'm sure, pricked up the ears of all of the other MotoGP factories when he said that our aerodynamics, our fairings are going to be very, very different this year. That is going to certainly excite a man that we're going to be speaking to shortly, Simon Crafar. It looks as though Simon will be taking his tent to Sepang and Qatar and will be make sure that he pitches it outside the Ducati box, because there's some interesting things rolling out of that garage ahead of the new season. Right, okay, let's head to the next poll. Let's get your thoughts on this. Who is going to finish higher in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship? Will it be the world champion Pecco Bagnaia, or will it be Enea Bastianini? These guys officially underway now, so give us your thoughts. A for the Beast, B for Bagnaia. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top in this inter-team battle. Of course, went the way of Bagnaia last year, but Bastianini there saying that he feels better prepared now. 5 days of testing coming his way, which he feels are going to be valuable and vital to make sure that he can make the most of this GP24 machine. So it's changing as we speak. You guys are putting your answers in, and Bagnaia has taken an early lead. 73% of you thinking that the world champion will get the better of Bastianini this year. Unsurprising that a lot of you going for Bagnaia, especially given the fact of what he's been able to do in the past 2 seasons. But don't discount Bastianini this year. I do feel it's going to be a big year for the Beast in 2024. People already speaking about who's going to replace him in the factory team for 25, but I'm sure that he's got something to say about that. Right, okay, this one gives me great pleasure. A man that I spend a lot of time with throughout the season, and I've not caught up with him for a good couple of months now. So great to introduce you all to Simon Crafar, of course, former Grand Prix winner and our man down in pit lane throughout the season. Si, great to see you. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, really good, Jack. Yeah, I've had a good break and I'm fired up, ready to go. Even lost a few kilos walking the dogs in the mountains. And yeah, I agree with you. That was interesting what Gigi said about fairings. We knew there was going to be something pulled out. It's Sepang. But for him to say very different, now we're all really interested to see what it is. So what we've seen until now, and they mentioned in there, is look, I could go through the years of what Ducati have been doing the last 3 years, and it looks like to me is what they're trying to do is increase power, make a faster machine, which is not easy because the level of machinery in MotoGP is so high. Because you look at the least competitive machine in the paddock and it's still a work of art. It's stunning, they're all trying so hard. But imagine how to improve the best bike on the grid, without making a backward step. And I think that's what we've seen over the last 3 years is Ducati trying to improve that power, managing it, but then upsetting something else. And they've been kind of jumping either side of the sweet spot, it looks like to me. And the big one was 22, how the factory team kind of didn't run the factory engine, and it was left with they ran a hybrid one, and it was left with Jorge Martin and Johan Zarco, and I think it damaged their season a bit, and that would have been 22. Then the machine changed again, and it was better, but it had another weakness they ought to get used to, and that was corner entry. And it really, after the bad luck and injury of Enea, while he was out injured, taken out by Luca Marini, he missed that period of learning how to use that bike when everyone else was adapting to it or trying to. And that was under brakes and entry. They said it was different and basically had to change how you rode it. Then now we've seen at the test, to me, was really interesting listening to Pecco Bagnaia's debrief. He's an absolute gent. He's intelligent. I really like listening to him. And he was really good to us journalists and gave us a pretty honest Okay, it wasn't completely open because he's not really allowed to be, but he gave us a pretty honest summary of the last, bit that they've been through with this engine challenge. And he sounded very happy. I don't think it was, making up stories for the presentation. Both riders sounded very positive. It sounds like they've pretty much hit that sweet spot with the engine, and sounds ominous for the opposition.
Absolutely. As you say, very, very difficult to improve on a machine that I think widely regarded within the press room, in the paddock, as being one of the best machines that has ever been rolled out onto a MotoGP grid. But GG continuing to try and work and to try and find that next step forward. Of course, this year going to be impeded slightly by the new concession system. Won't be able to test as much as what they have done in previous years. Just the one wild card as well. How much of a hit is that going to be for Ducati?
I don't think it's going to be a hit in the beginning, but over time it has to take a little toll. If you can't test, they've got a brilliant test rider, Michele Pero, and that test team, the crew chief, the whole system they've got there works so well, and they are being held back. They're not allowed as many days and not allowed as many tires. So after time, it has to take a toll, where the opposition are allowed more. So it's all to achieve what it's meant to, and that is to allow the others to catch up a little. There's something else to mention for the viewers that didn't realise and didn't pick up on what's happening, and that is the Valencia test for Ducati. They really did just focus on the engine, and because of the homologation that has to happen, and so it sounds like they're very happy with it. They'll take that, and it's been a very difficult period. I've been in touch with some of the other manufacturers, building the bikes, receiving all the parts, building the bikes, crating them up, and apparently they've just been sent to Sepang. There was a cut-off date, I think it was 19th of January, where the bikes have to be crated up and on their way. So now the work's over. Those people in the background had very little sleep for a long time, and now they'll be having their Christmas break before they catch the flight to the test in Sepang. And in Sepang, what I'm expecting to see, especially now that Gigi said that, is all the things that aren't so restricted, meaning, they have to get the engine ready. Now we're going to see chassis and aero stuff flat out. We're going to see lots of it at Sepang, and everyone hoping that engine that was good in Valencia is also good in Sepang. Valencia isn't so good for testing aero, they've found out over the last years. Plus it was windy, cold. So Sepang will be the big one for sorting the aero homologation out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some photos of the new machine for 2024. I know you are much more interested in what's going on underneath, but a lot of you at home quite like the looks of new bikes, and it looks as though they've made a few small changes to delivery for this year, trying to modernise it a little bit. A nice touch of a slightly different tone of red. Enea Bastianini with a bit of a rebrand as well. As ever, these bikes look absolutely superb, but a nice little change for Ducati this year, it looks like.
Yeah, you're right. I'm more interested in what is underneath it, but it does look good. I mean, how often does the Ducati not look good, And I think it's partly performance-based. If a machine is winning, it is beautiful, isn't it? Because it makes you think that is the pinnacle, One more thing to mention, sorry, on the technical side underneath, is I've seen a Misano test, a different chassis, and it looks to me like an update of something I saw a year before at Misano, and I've heard that Michele Pero likes it and he wants everyone else to try it. But if you remember, Pecco wasn't at the test in Misano, so he didn't try it, and I'm fully expecting that chassis to also be in Sepang for all of the factory riders anyway. So that's Pramac and Lenovo team riders to try.
Yeah, there's lots of comments coming in the chat at the moment. If any of you guys do have any questions that you want to throw the way of Simon, then do put them in the comments and we'll pose them to Simon when we get the opportunity. Just on bikes looking good. Fast bikes always look good. But one thing that is guaranteed, if it's got a big number 1 on the front of it, then it's hard not to like it. Always does look a lot better with that on the front. And of course, Bagnaia running it for the second year this year was able to deal with and manage the weight that comes with that number 1 throughout 2023. But we were speaking to Guido Maida beforehand. I posed to him that this is arguably going to be Pecco's toughest task yet, trying to retain that title, given the improvements and the growth that not only is the rival teams are making, but the men within Ducati are making as well, whether it be Jorge Martin or Marco Bezzecchi, or even the arrival of Marc Marquez. It's certainly not going to be an easy one for Bagnaia throughout 2024, is it, Simon?
No, and also his teammate. I've got to include him because he did have a terrible time in 23 and started off by not his fault, like I've already mentioned. And he's reminded everyone at Malaysia how brilliant he is. I mean, Alex Marquez was so on form, and I fully expected him to win. He was brilliant all weekend, and then in the main GP, Enea Bastianini came out and did something amazing we'll all remember. And I think that's a taste of what Enea can do when he's happy. And it sounds like the changes that Ducati have made to the engine for 24 are in the direction that Enea likes. And put it another way, they've taken away some of the things that he didn't like about the 23 bike and was struggling with. So I believe, now he's fully fit, he's got another chance at it, that he's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people hope that that's the case as well. Ahead of the 2023 season, sort of this time last year at the Ducati launch, everyone was talking about that the head-to-head battle we were going to see between Bagnaia and the Beast, and it never materialised. But it's easy to forget what he achieved in 2022. He pushed Pecco on a number of occasions and beat him as well. So if Bastianini is back to his best, and as you say, that is another big problem for Bagnaia. Right, we have got some questions coming in for you, Simon. Let's take a look at this one, just to find out what the guys are wanting to know. You can let us know where you're watching this from as well. Amazing. We had people from Uruguay, Hong Kong, Malaysia, the US, all the way down to Australia. We might have even had your native New Zealand people tuning in as well, which is always good to see. Just before we get that question up, Simon, on Bastianini, it's a fickle industry. It's a fickle paddock. We have very, very short-term memories, and a lot of us have forgotten what happened to Enea in 2022, and people are already writing him off as not being able to hold on to that factory Ducati seat for 2025, but I'm sure he's going to have something to say about that.
The thing is, people were writing off Jorge Martin at the end of 22, weren't they? And he was having a tough time about what I'm talking about. Ducati had changed the engine, made more power, but it spun up. It kept spinning, so he had to change bike setup to try and give some grip, but it destroyed other areas, turning for one. And then as soon as there was probably other things in there, it damages your confidence, when you are not clicking with your bike, whether it was some focus things as well, being launched on who knows, but people were writing him off into 22 and look at him in 23, and I think Enea is a perfect candidate to do exactly the same.
Right, I think we've got that question ready now. This has been posted in on the live stream. So what do the guys want to know? This one comes from Hacky Simon. The 2024 Ducati, do you think it will be up to the level of the 2023 one by the time we get to the opening round in Qatar? And I imagine Hacky asking that because, of course, a lot of people are talking about the fact that Marc Marquez is going to be on one of those 2023 Ducatis. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's always easier to be on the machine the year before, especially early on, because you have the data, the information on making that bike work. So it's quicker to find the sweet spot. But from it's only one test, and it's at Valencia in not very good conditions. But the initial feelings of the two factory Ducati riders were that engine is an improvement. So if they get to Malaysia and confirm the same, then I would say yes, that it looks like to me, that Ducati have been hopping, like I said, either side of that sweet spot looking for it, and it looks like they found it. So my guess is, at the moment, that's before Sepang test, is that yes, that the new bike will be competitive. Yeah, there's different chassis stuff they're going to try, different aero stuff, and that will all come into play. So, your guess is as good as mine. But Matt, the mad botanist, your guess is as good as mine. But my feeling is, yeah, they're on it. I think they're finally. They've narrowed down, where they want to be, and I think they're going to hit it. But yeah, new aero and stuff, and I'm pretty sure they won't put it on unless it's better. And if it's better, they might even have an advantage.
Absolutely, and just on that point as well, I think in the winter break in between 2021 coming into 2022, Bagnaia said, this new engine is fantastic, and then of course they got to pre-season in 2022 and realised that actually it wasn't what they first expected. So I'm sure there's going to be a few people within Ducati hoping that those same mistakes made then are not going to happen this time around. Next question coming in from Timo in Germany, who of course mentions the fact that new fuel coming into MotoGP in 2024. He's asking whether he thinks that new fuel can help balance the bike's power output and close the gap that we're currently seeing between the European manufacturers and the Japanese manufacturers.
There was people even hoping that it would slow the bikes down because they're getting too fast for some parts of some circuits, and we don't want to not be able to go to those circuits. So, yeah, and I was one of them, hoping that it would slow them down a little bit, but right from the initial tests, I'm talking as soon as they got first batches of fuel. And you've got to remember, every manufacturer has different fuel suppliers. So everyone's working on this. And this is right from initial. So you haven't even changed the internals of the engine to suit. The power was very close. And then with some time, they made same power output. So there is no negative effect, on performance of the machines by going 40% of renewable fuels, so, and it's not going to be many years, 2027, it's going to be 100%. And by then, I bet that they'll be the same, There is some risks. I think the only risks that I've heard engineers tell me about, for example, when you put a different fuel in, there's different acidity that, works away on engine parts internally. There's different temperatures, so they have to manage all that. Oil companies have to help with that, making an oil to handle the different environment in the engine. But the one that they won't find out until they get during the season is things like gumming up in injectors while in crates getting shipped around, which happened in early years of MotoGP, when they had fuels were less restricted, but they had this type of problem. But so you could see that affect initial practices, bike not running right or somebody's fuel doing that. But performance, Timo, they're pretty much equal as the old fuel straight away.
And that new fuel was used for the very first time at that Valencia test. And I think we saw from the timesheets that although conditions weren't ideal and they weren't at lap record pace, they were only 2 or 3 tenths away from what they were able to do during the final round of the year. Right, I think we've got one last question from the chat, which has been sent in. In fact, no, one from me, actually. We just saw then. Mauro Gresini, a new name for us, a new person for us to go and have conversations with in pit lane, taking over the responsibilities of Paolo Ciabatti, who has done a magnificent job. A, big shoes to fill, and B, a big moment to step in for Mauro as well. I've not had any dealings with him as of yet. I don't know if you have, Simon, but just
no.
Talk to us about what a huge job he has in hands this year, because everyone has been talking about the dynamics potentially that might unfold at Ducati, given the amount of talent that they've got there, and given the circumstance that in 2024 it's a year where every contract on the grid basically comes up.
Yeah, Paolo, for starters, I mean, he's been around a long time. I've known him since 94, I believe, which was my first full season in World Superbike. He was there with the organisation back then, Flamini. And I've known him for all the years since, like obviously ducking in and out in different paddocks, different years, or not there. But, he's kind of been a part of the paddock.
Yeah,
so,
he's been a mainstay.
Honest, yeah, I'll miss him. I really will. He's always been respectful, and I would say because of how long we've known each other, one of the people that are more open to me, because he knows I'm not going to burn him, he'd tell me things. And so I'll miss him for that, It's also a cool project he's got, and the motocross bike looks good straight away, doesn't it? You wouldn't expect anything more. And if it's about power, Ducati are pretty good at that. So I imagine the bike being quite competitive straight away. But I wish him good luck in that. But yeah, the thing that I would like to see is how, firstly, the dynamics between riders, because there's a lot of competitive riders in Ducati this year, and maybe it'll all be fine. But if it's not, Mauro, he's going to have his hands full, keeping control of all that, managing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm personally looking forward to getting the opportunity to chat with him, and I'm sure throughout the Sepang test, the Qatar test, and then also at the opening round of the year, we'll be able to introduce him to all of you. Right, one final question before we let you go, Simon. This one coming from Stumpy in the US. Thanks for watching us, Stumpy. How tough is it to start over for someone like Martin and go again in 2024 after coming oh so close in 2023? Great question, Stumpy. And yeah, what do you think, Simon? Obviously, Jorge took it to the final round, took it to the final race, and you could see the emotion that it took out of him throughout the year. So with such a short period between that finishing and the new year starting, just how difficult is it to mentally reset and go again?
That is a good question. Interesting one as well. I was playing it through in my head. End of the season, he had to be tired emotionally, And the thing is, he's had the recovery period now, to bring himself back up to ready to go, full of energy and determination. And he's got to be a lot more, have a lot more self-belief now compared to the beginning. Like I said, remember 12 months ago, people were writing him off like people are now about Enea. And because he had such a rough year in 22, and he came out on the new bike, made friends with it, had learned from mistakes from the year before. The big thing is about Jorge is he was fully committed, which I hoped to see and wasn't sure that I would, because it seemed like he had distractions outside racing and he had a big opportunity, and he has the natural ability to do it. All the pieces of the puzzle were there. Was he going to fully commit? And he did. And I believe now he knows the ingredients, he won't stop. He won't stop, and he's going to have more self-belief. Like I said before, he's going to have the new factory bike that Pecco said is, he believes the engines and all the pieces are there. I think he's going to hit the ground running and be very difficult to stop. There's one more thing about Jorge that I noticed last year is he really learns from his mistakes, and so he's not a silly boy. And if he keeps that same motivation that he had last year, I believe he will. If he does, he's got to be fighting for the title again.
For sure. Very, very excited to see how it all unfolds. Simon, thank you for your time as ever. Very generous. Give my love to the family. Looking forward to catching up with you in Qatar, mate.
Will do. The dogs are all waiting for their walk, so I'll get it done in the hills. So bye for now, everyone.
See you later, Simon. Great to be able to chat away with Simon and looking forward to catching up with him fully in Qatar. He's going to be on site, live in pit lane for you at the Sepang test and then again for the Qatar test. And he's going to be outside that factory Ducati box waiting to see what Gigi Dall'Igna has been working on over the Christmas period. He said there's going to be some pretty different looking aerodynamic parts on the front of that bike. And let me tell you, Simon will be the first to spot it and you'll be the first to know after the flag coming to you at the conclusion of all 5 days of testing to bring you a full roundup of everything that's happening as the season start draws ever closer. This one coming in from Indonesia. Go, 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 Jack. Thank you. Appreciate it. Masi Nunggu getting in touch from Indonesia. Looking forward to getting back to Mandalika later in the year. This one coming in from Angola. Wow, so I think we pretty much ticked off all continents now. We had a question in from the US. We had Uruguay yesterday from South America. We've now done Europe, Africa and Asia as well. Thank you, DJ Lau, for getting in touch from Angola. Enjoy the start of 2024 when it eventually comes round. I'm sure from Angola, maybe a big Brad Binder fan. Of course, South Africa and Brad flying the flag for Africa in the 2024 World Championship. Right, we promised you some live interviews, and I think we've got our first one coming up your way. No better way to kick off than with the world champion himself. Connor's there live with Pecco Bagnaia.
That's right, Jack. Pecco, there can be only one. Right now, you are that one. What do you need to do for the hat trick to get 3 in a row?
Win. Let's see. Like always, we are preparing, I think, the best way possible. The season will be long, many races, and it will be important to remain in calm like always and try to be perfect always.
We're hoping to see Enea back at his best. Jorge Martin pushed you right to the final race of the season. Marc Marquez is going to be on a Ducati. Who do you see your main rivals for the title this year?
Let's see, it will be interesting.
We have a few questions from MotoGP fans on social media as well. So, first of all, Danish Mirza asks, what has been your best moment in MotoGP?
I think my first win and then the titles, for sure.
Okay, and a second question, this one from Darwizi, I think I'm saying that correctly. What team do you think will be closest to the Ducati factory team next year?
I think all the teams have the possibility to be close. For sure, a Ducati team.
Thank you, Pecco, and good luck.
Well, there we go. First thoughts from the world champion Pecco Bagnaia, not in his most talkative mood that we've ever seen. But anyway, good to see that Bagnaia is there still grinning away. And unsurprisingly as well, the fact that he's still got that number 1 plate on the front of his machine. Not willing to say who's going to be his closest rival this year. And yeah, the mission statement is very, very clear. He has to go out and win. That is the only thing that's on his mind ahead of the 2024 campaign. We'll be hearing from the Beast later on, hopefully in a few moments' time. But whilst we wait, let's have another quiz question to throw your way. And of course, do continue to throw your questions into the chat. Come on, guys. I said make them harder from last time. Pecco Bagnaia is a 3-time world champion. Is that true or is that false? Do let us know. Also, I need confirmation here. Are we talking all classes or just MotoGP? We're talking all classes. So throughout Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP, how many world championships has the Italian won? Is it 3? Yes or no? Let us know in the chat. True or false? We'll give you the answer to that one in a couple of minutes' time. Right, shall we have a look at what's been going down on social media? We can react to some of the first photos that have been coming in from the Ducati Corsa squad now that their weapons have been officially unveiled. I must say, although it's not our sort of bag for obvious reasons, we prefer on-road rather than off-road, the new motocross machines do look nice for Ducati. And of course, Antonio Cairoli, a man that has a lot of experience. A few changes, as we mentioned, for Enea Bastianini in particular. The number, I do like that white up against the red. He's lost that tinge of pink that he's had in previous years. So a bit of a rebrand for the Beast this year, and hoping that as a result that brings with him a little bit more power, a little bit more bicep muscle there, as we're seeing from Bastianini, of course, who had issues with that shoulder throughout 2023. The crash with Luca Marini at the opening round of the year that forced him to miss in the end, I think, what was it, 4, maybe even 5 Grand Prix. And then he had that big incident on the opening lap of the Catalan Grand Prix when he took with him 4 or 5 riders, and that resulted in him having breaks to both his hand and his ankle as well. So it was a far from easy 2023, as we've been mentioning, for Enea Bastianini. But looks as though he's close to his best now. And if he can make the most of those 5 days of testing and stay fit at the start of the year, then you have to feel that Bastianini will be able to grow into the year and cause some problems for the men that were up at the top of the championship in 23. Right, okay, quiz question. There we go. 25% of you, come on. Of course, he's a 3-time world champion. Moto2 in 2018, MotoGP in 2022, and MotoGP in 2023. We saw from those championship celebrations in Valencia at the back end of last year, where he had basketball style, the 3 different rings to signify the 3 world championships. Right, okay, let's head back live to Italy then, because Connor has now been joined by the Beast, Enea Bastianini.
That's right, Jack. Enea, we saw you returning to form towards the end of the season, but obviously it's a process. So how are your preparations going for the coming campaign?
Yeah, well, I'm ready because I think I work very well. This stop has been more short compared to the last one, but I think I'm okay. I'm ready for the test, for the season, and well, I'm very excited to start.
And what about your objective for 2024? Will we see you fighting for the title?
Well, yes, I'm here for fighting for the title, but we have to take it easy the first part of the season, because I have to prepare at the maximum the second one, because to don't commit any error like in the last season, and well, to enjoy every race.
We have 2 questions from social media as well on MotoGP. So from Philosophob, we have, hi Enea, what have you named your 2 bikes this season?
I don't know. I have to see the old 2 bikes in Malaysia, and when I see how is it, I understand which name I have to put on the bike. But for the moment, I don't know.
Okay, and we have another one here from Raquel Desastre, who asks, what do you like most about Pecco's riding style?
About Pecco riding style, the braking. He brake really later compared to all the rider, and this is fantastic. And I want to try to do the same this year, because for the race is a good choice.
There you are, Jack. We've got our MotoGP team for the Ducati factory team. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. Great to hear from Enea Bastianini. Looking in high spirits is the Italian. Of course, a world champion himself after Moto2 success in 2020. I think a lot of you at home are hoping to see the best of the Beast in 2024 after a frustrating 23, because he certainly provided plenty of entertainment in 2022. Who could forget those memorable Grand Prix where he finished second to Bagnaia on home soil in Misano, then got the better of him in Aragon in an absolute classic, and that nail-biting championship on-the-line race at Sepang where he was pushing Bagnaia all the way. There were some great moments, and we're hoping to see more of the same this year. Carlene's got in touch from Sydney, Australia. Great to hear from you, Carlene. I mean, dearie me, it's midday here in Central Europe. It must be late at night for you, so thanks for staying up throughout the night to watch the world champion present his new campaign. Thomas getting in touch from Germany. Good morning to you, Thomas. Great to have you with us. Enjoy the upcoming season. Who else have we got as well? Tamara has got in touch from Poland. Great to hear that the Poles are in touch. Looking forward to enjoy the season ahead. Yuri, hello from Czech Republic. Great to hear from Yuri. It's a great shame that we can't get to the Czech Republic anymore. Brno was a real fan favourite. Maybe that's hopefully can make a return on the calendar in future years. Czech Republic, a great country, and hopefully we might be able to, as we go through these presentations. I know that you guys in the Czech Republic hear a lot from Carol Abraham, part of your TV crew, and hopefully we'll be able to hear from Carol as we go throughout these presentations and we try to bring some different views, some different voices that you might not have heard before. Right, I think this will be an interesting video just whilst we wait for the team bosses to come to us, because Simon was speaking at length. We've also heard from Pecco Bagnaia on stage there about this brand new 2024 Ducati and the changes that they've made to the engine. Well, Bagnaia was speaking after the Valencia test here about the improvements that they've made. So let's just hear what he had to say then before we speak a little bit more in detail about this GP24.
Pecco, at the end of the final day of track action here for 2023 and start of 2024 as well, you got a small taster of the 2024 bike, a new engine at least. What's your initial impressions of that?
I can be happy. We can be happy. Ducati can be happy. I think the best way to start with a new bike is like this. The feeling was good. We don't have doubts that the new engine is working well, but for sure some areas to improve. But right now I'm happy. I feel it great. In some areas I feel it better than last year bike already, and this is already a great thing. So still a margin to improve, a big margin to improve, but it's a really good way to start.
In terms of those positives and negatives, what could be improved and what already is somewhere that you know needs to be touched on?
Have improved the entry of the corners. We had to improve the power delivery a bit.
Is that just for traction out of the corner?
Yeah. We need more. The acceleration have to be more. Maybe I don't know how to say. More connected.
And lastly, Pecco, just wanted to ask you about, obviously, one of the big stories today is Marc Marquez jumping on a Ducati for the first time, actually, a bike that you just won the World Championship on, and he was very fast straight away. I'm sure it wasn't a surprise, but what was your take on his day today?
I was saying some races ago with the journalist that he was first in the first test. I missed it for 3-4 positions, but I think he can be very happy with the bike. We did a wonderful job of the season with this bike, and he can enjoy.
Thank you, Pecco. Enjoy the wedding planning now.
Yeah, of course. Wedding planning to come for Pecco Bagnaia as he waits to finally get wedded to his fiancée now, Domitia. But interesting what he was saying there with the new engine, the fact that even at that Valencia test, and let me tell you, it was very, very windy. It was very cold. Track conditions far from ideal. So for him to say that, this is a step in the right direction, I think will have put, and the fact that he's continuing with those statements now at this team presentation. The other factor is their chief rivals on alert, knowing that they really have to step up this year if they are to take the fight to Ducati and try and steal that World Championship away from them. Interesting corner entry. Simon was just mentioning there that was their biggest issue to try and overcome, so it looks as though they've been attending to that as well. So that was a positive interview from Pecco Bagnaia that was done following the Valencia test, and as a result, he is the man to beat, of course. A lot of talk going on about who his teammate will be for 2025. I know we've not got 2024 even started yet, but already that is going to dominate headlines as we go throughout the year. From speaking to some people within the paddock, we even did an interview with former Ducati team boss, World Championship winning team boss, Livio Supo, just a couple of weeks ago, and he said, if I'm Ducati, my priority number one is to try and tie that man down to another 2-year deal. I think it was interesting in an interview about a week ago, he said that Pecco Bagnaia said he wouldn't be interested in a new contract, anything like we saw from Marc Marquez when he signs that 4-year deal, of course, tying himself down for 4 seasons before the 2020 campaign started. I mean, he didn't even manage to see out the entirety of that 4-year deal, as we now know, from Saturday, because he's jumped onto a Gresini bike 1 year before that contract was supposed to finish. So Bagnaia is saying, you never know in MotoGP. Things can change so quick in the space of a season, in the space of a few months, of a few rounds. So for him, his ideal, his perfect scenario would be a new 2-year deal to take him through to the end of 2025. And I imagine that this man Luigi Dell'Igna, the big boss at Ducati, has got a lot on his plate. One of them potentially to try and sign up Pecco Bagnaia. Let's find out what the boss has got to say. He's there with Connor.
That's right, Jack. We're here with Gigi Dell'Igna. Gigi, can you tell us about the evolution of the bike? Where have you focused the development?
It's difficult to speak about evolution just before of the season. Anyway, for sure we evolved the bike in all the area. For sure we will have an engine that have some horsepower more than last season. The aerodynamics of the bike will change quite a lot. You cannot see now because we present the new fairing in the next test in Sepang, but for sure it will be quite different than what we see in the past. So also on the chassis point of view, we make some steps. So I'm quite curious to see what the others did during the winter, and I hope that our bike will be at a good level.
You've had the fastest bike for 2 years, that's shown by results, but how difficult is it to keep moving forward with the process?
It's difficult, for sure. It's difficult also because of the rules. You know, at the end of last year the rules changed, and now we are the only one that have not the concession. All the others can develop the bike a lot more during the season. We cannot, so we need to do a bigger step at the beginning of the season in order to be competitive during the season. And also the Japanese, they can risk a little bit more than us because they can change the engine, they can change the fairing during the season, and so if they have some problems, they can react and solve the problem. We cannot, so it will be not easy.
A few talking points for the tech heads there, Jack. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Connor. Great, as always, to hear from Gigi Dell'Igna, one of arguably the biggest minds, smartest minds and most successful minds in the MotoGP paddock, given what he's been able to do with Ducati Corsa ever since stepping in as their general manager there. I mean, the development that they've made and the steps and strides that they've taken since he's been at the helm has been absolutely sensational. It looks as though he's not finished as well. I, for one, extremely excited now for the Sepang test to see what this new look 2024 Ducati is going to look like. Very different, he's saying, so cannot wait for the opening days of testing, which are only a couple of weeks away. Less than that now. Of course, the Sepang shakedown gets underway on the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th of February, and then we're back with you for the 6th and 7th to be live for the Sepang test, where Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini are going to be rolling out that new look 2024 machine, as Gigi Dell'Igna has just teased. Oh My Assassin has been getting in touch from Portugal. I just missed the one before as well, so apologies to that person. Can we go back to the previous comment just to make sure that we're not missing anybody? Coming in from Angie from Bunbury in Western Australia. Great to hear you, Angie, in the middle of the night there in Australia. Can't wait for the season to start. Me too. Cannot wait, Angie, and cannot wait to get back to Phillip Island as well in October next year. Always a huge fan favourite, and you can get your tickets already for the Australian Grand Prix. If you've never been, wow, have to go and try and visit Phillip Island, at least one in your lifetime. It is a bucket list trip, but it will not disappoint, let me tell you. And Norhans Mer getting in touch from Malaysia. Again, looking forward to getting to Sepang. I won't be there for the tests, but the Malaysian Grand Prix later in the year is always a big one. There's always championships on the line. Tobias getting in touch from Austria, another great one as well. The Red Bull Ring in the Spielberg Mountains, the Styrian Hillside is one of the most picturesque ones we go to, as is Lombok, Indonesia. Wow, what a venue that is, right next to the seaside. Looking forward to getting there. Thank you for getting in touch and for watching us, Kumble. And don't forget as well, we're back with you on Wednesday, where we'll be hearing from Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio De Gianantonio, maybe even the man himself, Valentino Rossi, with his team launching their 2024 season. We'll be live with you from 2 o'clock. That's 2 o'clock local time here in Central Europe on Wednesday for the next team launch. Winnie getting in touch from the UK. Big love to Pecco from Winnie. Of course, Pecco has a lot of love for the UK as well, has been pretty successful at Silverstone down the years. Wowo, he's getting in touch from the capital, the Indonesian capital, Jakarta. Thanks for getting in touch, Wowo. I've had some big events there down the years. Not Chloe from Saudi Arabia, so excited to get the season started. Of course, we will be heading to Saudi Arabia. Not sure when, but they are at the moment on with building a brand new facility and circuit for us to attend, likely in a couple of years' time. So looking forward to adding yet another stop in the Middle East. We go to Qatar at the moment, of course, for the opening round of the year under the lights. And then Saudi Arabia will be joining the MotoGP calendar in the next couple of years as well. And if the new Qatar paddock is anything to go by, I imagine the venue that they're building for us there in Saudi Arabia is going to be pretty special as well. Right, anything going on social media, you, of course, can get in touch as well. Send us your tweets, send us your comments, get in touch on Instagram. And let's just see exactly what things are looking like on social media. The first photo starting to come in from the 2024 Ducati Lenovo team lineup. You can see here on the levers in particular, just the slight change, a little bit of bright red, of highlighter red just being added to it. A bit more white this time around as well. I must say, it is a small change, as is always the case, because Ducati, it's a classic, it's a traditional, it's a famous design. That bold red is rarely going to change. But they have made a tweak, and a nice tweak as well. I have to say, I'm a big fan. The Gresini one on Saturday wasn't that dissimilar to 2023, but this is, when it comes to Ducati, I think quite a big change and a nice one as well. I'm a big fan. You can see the pair of them laughing and smiling, looking lovingly into each other's eyes. I wonder how long that will last if they start to go toe-to-toe throughout the season ahead of us. A few new sponsors on there as well as Elica, a brand new one. I've not seen that one before. And helmet designs as well. They may well change, certainly for the testing, but then as we head to the start of the season as well, they might have a few tweaks. But the beast as ever, having the teeth showing on the front of his helmet, and Bagnaia continuing on with that go free look that he's had for a number of years now. Let's have a quick look, if we can, just before we go to that number one, because that's a bit different as well. You can see the 63 in the bottom right of the corner, the 3 stars above it to signify those 3 World Championships. And Bagnaia this time has flipped it around. He had the red number one, if I'm right, throughout last year. But now, to make sure that it can match alongside that bright red on the front of the machine, he's gone for a black number one, meaning, I think, he means business. A black, the Dark Knight. I'm just thinking on top of our heads now, but it does look well. I'm a big fan of that new number one design for Bagnaia. Trying to get a little bit of lean angle on there. You can already see the aero parts there, whether it comes from down the bottom right hand corner just next to the brake discs, even attached to the front forks there as well, and then the side pods. So much aero work going on the side of that Ducati, and it looks as though it's going to be pretty different as well. Right, okay, let's head back, shall we, for the final time to Madono di Campiglio, where our man Conor Doherty is there. Excellent work throughout the day. A great launch as well. Some interesting things coming out. Bagnaia was to the point, I think we have to say, but certainly let his intentions made that he's going to be fighting for the World Championship here. The beast in positive spirits as well, and Gigi Dell'Igna giving us a few tidbits as well. So a good day all around. How much have you enjoyed your time there, Conor?
Jack, it's been absolutely fantastic here in Madono Campiglio. Things are winding down now, but the event keeps going. There are 3 days of things happening here. I mentioned it earlier. This is such an extraordinary series of events. There's going to be lots of skiing later with the riders, and of course with the team. There are walks. They're really rolling out the red carpet for everyone here, and it's just fantastic. Everything is fantastic. Ducati doing what they do best. They're right at the top of their level.
Absolutely. Have you got your skis ready? Are you ready to tackle both Bagnaia and Bastianini down the slopes later? Because from what I saw last year, Bastianini in particular is quite handy down the slopes.
Yeah, I've heard that as well, Jack. I wouldn't be the one to challenge him to a race. I think he said that skiing is his favourite thing to do outside of being on his bike. So I will not race him, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to have to go and rent him, I think, but that's the plan.
Absolutely. Well, Connor, thank you for your time as ever. What a busy few days you've had, from Riccione across to Madonna. I'm sure you've been at the espresso machine. Brilliant work. Safe flight back, and we'll catch up with you when you arrive here.
Thanks, Jack. The Grand Tour of Northern Italy. Fantastic.
It's now done and dusted, wrapped up. Well done to Connor Doherty and our camera crew down there as well, working hard, getting the miles in across the Dolomites in Italy, from the seaside to the mountains. They've certainly had a whistle-stop tour, but an exciting one nonetheless. Our man Chris Jordan is going to be joining us live from Italy for the Pertamina Enduro VR46 launch on Wednesday, so we'll catch up with Chris then. I believe he'll be on his way tomorrow to bring you all the latest from Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio De Gianantonio. Right, I think we've not got long left with you. Before we do go, though, of course, 2024 coming up very soon indeed, just over 6 weeks away from round one in Qatar. And if you are going to be joining us throughout the year as well, make sure that you're properly equipped as well. Now that the Ducati factory team are ready to go, their latest 2024 merchandise is available to be purchased now at the MotoGP store. There's a few links been posted in the chats now, or you can just go to motogp.store.com to make sure that you're kitted out with your favourite team or riders kit ahead of the 2024 season. Right, we mentioned on Wednesday that we've got the Pertamina VR46 launch coming your way. As we said, live 2 o'clock local time here in Central Europe for that one. And then we're next with you live on Saturday afternoon, a full roundup of everything that went down in Los Angeles for the Trackhouse Aprilia launch. And then this time next week, time for Pedro Acosta to be officially unveiled as a MotoGP rider for the first time. The Gas Factory Racing Squad, that's coming your way this time next week. And then it'll be full focus on Sepang, time for bikes to hit the track in 2024. Lots coming your way over the next couple of weeks. Thank you very much for your company this morning, live from Italy and here in Barcelona. The world champion is now up and running. Can he make it a hat-trick in 2024? We'll have to wait and see. Thanks for your company. We'll see you on Wednesday.
My thanks as well to MotoGP as well. That's another test done then for the launches we've had this morning, Gresini and now Ducati. Tomorrow we'll have more from that. But we're into the last hour of the first day of pre-season testing. And it's been some 2.5 hours since I last talked to you as well. So we've doubled in viewers on YouTube as well and on Twitch. So very good morning to you. Don't panic. We will go back in a second. But I just want to say a quick hello, because I've been up now 18 hours across this as well. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. And it really does mean a lot. And hopefully as well you're enjoying every second of it. What a lap from Fabio Quartararo. I've been watching the chat. He's up into 3rd position. Great job from him. Alex Marquez did crash at turn 2 around about an hour ago. He is okay, but hasn't gone back out on the track just yet. So what we're going to do now is we've got about 48 minutes to the end of the session. So we're going to show you now radio commentary of what happened the first race back. We're going to show you all the action from the 2023 Grand Prix of Portugal, our radio watch-along commentary. And basically, we'll keep the timings on. If you want to listen, it's on. If you don't, you can turn it down. Just keep us on with the live timing. At the end of the day, we will go through all of the social media stuff, go through everything that happened in the day, and do a complete rundown for you as well of everything. But sit back and enjoy and relax. What we do best is commentate on a race and enjoy the 2023 Portuguese Grand Prix in our radio commentary. Here we go then. We've had the start-up. Time for your main course of MotoGP action in 2023. Here's your starting grid then from pole position. pushing back. Marc Marquez, followed by Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. Miguel Oliveira, then it's Jack Miller and Maverick Vinales. Third row, Bezzecchi, Marini and Zarco. Fourth row, Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro and Alex Marquez. Fifth row with Familia, Binder and Rins. Sixth row sees Morbidelli alongside Nakagami and Fernandez. Then it's Raul Fernandez and Fabio Di Giannantonio starting at the back. Warm-up lap is starting. We haven't got any timings. We'll hopefully get those back soon. You've got everything bar the weather graphic on your screen. Megan Birch joins me as the formation lap starts.
Amazing.
You can. Megan, MotoGP more than ever. We had the sprint yesterday. Now it's the first Grand Prix. But we kind of already know what's going to happen. We've got an idea. Bagnaia's quick, Mark struggles. Yeah. Who do you're going to Bagnaia straight to win?
Yeah.
Fair point. Fingers crossed.
Yesterday.
This is the championship standings then. After the sprint yesterday, Bagnaia leads by 12 points. Martin's on 9 points, so he's 3 points back. Marquez is on 7 as well, and it keeps on going, keeps on circulating back. I'm being told that our timings might be operational by lap 5 up in the comms box. You're going to have timings throughout the race, by the way. And then hopefully we'll flick between them at some point and we won't lose our coverage, which is a possibility. But this is it then. 20 riders, Megan. No Enea Bastianini after crashing yesterday in the sprint. No Pol Espargaro either. And it's just so many riders getting knocked out and Aizen Guevara as well not in. It's so many just going, nope, sorry, can't race, injured.
It's like a curse.
Yeah. Are you expecting any sort of drama in today's race, or is it just going to be...
Given yesterday's race, yes.
I was going to say, is it going to be all safe and smooth and everyone's... No. Can Marquez hold on for the race win?
Don't know.
Oh, you're very much on the mark, aren't you? Oh, don't know. Don't know. Is that water you've got?
Yes, so there's something at the trouble with water, as you can see, if there's something at the bottom of the cup, and you immediately get put off.
That's fine. It's all fine. Onto the grid then they come. One at a time. We're just getting our graphics up in the comms box. Me and Megan have to go do so much work because we've only got a little timing screen.
Guesswork.
At the moment, yeah, complete guesswork at the moment as it comes on. Prediction for pole then, Megs? Who are you going for?
Bagnaia.
Okay, that's race win, by the way, not pole position. I'm getting it wrong. Yeah. Either way, stand back, make yourself counted. It's 21 rounds, the longest season ever. We have already had 42 races. It's time to see what will happen. 25 laps. The MotoGP season is 5 lights away. Action! And it's a great start from Marquez and Jorge Martin. And Martin leads as Marquez comes and swaps off Bagnaia. But look who's jumped up into turn 1. It's Miguel Oliveira. Martin jumps on the inside line. He shuts the door. Great start. Maverick Vinales already as well. He's up into 4th position. Bagnaia coming through. Marquez nearly goes off. He's going to be dropping into the midfield. He's with Aleix Espargaro. So nearly contact between him. But Miguel Oliveira only leads the race as we enter turn 5.
Didn't do that yesterday.
And look at Marquez. Look at the inside of Vinales. Bagnaia is up into 3rd position. Brilliant start from Miguel Oliveira.
Certainly didn't do that yesterday. Must have been waiting.
And Bagnaia trying to hold off as well for Marc Marquez and Maverick Vinales further behind. But brilliant start from the front row of the grid. Absolutely electric. Can't wait to see what we have in the remaining of this championship. Yarmir is up into 12th position as well. Oh, look at that. Bagnaia looking on the inside of Martin. And we've got a repeat of yesterday. But the O&F guys in their first ever race, Megan, lead their way. This is their first Grand Prix, I should point out. And Oliveira might lead a lap, but Martin's closing in.
I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah.
They must have been holding back yesterday to give a false sense of security.
He was 4th, wasn't he, as well, Oliveira? He was really strong, and he came out of nowhere into turn 1.
He took all of them by surprise. It's like, this is easy. What?
Yeah, jump up at the inside and give a little little bit of a wave and a hello, boys, I'm back. And Bagnaya's going to try and take the inside line of Jorge Martin. Marc Marquez going to try and go on the inside as well towards turn number 1. They're all back out of it. Into Primera they go. Mia's been given a long lap penalty as Alex Marquez is up into 11th, passing Alex Rins. Bagnaya takes second position away from Martin as we go into Lagos. Oh, and look at Marquez as well. Marquez getting the jump back on the inside.
I literally have no words for this.
It's a crazy race.
I feel like everything's happening so fast, you're just thinking, okay, what do I speak about now?
And Martin's coming back on the... Marquez back on the inside, trying to have a run through as well.
On board with Martin, and it looks... Oh, I think now we're on board... Yeah, we're on the front view of Martin. Getting very close to Bagnaia right now. Long lap penalty for Johan Mir.
Well, we knew that was coming, sadly, didn't we, as well? That's sort of the thing. Right, we've got our main graphics back, finally, so we'll get our weather graphic back. I knew we'd have them on the opening lap, ready on lap 2. Bagnaia, then, is hunting down Miguel Oliveira. The gap between them, Megan, is 0.094 of a second, and no jump starts, is saying from race control. Sing Hosanna, we're into the races. Bagnaia at the inside of Miguel Oliveira. Turn 13 for the race lead. Ducati hits the front.
Right, so Bagnaia somehow is
electric.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Where did that come from?
Just such a grunt of that bike. It's like bang,
I think
bang,
he was
bang.
feeling supplanted. Just like, I won this yesterday. How dare you?
Yeah, don't take a me. Don't cry for me. Let's look at this. Oliveira there's going to have the run up the hill towards turn number 1 as well. He's going to pull to the inside line, trying to find a way through. Oh, it's a bit close in the braking zone.
Maybe everyone wants to see the back.
Yeah, because look, there's loads of... Hang on, what's happening to Marquez?
Who's down?
Well, I think it's a time. No, look at the screen. Marquez on the inside. He's touched the back.
Oh.
And out goes Oliveira. Man, it's going to be a red, surely. Marquez goes down. The timings are ahead of the TV pictures. Marquez is out. Oliveira's out at turn 4.
I said he might crash.
Oh, and this might be a red flag. Miguel Oliveira's not happy. Incident's coming under investigation.
He's hurt.
Are they going to red flag the race? Oliveira's injured. Well, I'm not surprised. He got clattered into by the side of the bike. Wait, Mark's fine. Let's take another look at it. I don't want to see another look at this because we've got a rider injured. So Marquez comes in, trail brakes, hits the back of Jorge Martin and sideswipes into the side. They've got to red flag this. Oliveira, that is an entire motorcycle right to the back.
He full on torpedoed into him.
Are they red flagging?
Mark must be feeling so bad right now.
Yellow flag in sectors 1 and 2. I'm not seeing any sign of the red flag on the timing monitors. They're going to have to stop this. They're going to have to red flag this race.
He is literally carrying on the track.
Yeah. And
in pain.
It's a very fast part of the track as well, turn for Lagos. Throw the red flag, race to control. Freddie Spencer is the race director. Stop this race now, because that is a nasty accident. And the riders don't care about the yellow flags. We've seen that before. Yellow's around sectors 1 and 2. No sign of the red flag.
For them, a yellow flag is just make sure to look out in this area so you don't kill someone.
They're going to go through it. Bagnaia with the fastest lap as well. Alex Marquez making a move past Binder, and he's still there, Megan. He's still there. Instantly involved Marquez and Oliveira to get out of the race. But, Megan, he's still there at turn 4, and the riders are going through that part of the track. Now, look, we've got marshals. He's being stretchered off, and no one is slowing down.
Oh my!
That should have been.
That's disgusting.
That should have been instant red flag. I'm sorry. That should have been an instant red flag.
The amount of people.
Because they've moved Oliveira now, as the yellow flag is now rescinded. But they've moved Oliveira, and if he's had any sort of damage as well, because that was a hefty whack on the side of the back.
Yeah.
It could be that was a spinal injury I was most worried about, and they've just lifted him off. That should have been a red flag, and the race stopped. Utterly disgusting.
What happens if really, touch wood, he doesn't? But what happens if he actually does have a spinal injury? They've just lifted him up carelessly in a hurry, and they could permanently damage him.
Marquez is okay. He's on the back of the bike already. He's out. Oliveira, obviously, is the one we're worried about, but There was no red flag, and there should have been.
Told you it'd be
And,
exciting.
I want to have a look and see what was being said there as well.
There he is.
Oh, that's good to see that Miguel Oliveira is conscious and he's sat up talking. That's great news.
Oh,
This is on board. So, look, this is on board with Marquez. He's going to lock the brakes, hit the back of Jorge Martin, and sideswipe.
That is directly into the middle of the back.
If I can, Megan, it's equivalent of this. Bang. Hard push, but with a lot more force.
Yeah. And with someone actually having a stiff back.
Yeah.
Crouched over.
That's really bad. Really bad. As Quartararo's made his pace up to 11th now. Vinales with a 1:39.067 fast lap of the race so far. In fact, Megan, that is the new best race lap record because it was set by Quartararo last year, 1:39.435. So that's a new race lap record out on the board right now.
That's good. Do you know why I keep doing this? I'm just trying to see how much, because you do this a lot, I'm just trying to see how much you move with, that's why I'm holding my phone, with the steps.
tracker, yeah.
I just want to see how much you move during that time.
Well, I'll check my heart rate for you as well. They've all got heart things on as well, so I'll check my current heart rate. My heart rate at the moment, if it goes up, as we watch Bagnaia 3/10 ahead of Vinales at the moment, my heart rate...
It was 80 12 minutes ago.
That was at the start of the race, eh? I'm not doing too bad, am I? At the moment?
Steady.
What's my current...
COVID did just...
Yeah, my current heart rate there is 104 beats per minute on my Apple Watch monitor. I don't move that much in the commentary box. I'm not going side to side all the time.
I'm trying to emulate a Formula 1 race.
Oh, I was going to say, because at the moment, it just look like a pair of window wipers. That's what happened to Mark Blundell once, and Martin Brundle with Murray Walker. They just go in the commentary box and they're getting rhythm, so they just look like a pair of window washers at the end of the race. Anyway, back to the action. Bagnaia leads, 0.4 of a second to Vinales. We are watching number 4. The position of Marco Bezzecchi, the number 72, chasing down Jack Miller, Megan, who's now promoted up into 3rd position. Red Bull... KTM have had a fantastic day so far. If you haven't seen the Moto2 or Moto3 races right now, they've been electric in them as Bezzecchi up the inside passes Jack Miller. Marco Bezzecchi up into 3rd. Miller back in the Red Bull colours at the KTM factory. Going to have to push in order to get some grip. And now he's got a great run out of turn 4 on the run down to turn 5 here. Pinatore Vip looks to the inside line. Jack's got hard front, medium rear. Compared to Bezzecchi, medium front, medium rear.
I like Miller's tyre compounds for this weather. Because then you're putting a lot of pressure on front. And then you're completely fine with that because it's basically the same amount as the
I know you like a timing screen. That's the best I can do without you looking at this one down here. I know we've got 2 big ones at the moment, but we've lost a monitor up in the comment box at the moment with a lead failure.
Can I just mention something? I walk a lot. Though this does not pick up all my steps.
No, that's
why does it not do that?
Because it's not on you. You need one of those.
Yeah, but how does it pick up my steps?
Hey, for your birthday, why didn't you ask for a Fitbit or something like that?
Because they cost £300.
We have a sister, and it's your 18th.
Still.
Use that advantage. I'm joking. Marc Marquez back in the pit lane as well. Kellen's probably watching. Morning, Kellen. Talk us to the start there, Megs. Great start for Mark, but look, he comes across on the inside of...
Basically, then we go into a little battle. Olivia sees, opportunity.
Comes back on the inside of turn 4. Look, Marquez almost took him out there as well. He was too hot into turn 4, the opening lap of the race. And there goes Oliveira. And he touched Martin. He did touch Martin on the opening.
Is he going for everyone?
He touched Martin twice. That was the replay. Caught me by I thought we were looking back at the start then. I thought that was his first moment. Oliveira's been taken to the medical centre for a checkup, and that's inside. Yeah, that's is Oliveira's father watching on.
He had such a great start to the race.
Yeah, it's quieting down a bit.
And now it's crashed out.
Can we just point out? I haven't realised it yet. Maverick Vinales is P2, going for his first win on a Aprilia. Don't forget, he hasn't won since he was on the Yamaha, and he got fired mid-season about 2-3 years ago.
Well, I hope he does well. Twins.
Maverick Vinales' last race win was in Qatar 2021, the season opener when you rejoined the MotoGP commentary team, Megan. That was back in 2021 at the Yamaha. That was his last race win. Went to Aprilia mid-season and hasn't won since. Yeah, that's the point. Well, you won for race 1, but you were cursed afterwards, yeah. I think even he would agree with that, you being a curse there. So, 90 to... Can we point out, if this was the sprint race, Megan, yesterday, we would be near the end of it, lap 7 of 12. Oh, yeah. 19 laps to go. Doesn't this feel a bit more normal, a bit better?
Yeah.
It's a bit like, okay, we've got an entire race to try and cover. Do get in touch with us on the YouTube stream as well. We've got the chat open every now and then in the box, flicking between pages. As Maverick Vinales, Megan, on that Aprilia, is inside the toe of Pecco Bagnaia down towards turn 1. He's going for it. Oh, and Bagnaia shuts the door on him, and that's turn 1. But they pulled out a second to Bezzecchi in third position on the Muni VR46 team, so that's quite good. Really enjoying this race. This is MotoGP.
I'd like another crash.
Yeah, this is MotoGP. No practice nonsense, no sprint race as well.
Just racing.
Pure racing, pure Grand Prix racing, where the big points matter. 25 for a race win, 20 for second, and this is really where they're going to start coming up. And Vinales, who didn't have a great sprint race yesterday, wants to have a better main race today, as I thought I was on mic then. But it's a nice graphic for Maverick Vinales popping up. He's in P2.
He's really going for it.
He's a tenth of a second behind Bagnaia, but Vinales is pushing. This is like an old Maverick. He hasn't won a race since the season opener 2 years ago in 2021. That's a long time. Long time. It was 2021 when he last won. That's when you rejoined the commentary.
Like Lewis Hamilton. They both are having bad years.
In fact, if you could just Google when Qatar 2021 was for MotoGP, because I swear it was around about March 26th. Happy birthday to Ian Burge, by the way. Dad is 62 years old today. And he's enjoying his day so far, isn't he?
Yes, yes, yeah.
And that is a replay at turn 5, Megan.
28th, that's Jack's birthday.
Oh, so it started today. I thought it was around here. So it's been almost 2 years since Vinales won a race. It's unbelievable. Jack Miller's made a mistake, by the way, and it's let Alex Marquez through into 4th position. He made it down turn 5, hairpin, Tory Vip.
Oh, I see Bezzecchi's fine.
Yeah, still in 3rd position.
Right. Apparently, this underestimates you by 21%. So I'm doing more steps than I actually am told.
Bagnaia into turn 5. Vinales taking a wide line, but gets it hooked up nicely at the exit of turn 5 and pushes forward. Come on, what have you got for us? What have you got to give us in this MotoGP race? Can you find anything to liven it up? Because right now it's like a pressure cooker, slowly building the tension, and every now and then you get a wham up the back. Especially if you're Miguel Oliveira and if Marc Marquez is around.
So be careful if you have wheels.
Yes, that's true. Well, look, this is the Ducati noise, Megan. It sounds fantastic, doesn't it, on board with the bike?
It does. It's like white noise. You can go to sleep with it.
So at the moment, Bagnaia will take the maximum points, Megan, 25 and 12 for the sprint, and will lead on 37 World Championship points. Vinales will be on 25, 12 points back, which means if Vinales wins the sprint next weekend and Bagnaia doesn't score, they go into Argentina next weekend, level on points.
Let's hope no one cries.
Vinales might actually take the lead here. He's on the inside. He's going for it in the Aprilia, but that Ducati, so much more stoppage power into turn 1.
I wouldn't go for it till near the end.
No, he's going to trail behind him. But Vinales hard front, medium rear. So Bagnaia's got the pace on the front tyres. The reason we're seeing Bagnaia brake so late into turn 1 is because he's on the medium front tyres. So there's a lot more temperature in them. There's a lot more grip in the front end, which means he can risk the bike braking so much later into the deep hairpins. Whereas Vinales is on the hard front tyre. And in these conditions at the moment, with the air temperature at 22 degrees, ground temperature only at 37 degrees, the hard tyres get almost too hot, so they become a bit sticky. When they don't have much grip, it begins to slide around. So that's why at the moment we're seeing Bagnaia at the front and Vinales right behind him, because at the moment Bagnaia has more grip, but towards the end of the race, when Bagnaia's tyres go, the hard tyre would have effectively worn itself down to a medium compound tyre, and he'll be able to jump ahead with fresher grip.
Quite like Miller's one.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. because Miller's on hard front, medium rear.
It's a smart idea.
It's a very good idea. It's a genius as well, especially as we saw in pre-season testing. The Ducatis as well struggle with front-end grip. They were always having problems. And with Yamaha as well. If you're wondering why Quattarara's 10th and Morbidelli 16th, Yamaha had a massive problem in pre-season testing in terms of the overall grip of the bike. They can't get the tyres, the Michelins, hooked up at all. They really struggle. Is it Michelin?
Michelin.
Yeah.
I've just been looking through my settings. Exposure notifications.
That would have been interesting. Hello.
Yeah. A possible exposure to COVID-19. I lived in the house.
Yeah, I had COVID all last week. But can I just point out, at the moment, you're lucky you're not commentating in the house because it was close to not you being in the box. But I'm glad you are. Maverick Vinales giving a prayer and some round of applause to the crowd there. A man who might have a grid penalty for the next race, Megan, in Argentina.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good.
D'Antonio.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, we're down to 17 now. Fabio D'Antonio into the pit lane and looks to be out of the race as we continue on here for 15 laps to go. It's lap 11. So, by the way, that was the sprint. We've done the sprint now. Now, we are on to the main race. And how quick did that sprint go? That's really
too quick.
And yeah, there's confirmation that Fabio D'Antonio out. So the Gresini team that started with dominance last year in Qatar, with Bastianini winning, one of them's retired, but
looks like he had a bit of damage.
He did. So yeah, he must have been involved in contact early on in the race.
Not what we got to see.
No, well, it's Dawn or TV direction. Don't get to see much, do we? But one Gresini out, the other Gresini of Alex Marquez in 4th position, and is looking very tidy indeed in a battle with Bezzecchi for 3rd and Miller right behind him.
At least one Marquez is having a good day.
Yes. The Marquez we expected to do well once he switched away from Honda onto a Gresini Ducati bike. First time Alex Marquez ever ridden a Ducati. He's been Hondas all his life, even in junior classes and going through here.
Well, I don't agree with Hondas.
Yeah.
What happened to Fernando?
Let it go, Megan.
I won't let it go.
He's been on the podium twice in this season already as Fernando Alonso.
Yes, with what?
Mercedes.
Yeah.
The equal engines he wanted. Yeah, I know. So this is becoming a little bit of a telltale battle between Bagnaia and Vinales as to exactly who's going to break first. Look at that from Bagnaia. The bike was twitching coming into turn 7 as well.
That is not good.
The bike, yeah, it's starting to jump around, isn't it? That Ducati, the whole shot device, it works out the corners quite well, but it didn't activate there. And the ride height device at the rear, which absorbs the bumps on the back of the Ducati,
if only we could
was
get
a working overtime.
like that with him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aprilia, I think, really want this opening race win. Remember, we talked about this in the qualifying, Megan. They've lost their succession. Is this a replay of Marquez? Yeah, tagging the back of Oye Martin and. Oh, it's right on the back.
Oh, that wheel went right into him.
On Oliveira in the replay. So it's right on the back. It's right on the spine.
Remember when I broke your ribs?
Yeah, it's pretty much similar.
It's that. It's basically that.
Do I remember when you broke my rib? Yes. Was I reminded of that last week because COVID goes to the weakest parts of your body and it went to my coccyx at my back and my chest? Yes, I did. Thanks for that. You broke my rib 5 years ago and I'm still...
10 years ago.
Was it 10?
It was 10 years ago and I was 8. I am almost 18 now.
Megs.
We know children who have grown up and are like capable of speaking full sentences in the time that it has been since.
And it still hurts. 10 years later and it still hurts.
You never went to hospital. Some reason.
Benny says MotoGP Portugal Live. Yep, this is. Octavius, hello, says I need the rib breaking story in full, please. I was bent over Mum and Dad's bed.
Okay.
Because we were doing presents.
Ages. 8 years old. 14.
Yeah, we were wrapping
the context of how forceful.
We're not going there.
It was funny.
I was helping David, who's our brother, wrap some presents. Can't remember whose birthday it was. And
I think it was Mum's.
I think so, yeah. And Megan was right behind me and jumped on my back. And because I was at an angle where the mattress was sort of
And the
here,
wooden bed frame.
and the wooden bed frame, it sort of went smash on me and broke my rib and broke parts of my back. And I still feel it 10 years later. She gave me a possible hemothorax, by the way. My muscles are permanently damaged here. Permanently. Because of that.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Really hurts every now and then. I can't go out in the winter now.
Who wants to go out in a cold winter anyway?
Hello to Casey Campbell as well.
I gave you an excuse.
Yes, that's true. Hello to Casey Campbell. He says, hi, Jojo. Hello, Casey. And Brad says, this race is boring. We're in a lull phase at the moment, but it's going to...
That's why the rib-breaking stories are around.
It's going to liven up. We'll have some juiciness in a minute. Bezecchi versus Marquez, Miller and Binder.
He doesn't let
3,
me
4,
forget
5
it.
and 6 is getting close. No, I don't.
I just find it funny.
It hurts. Octavia says, bloody hell, I would never let my sister forget that for the rest of my life. I don't.
Yeah, though I find it funny. I've done even worse stuff over the year.
Yeah, you dropped a sellotape holder on my nose.
That was the same year.
Yes, yeah.
That was the year of me hurting Joshua accidentally. It happens a lot now I think about it. So I just don't know my own strength.
Have I been to a MotoGP race before? Not a MotoGP, but I have been to a WSB event at Cadwell, some of their pre-season testing.
It is a running joke. I don't know.
Cadwell is the best place to go for bikes. Forget Silverstone. Cadwell Park is the best place to go for motorcycles.
enjoyed it.
I really want to take you as well. That's something I want to do. I want to take you. I know. I want to take you to Cadwell Park. It's such a great.
Buy a golf cart.
Yeah, but it's only like 20 minutes away from us as well. It's like I'm surprised you've never been.
Do you ever?
Yeah, I could take you to the commentary box as well. We can stand in there.
You're gonna have to jump down on me.
Yeah. No. It's in the pit lane area. It's quite nice. So 12 to go, lap 15 and 25, now 11 laps to go. Bagnaia leads by 0.7 of a second to Maverick Vinales in second. Now remember that Bagnaia's tyres might fade towards the end of the race, and that's where Vinales might come in. Although it's on medium compound rear. Josh, when are you going to go to Formula E? Will you be commentating? When you go to Formula E, will you be commentating? Yes, at Portland. Yes, I will be commentating. We'll be live. Megan will be here controlling all the stream and then also doing the MotoGP stuff around then when I'm busy. But yeah, the plan is I'll go there and I'll commentate from the track live with Ed and Megan back in the main commentary box as well, controlling everything. So yeah, that's the plan. And we'll hear from the drivers and everything, and I'll just have a bit of fun. I'm hoping it works out. Is it just me or KTM overreaching, says Octavius. Yeah. Well, Moto3 and Moto2, they had victories. So I'm really surprised that we're not seeing
and
a
how he
similar
wants to
situation
achieve it.
here.
So
It's their top track,
Well,
Portugal.
I suppose it's more a capability of riders smashing into each other.
Yeah. And Miller had a wide moment at turn 5 as well.
I'm just going to go look outside the door because I keep hearing something outside it.
It's probably someone doing some gardening or something, or laundry. Vinales is 0.9 of a second back now to Bagnaia. So the race starting to come into control. I'm really actually a bit annoyed at this because what this is proving is that the sprint race is the better race so far this weekend with action. Because yesterday they were all on soft front tyres, soft mediums, 12-lap sprint, go out for it. And now at the moment in this race, it's not providing some great action as well. Yeah, I was just saying, Oh, I see. I was just saying, Megan, you going to Formula E in America sounds expensive. Oh, believe me, it is. It is expensive. And that's why the cost is taking so much. But that's the one that we most want to do this year. And it's also the one that's easiest to do as well. Megan, I was just saying, at the moment, the most interesting race this weekend in MotoGP terms was the sprint.
Don't.
It was.
We have an injury here.
Yeah, but
that injury would have happened in this one.
Yes, but
if the sprint race had.
Yeah, but the sprint race was more exciting than this Grand Prix at the moment.
We would have had more riders here in this race if the sprint race had never have happened.
Brad says, can't you just go to Formula E in London? No, because at the same time we've got to cover Formula 1, Formula 2, and God knows what else is on that weekend in Spa. So, believe me, it'll be just as expensive as doing the... In fact, it's cheaper to do the American race than it is to do any other. Surprisingly. Because all I've got to do is flights. Because I've got a media pass as well, place to stay, all that lot. So I've just got to get the flight money. Should really start Patreon.
Let's see if I
Get more podcasts done and get it on Patreon or something. I don't know. I should.
You could put your TikToks on.
No, Patreon's for view only stuff. So pay per PPV.
You could put your TikToks on there first.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I see your point there.
And then you put them on.
I'd like to do some more videos, to be fair, because we're doing a lot this year, but only on weekends. I'd like to get more stuff out.
You could put behind the scenes things on it.
Yeah, if I give you a camera for one of these weekends, if we can get that sorted. I still don't know why we don't.
I just catch you just like, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm working. Just like,
Australia.
then I go into your room, just like, what are you doing? Just like, I'm doing the TikTok. Hi.
Let's get a camera on you in Australia, because you're in Australia next weekend in the middle of the night. Hello.
Hi.
So yeah.
How did I get onto this?
I don't know. Yeah, let's get you a camera for Australia, because it's a night race, so you're in Australia. Megan's point of view of the Australian Grand Prix. Wakes up 20 minutes before the race, gets into the comments box.
Just like first point of view.
Groggy. Yeah, groggy.
Just like, why did Mum and Dad have
Yeah, but Megan, you've forgotten something. It's a night race and you're doing it. Ergo, coffee.
Coffee!
Yeah, that's teared you up now, isn't it? Coffee.
Lattes!
Yeah.
I love a latte.
Yeah, coffee. Early
Can we
morning.
buy some Costa lattes?
Yeah, it'd be the early morning race, so we get a coffee.
It's like in the packages.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's 2 each.
Because I noticed, like, do you know, like...
The cans.
No.
The
Like Nan
packets.
used to have.
The packets of Costa. The Costa
Yeah.
packet. Oh, yeah, we could do, I suppose.
Or actual ones. I love lattes. I love Costa lattes.
Next week. See you in Australia.
I know what I'm having tomorrow.
Yeah, see you in Australia.
They're just so refreshing. Every single Tuesday, I just take a sip of my latte.
Coffee's good. Anyway, now look at this, because look at this. Bagnaia's tyres have started to go off. This is the crunch point we were waiting for, because Vinales was 3/10 faster than him on the last lap. So Bagnaia's front medium tyre, it's gone. Now Vinales is going to start coming into it. And what's this replay we're seeing down at turn 9 at Craig Jones, just after the jump section? Oh, it's Oh, that's a wonderful wallpaper, isn't it? With Bagnaia. Does he get both wheels off the floor? Does he? Does he do a jump? No.
Just one.
The force of gravity on these bikes are insane. But we have had a few riders jump this weekend. Over the hill and far away. Marc Marquez is coming to play. Bang. Right on the inside.
Quick, everyone run!
Oh, look at this. Jack Miller's passed Alex Marquez on the inside into turn 5. Look, side by side in the hairpin. And Miller's through. So Jack Attack up into 4th position. And Alex Marquez down into 5th position. As their battle for the lead continues. 8/10 between Bagnaia and Vinales. I'm going to say it. The most exciting race was the sprint. I really hate saying it, but maybe MotoGP sprints work. Maybe they do. Oh, come on, even you've got to admit this race has been a bit of a fill.
It would have been more exciting if they hadn't been able to predict all of us.
And Brinda versus Miller was almost wiping each other out at turn number 1 at Primera. And Alex Marquez right ahead of them, just trying to stay in control. Marquez back into 4th position as well.
I have to do studying, by the way, so I'm going to have to leave as soon as this is over.
Oh, all right.
Because I was massively delayed.
Okay.
Because the clocks decided, let's go forwards.
Yeah, we're now on British summertime, by the way, which means everyone's a bit cranky this morning because we lost an hour.
I went to bed at 3 because of this, because I forgot that it changed. So I thought, oh, it's 2. Oh, it's 3. Now I only get 5 hours sleep. Thank you very much, time.
Next, the clocks went forward at 2. So didn't you think, oh,
no,
it's
they
2?
went forward at 1.
Yeah, to 2.
Yes.
So you noticed that, right?
Yes. But for some reason, my brain decided, oh, do you know what? You still probably get the same amount of sleep. I was not expecting Been woken up at 9.
I got woken up at 8:45, considering my alarm was set for 7:45. It was a bit of a shock. And there, through goes Jack Miller on the inside of Alex Marquez at turn 13. He's got the move coming into Sargis, and Miller back ahead into 4th, and now Marquez having to battle Binder for 6th. Zarco, Aleix Espargaro getting involved in the mix as well. And Alex Marquez on the Ducati having to sit up coming through the gap corner at turn 15. He's going to lose out time now to Brad Binder down the straight, but he uses that Ducati slipstreaming power. Through he goes on Miller. Miller has the inside line to turn number 1. Meantime, further back, Luca Marini getting ahead of Fabio Quartararo as well into the braking zone for 9th. And did Marquez get back ahead of Miller? Yes, he did.
Ooh.
So this is what we're seeing, that the riders with the medium fronts are beginning to lose their tyre grip. Those with the hard front tyres are starting to claw back their way to the front of the field. So this is the race part 3. Part 3? Yeah, part 3. Sprint race part 1. First half of this race part 2. Now the end of the race part 3. Yeah, well, we had part 1 yesterday, didn't we? Then we had I said that in the commentary. Then we got part 2 today. Part 3 is coming through. Yeah, proof that the sprint race was better. Megan's yawning in the commentary box.
I hadn't lost an extra hour of sleep then.
Brad says, yeah, but Formula 1 is finished. Red Bull will win 23 races, so they need to commentate. Yeah. Oh, come on, Brad. Oh, Martin's crashed!
Whoa!
Jorge Martin has crashed out of the Portuguese Grand Prix.
This got exciting.
And that is a horrible accident as well. He was running back in the pack anyway, but the front of the bike's disappeared. He's up and walking away. Now, I presume this is a turn... Oh, it's a turn 2, Meg. So it's after... Oh, he's just dropped it coming into Lagos. That's not a turn 2. That's on the top of the hill. That's turn 10. That's at Portimao, top of the hill.
He just lost it.
Yeah, weird one. It was like almost like a high side as well. Yeah, this is sector 3. So it is turn 10 and 11, Portimao. And Binder and passes Miller, so they've swapped over at the same time as well. Aleix Espargaro gets ahead of Johan Zarco. So anything you can do, I can do better. Oh, hello. Right on the outside, Aleix, feeling a bit brave, trying to pass Jack Miller.
Someone crashed.
Oh, we just had Martin go down.
I want a more exciting crash.
Yeah, Martin's out of the race, by the way. Yellow flag rescinded. Go back to green flag running. Lap 21 and 25. And I tell you what, oh, hang on a minute, through wide goes Zarco, through goes Aleix Espargaro again. So they've swapped over now for 7th position. Well, Brad, if you say that Formula 1's done because Red Bull are going to win all 23 races, but Bagnaia might just win all 42 at this rate in MotoGP, the 21 main races and the 21 sprints.
That's the way it goes in motorsport nowadays.
It's going to be maximum points for Bagnaia.
Apart from in Formula E.
Yeah, that's different racing every
That's
time.
fair game.
Whoa! And Alex Marquez gets sideswiped by Binder, who goes on the inside at turn 11 and 12. Beautiful move from Binder to get up into 4th position. This is the best we've seen Brad race in a long, long time. Not since he won. Not since he won. Back in round 3 in 2020. In where were we then? Czech Republic, Brno.
That's even longer than Vinales.
Long time as well. Oh, what's happened? Someone's pressed the home button on someone's in my room and we've lost TV pictures. So some idiots moved something in my room and now, well, this is handy because we can't see the TV pictures.
Do you want to go sort it and I'll cover it?
No, I'm going to say whoever... It's turn number 1 as well, 4 laps to go and they're still closing it together.
Right, so... 4 laps to go now, and it's... Right, let me look at the timing screen for a better picture because I can barely see that. Oh, and there goes my... Ah, it's back! Now I can finally see it. Right, so Bagnaia still in the lead. 1 second gap to Vinales, and it's... Just 1 second gaps all over the place. Though Bezzecchi's managed to get a 4.170 gap between him and Alex Marquez.
Someone went to the bathroom.
Does that affect things?
No, but that's I don't know what else in it. It's like someone pressed a button. really weird because it just came up with the home menu on Sky. Oh, and Aleix Espargaro goes wide. Zarco goes through.
Yellow.
Sector 3. Who's gone down?
Marini.
Oh.
Again.
Yeah, second time. Luca Marini's out of the main race here.
Ooh. His brother is literally just looking back, just like, really?
Yeah, on the Marini VR46 bike. So Bezecchi's on the podium, Marini's out of it.
Can you imagine? That's just what Rossi's just saying while holding his, isn't it, daughter? It's like, you see what your uncle's doing? Crashing. Don't do that.
I think that's his fourth crash of the weekend.
It is.
I heard Gavin Emmett say something about 4, and I think he's right. Crashed in practice, crashed in the sprint, crashed in the race, and crashed as well in the warm-up. Not a good look, is it? Oh, up the inside, Aleix Espargaro slipping through for 7th place and gets ahead. Whew, that was a long one. Octavia says, remember how F1 drivers used to spin out of races, just make a mistake, end up in the gravel and retire? Says a lot about how good modern drivers are, that they really make mistakes. Hello to Omi as well. Brad says Red Bull win by 1 minute, Bagnaia wins by 1 second. Yeah, but it's domination in this game. Top 3 riders, Megan, go.
Bagnaia, Vinales, Bezecchi.
Yeah. Is that what you were feeling when I had to run up? I was only out for a minute.
Basically.
I was only out for a minute. Not that you could...
There wasn't much to do. That's why I was struggling. I was like,
yeah, not much.
Bagnaia is first with a 1 second gap to Vinales. We already know this, so what else am I meant to say when no one's crashing, no one's overtaking at all?
That's positive then, when you've got to lead some of these sprint races coming up.
Yeah.
This season.
I ain't going to try as hard. It's like, I'm going to turn into Day-Day. Just like, there's a bike. There's another bike.
Hello, Tom Dillon.
There's a bike.
Yeah, Tom Dillon, could you take over for me, please? Thank you.
Whee.
Really missing being on the Grid Network, but I just can't deal with it at the moment. As my brain goes fuzzy.
Like a bunch of butterflies are clouding it.
I'll film some stuff and get it sent out, though. Before we got the rest of the day.
Do you know what they've done?
What?
They've taken Outnumbered off of Netflix and had to put it onto BritBox.
The what?
Outnumbered.
Oh, I see.
I was so offended when I saw that.
2 to go in the Portuguese Grand Prix. Who's Bezecchi? Marco Bezecchi in 3rd position.
Bezecchi.
Same hometown as Valentino Rossi, surprisingly. But not blood related.
Yeah, there's only one blood relation to Valentino on this track. And he's just crashed down.
Well, on this grid, yeah. Yellow sector 2, Megan. So
who's?
Fernandez. Which one?
25.
Raul Fernandez.
Yeah, Raul. Which one's the older one?
Well, Raul Fernandez is 22, and Augusto Fernandez is 25. So Augusto.
So the younger one.
Yeah. Augusto Fernandez.
Not a good day for younger brothers, is it?
Madrid, Spain, yeah. Just checking they were correct brothers, not just the same name.
It isn't a good day for younger brothers. The only older brother to crash out today is Mark.
And look at that from Johan Zarco slipping through, and Alex Marquez having a battle with Binder, and Aleix with trail breaking too much. Let Zarco through. He's let Quartararo through as well. So it's all changed in the mid-pack. Marquez 4th, Binder 5th, Miller 6th, Zarco 6th. And Binder's repassed Alex Marquez coming into turn 15, the Galp corner.
Who named that?
I don't know. And Zarco's passed Miller as well. And last lap, the call of the Portuguese Grand Prix. Bagnaia's going to win by half a second. Vinales is pushing him.
Who predicted this?
You, well done. You get pick a winner, Megan.
No surprises if there's a sprint race. That's going to make me go up really high in the leaderboards if there's going to be sprint races. The only positive.
Yeah. Joe Samiega, if you're watching, Megan did say about Bagnaia pre-race before the lights went out and everything.
And on air.
And on air. Marquez at the inside, retakes Binder. Binder goes way, way wide at turn 5. Zarco trying to come back in. Hasn't worked out. Well, this is a bit of a fairy tale for Pecco Bagnaia, isn't it? As he comes out of turn 8 at Samson, down the hill into turn 9 at Craig Jones. Ended the championship run with championship in Valencia.
Do you know the red lines on that track? The guide
Yes.
thing for you.
Hang on, Zarco's on the inside of Binder. Zarco goes through with a great little move.
Your track guide there.
Yes.
Is that the F1 circuit?
Some of them, yeah. And look at that. Zarco passes Binder. Binder can't get through back. Alex Marquez going to have fourth position. Zarco going to try and capitalise on anything. But Pecco Bagnaia, and Marquez goes wide. Zarco's going to go through on the inside, take fourth position. Great move to the line. Marquez gets forced down. Pecco Bagnaia across the line, absolutely brilliantly, bookends the start of 2023 with a pair of wins between him. Sprint and the main race, as Stefano Domenicali, the president of Formula One, waves the checkered flag. Ducati do the double. They sprint their way to feature wins, and they lead the championship after the opener in Portimao.
Question: what grid position do you have to be right now? Do you have to be to not score points?
15. Oh!
Everyone has scored points.
With Ralph Fernandez crashing out, but being classified as he's completed 90% of the race distance, everyone gets points. That's a good.
6 people
Wow.
crashed out.
2 didn't start.
2 didn't start.
Wow. So basically, Portimao's been... Cursed, yeah.
It's Mandalore.
So, it's Francesco Bagnaia with victory in Portimao. His 12th win of his career, alongside the sprint gold yesterday. 37 points in total now. Francesco Bagnaia leads the championship by 12 points after race 1.
Don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off. It's going too slow, it's going too slow. Sit down.
The world champion kicks off his defending year in the best possible fashion.
There's a corner.
Yeah, that's the hairpin. He's gone onto the hairpin now for the F1 layout.
There's a corner, Bagnaia.
Yeah,
Thank you.
But so the red bits on my track map, they're alternative maps. The only F1 bit that's different to MotoGP is here.
Yeah, because I thought that's why I assumed it's like it's that Red Bull.
Yeah.
I mean, not Red Bull. I think Formula One now, I just think Red Bull.
Yeah, everybody does.
Seriously, I would like another team to just win once, please.
Baku at Alonso.
Yes, please.
The one race you're not here on your 18th birthday.
Yes, but I can pop in. It would be a nice gift.
Maverick Vinales second.
No, I've got to go in.
Great for Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi third for Muni VR 4016. Okay, Max, what do you make of that race?
I found it good.
Really?
Yes. It had so many crashes in it.
Which was better, Sprint or Grand Prix?
This.
The Grand Prix.
There was more crashes.
I don't know. I think I'm sold on sprints in MotoGP at the moment.
Also,
that was better
more
action.
volatile crashes.
The sprints, we'll see.
I will never choose the sprint.
I think the sprint worked because it was Portimao. It's a good track. We'll see how it is.
It won't work in others.
We'll see how it is in Argentina in a week's time at Autodromo Tomas Rodriguez. We'll see how it is there. Tomas Dominguez Rio Hondo.
Oh, before I go quickly, let's see how many steps. Okay, I did a lot more than 240 steps.
Yeah.
Minus 115 that I already did.
Yeah, you were standing and stepping a lot more in the commentary box today.
Yeah, so I don't trust this. I walk a lot more than it tells me I do. I just don't. Also, I don't take my phone everywhere I go. So it can't track that.
That is true. The checkered flag has come out and the first day of testing is complete at the Sepang International Circuit in MotoGP. What a session it was. So many ups and downs. Let's go straight away while the riders are doing their practice starts and go through what happened. Just 20 minutes into the first day of testing, the red flag came out. Bagnaia crashing at turn 11. Ralph Fernandez next on the scene, giving him a high side over as well. Ralph experiencing a little bit of pain, but was able to continue. Bagnaia got on the bike again and went back in to do some more. Marc Marquez on his first few laps as well on the new Gresini. He stopped at turn 4 with a technical issue as well. Apparently a wing mirror fell off as well. Then about 53 minutes later, Augusto Fernandez crashed out at turn 2. Ryder was okay. Takiki Nakagami crashed out as well. Marc Marquez stopped again for a second time with technical issues at turn 1. Then, about 15 minutes later, he crashed at turn 15 but was able to continue. Alex Marquez crashed at turn 2. Marco Bezzecchi crashed at turn 4. And Jack Miller was the last one to go down. He crashed at turn 2 as well. Ryder is okay. Let's take a look then at some social media stuff that we might have missed. First laps come back in as well. And there is indeed some socials. Another run complete for the champ as Pekka Bagnaia comes in as well and takes it over. This was 2 hours ago when it came through. Thought there might be some audio in the background as well. There's that lovely new bike on that Ducati, the 24. And here's another bit when he went out. 3 inches tall. And out it went. That was an hour ago as well on MotoGP. So the session is officially over. This is the results from day 1 here of the Sepang test. Jorge Martin is fastest. Set that time in the morning session of 1:57.951. Pedro Acosta is second on a 1:58.220. Fabio Quartararo is third on a 1:58.228. Fabio Di Giannantonio is fourth, a 1:58.325. And Ea Bastianini rounds out the top 5 on a 1:58.357. Maverick Vinales a 1:58.470. Alex Marquez 1:58.542. Marco Bezzecchi a 1:58.605. Marc Marquez 1:58.621. Jan Zarco inside the top 10 with a 1:58.670. Alex Rins is 11th on a 1:58.716. Brad Binder is 12th, 1:58.724. Aleix Espargaro 13th, 1:58.738. Johan Mir's 14th, 1:58.741. Miguel Oliveira 15th, 1:58.750. Pecco Bagnaia is 16th on a 1:58.813. Luca Marini 17th, 1:58.969. Jack Miller is 18th, 1:59.048. Kyle Crutch on the test bike, he's down in 19th, 1:59.137. Takiki Nakagami is 20th on a 1:59.212. Augusto Fernandez 21st, 1:59.543. Raul Fernandez 2 minutes .120. Michele Pirro 23rd, 2 minute .402. That's it then. Everything wrapped up for the first day of pre-season testing here from the Sepang International Circuit. I'm going to go for some very well-earned sleep. We'll be back for all the action tomorrow for day 2 of testing live here on JB Motorsports. Exactly the same. We'll have some more launches and a few more races to listen to as well. Thank you very much for joining us here today. It's been an absolute pleasure being able to bring you MotoGP pre-season testing. We'll do the same tomorrow. Thanks for your company. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.